Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. Legacy Part 2443 Chapter 9. A bit of an understatement. Happy New Year's. The fish was really gross to look at. Its glassy eye just stared up at Izuku looking at him, but seeing nothing. It laid on a platform that was pristine and sterile. It was static and was a large gash going down its body pulsed with blood and he had to actively swallow down bile. You need to get used to this if you want to be a medic. You'll see a lot worse soon enough. Yes, master. Izuku looked up in surprise at his teacher's sudden appearance. How had she managed to sneak up on him? Her hair and clothes were very bright. She had the robe on for crying out loud. The red and white clashed against the subdued blue of the room they were in. Had he been too squeaked out by the fish or was she just that good? Would he ever be that good? Your patient is dying. Sorry, master. She was now holding a bottle of alcohol. Where had that come from? It smelled awful. Izuku shook her head. That wasn't important to him right now. What was important was saving this fish's life. In two quick hand seals, Izuku's hands emitted a soft green light. She pressed his hands to the cold and slimy surface of the fish. The blood and slime and mucus made his skin crawl, but it wasn't enough to disrupt her focus. The mystical palm technique was an odd technique even for him. It was a careful balancing act, but it never failed to amaze her when it did its magic. The gash slowly stitched itself up before after some time it was finally healed. The fish sprang to life as it flipped around on the platform. He picked it up and ignored the slimy feeling long enough to put the fish in a tank of water. It swam around energetically from here to there and everywhere. It was as if it hadn't been on the brink of death, if not beyond, just a short while ago. Izuku looked up into the impressed brown eyes of his master. Well done, Sakura. I think you've gone as far as you can with fish and rather quickly at that. Warmth spread through her body at the praise. He was sure his cheeks were pinker than her hair right now. Thankfully, if his master had noticed, she didn't bring it up. Anyways, what do you love more, bunnies or puppies? Puppies, Lady Tsunade. What did that have to do with anything? Plus, Izuku was sure he liked bunnies more than puppies. Alright, the older woman said after a swig from her bottle, you're practicing next on puppies. We need to get rid of your squeamishness. You can take the day off. I'm swamped in meetings. The woman turned on a dime as she left. Her red and white robe fluttering behind her. There was writing on the back Izuku could barely make out the words. It looked like it said. Izuku sat up with a gasp. He clutched his head as a splitting headache came over him. His head felt like sharp daggers were being driven into his head from opposite sides. He rubbed his temples to rid himself of the pain and slowly he began to recover. A few minutes later, he wasn't sure how many, the headache faded to an irritating throb that was much more manageable. That too faded away until all that was left was the phantom pains of what had been the world's worst ever headache. That had been awful. Izuku sat back down on his bed only realizing that he was in what looked to be an infirmary. From the little he could see of the outside, it looked to be the late afternoon. He must have been taken here after the exam. He had a window to his left and a closed curtain to his right. The view of Musutafu from here was rather spectacular. The city was bathed in orange light as the sun began its descent. The beauty managed to distract him for just about 3 seconds. Izuku hurt. His body felt like one giant sore. His palms were sweaty, his knees weak and his arms were heavy. This was worse than anything he had felt thus far. He wasn't sure if it was all down to the UA exam or the fever dream he had just had. Calling it a fever dream didn't do it any justice either, not really. Once after drinking an energy drink, Kendo had given him, he had a dream about being a balloon. It was very cool and then suddenly frightening. It was nothing compared to what he'd just gone through. No, this was different. It was almost like he was living someone else's life. He barely felt like himself throughout it and it had felt too vivid and too real, somehow. He had felt the slimy scales of the fish and had smelt the alcohol the blonde woman was drinking. Unlike many others which faded away almost instantly, this dream was still very clear in his mind. What could have brought it on? Izuku wasn't normally one to dwell on his dreams, but this was just different. He, or rather the girl who he was seeing through, had used medical ninjutsu. Izuku had only skimmed the section in Hiruzen scroll since much like the rest of the stuff on there, he lacked the means, control or power to go far in them. He was aware of his current capabilities. The Academy 3, the Body Flicker, the Fate Breaker and Rudimentary Chakra and Elemental Control. Rudimentary was harsh on the surface sticking and water walking, but apparently, anyone could do that. Anyone with Chakra, that was. In any case, Izuku knew what his limits were even as he tried to go beyond them. The exam was a prime example. After running the Fate Breaker for so long, his body had begun to ache. It wasn't just fatigue or his muscles being overworked either. Looking back on it, the pain was focused on his limbs especially. Izuku had never had any sort of damage to his joints or ligaments, but he had a good understanding of the human body. It was not normal for your knees to throb with pain with every step you took or for your elbow to click every time you moved it even a little. Clearly, the Fate Breaker wasn't an infallible reinforcement technique like he had thought. At some stage, the reinforcement must have failed. Perhaps due to oversaturation or something. He wasn't a doctor. Or a chakra expert. No one alive was, really. That being said, it was clear the Fate Breaker wasn't the cure for what ailed him. Roughly 30 minutes until suffering ligament and joint damage was a ridiculously low bar. Especially for someone who planned to be number 1. When he had tripped and broken his ankle and laid in the dirt, it should have been the end for him and for the others in his sector. He tripped over something. A gouge in the earth from someone's quirk or a stray robot limb or maybe even just his own feet. He had tried to shield Momo from any more damage and he had succeeded. Somehow. Barely. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said for him. At those speeds with already damaged ligaments, joints and bones, a broken ankle was unsurprising. He should have laid in the dirt until the exam ended. He should have ended with no points and no hopes of. Maybe the robot would have ridden over him and Momo and crushed them for their failure to pass. At least, then they wouldn't have had to face the disappointment of the other competitors. And yet none of that happened. Instead, they had passed. They had passed because of Izuku. They had passed because Izuku healed debilitating injuries and then put the robot out of commission with one punch. Izuku was stumped. The pink chakra, the healing, the absurd strength and now the weird dreams. It was not a coincidence. Right? He knew random activation of techniques wasn't common for chakra users. And yet it had happened to him multiple times. Once was a fluke, twice was a coincidence and 3 times was a pattern. Izuku was already at 3. He had to figure out what it all meant once he got the chance. The colored chakra, the new and inexplicable jutsu, had to mean something. Izuku was sure that the fruit had everything to do with this. He had obtained chakra unnaturally. Did these symptoms come with the territory? Why did things have to be so complicated? Izuku sank deeper into the admittedly comfortable bed. I must have been someone awful in a past life. Izuku's words had been intended for himself and himself alone. The last thing he had expected was for someone else to speak up. What makes you say that? Izuku sat up straight in his bed and he looked towards the drawn curtain. That was where the question had come from. Is someone there? Izuku stumbled over his words a bit. I can't see anything because of the... Izuku's words died on his lips as the curtain was drawn open revealing. Momo? Momo was laying in a bed identical to his. She was also sitting up, but her arm was wrapped in thick gauze. There were a few bandages dotted across her face that did nothing to take away from her intense stare. Idly, he noted that her hair was down from its ponytail. Why do you think you were someone awful in a past life? Momo asked as if she hadn't just scared Izuku halfway to death. Are you religious? I was, just thinking about some stuff, Izuku said as he scratched the back of his head. Personal stuff. Sorry if I woke you up. You didn't. This was awkward. Of all the people to end up with him here, it had to be the one person, other than Bakugou, who hated him. She had a good reason to hate him at least. Perhaps, things wouldn't be so awkward if he hadn't destroyed her bag. Why are you here? Izuku asked, trying to dispel the awkwardness in the room. I would have thought you'd be home by now. I broke my arm and dislocated my knee, Momo said as she gestured to her bandaged arm and then to her leg. Oh, right. That had happened on his watch, right? Sorry about that, Izuku said out of a mix of guilt and obligation. I probably should have had you closer to the front. Or carried you. You're the only one still affected by gravity. She seemed to stare deep into his soul like some sort of seer before she laid back on her bed. A rather heavy sigh left Momo as she stared up at the ceiling. It is not your fault. You've done more than was necessary. If I had been paying attention then you would not have had to rescue me, Momo said and her tone sounded angry and disappointed but at herself more than anything. Izuku wouldn't have expected anyone without a suitable quirk to react to an attack at those speeds. Izuku had tunnel vision whilst running that fast and he had had the most stable journey of them all. Momo would have been thrown up and down and side to side like she was on a roller coaster. There was no way she stood a chance of seeing and then stopping the attack. That went for most people too. I suppose you're right, Momo said and Izuku felt his ears begin to burn. However, I am not most people. I need to do better. To be better. My carelessness almost ruined everyone's chances of getting into UA. If you had not intervened then I would have been the cause of 40 failures. Why was she being so hard on herself? Did she not know that her part had been just as important as the others? How did you do it? Izuku turned towards Momo at the question. Did you do what? Momo turned to face him and her face was set in a determined gaze. You destroyed that robot with one punch. With the injuries you had, what you did was not possible. This wasn't good. Momo would have seen everything since she was right there. Hell, the teachers would have seen everything too since the exam would have definitely been filmed. Maybe he actually was a villain in his past life. Did he go around kicking babies, killing puppies and poisoning rivers? Nothing about chakra seemed to be simple. Absolutely nothing. It was my quirk, Izuku said after a moment's pause. I activated it not too long ago so I still don't know all of what I can do. So far, I know that it is a variant of a power-up quirk. That was as close to the truth as he would get. Revealing more to her would only cause more headaches. I see. Does it have a name? Momo said nearly causing him to fall off the bed. An name? Yes it does. Izuku floundered for a bit before inspiration hit him. Chakra. Yes. I call it chakra. What about your quirk? It was pretty cool too. Thankfully, Momo took the bait. Any more questions about chakra and he was bound to trip up. There was something about Momo's demeanor that unsettled him. Well, unsettled him more than the average girl did anyways. My quirk is creation, Momo said and despite himself, Izuku felt himself lean forward in anticipation. I can convert the lipids in my body to any non-living object so long as I understand the molecular structure of the object in question. That was amazing. And it sounded familiar. Really familiar. If Izuku weren't still a bit out of it, he'd probably remember why he felt this way. That barely mattered, though. It was an unreal quirk. So that gun you were using was made by you? Izuku asked. Drawing a nod from Momo, that's amazing. You must study really hard to remember what you can make. What limits do you have? Is it a one-to-one conversion? Or is it more than that? Less? Can you make something that isn't solid? What happens if you overuse your quirk? Can your body handle it? Has it hampered your growth? Is there a size limit to what you can create? The barrage of questions left Izuku's mouth almost against his will. His curiosity possessed him for a few seconds. It washed away as he took in Momo's raised brows and open mouth. Did someone have a hypnotism quirk? This muttering was getting really out of hand. The door opened, saving Izuku from himself. It swung open revealing an old doctor and Izuku immediately recognized her as Recovery Girl, a renowned doctor with a quirk to match. She had a clipboard in her hands and she smiled at the two of them when she spotted them. Momo seemed grateful for the interruption as she tore her gaze away from Izuku. He noticed her begin to twiddle her fingers, but he put that aside as Recovery Girl spoke. Hey, you're finally awake, Recovery Girl said as she put her clipboard down and it took a moment to realize she was speaking to him. Me? Izuku asked drawing a nod from the pro, how long have I been out? An hour or two at most, she said before handing him a small bag of sweets, that should recharge you for a few hours. You guys worked hard today. Izuku, you had no injuries, but you were unconscious when I found you. We kept you here with the other casualties to recover. Casualties? There were only injuries, Recovery Girl said after one look at his face. We would never let anyone die on our watch. It never has and never will happen if I have anything to say about it. Now, let me do a quick checkup on you, boy. The girl has already received hers. Izuku fought down a blush after Recovery Girl's chastisement. Thankfully, the checkup was straightforward and he was given a clean bill of health. Everything appears to be in order, Recovery Girl said as she picked up her clipboard. The nurse will help you with your forms and direct you to your belongings and transport. The school saw it fit to organize transport for the injured. After the day he'd had, Izuku was glad he wouldn't have to take public transport as well. At this time, the roads, trains and buses were packed and he just wanted to get home as soon as possible. The doctor left soon after that, leaving just Izuku and Momo. His conversation with Momo had been interrupted, but he didn't feel like continuing it after his massive geek out. He fiddled with the bag of sweets until Momo asked him yet another question. Have we met before? Izuku would have remembered that. I don't think so, Izuku said as he looked at taller girl. The first time I saw you was back on the path when I ruined her very expensive and very rare bag. Izuku trailed off, but he was saved as two nurses walked in. Weirdly, they were in two different uniforms. It was the one in the more worn uniform that walked to his bedside. Izuku Midoriya? She asked and he nodded. I got your exit forms here. You just need to answer a few questions and I'll take where you need to go. The nurse seemed tired, which was probably a result of running around all day. Idly, Izuku wondered how many others had needed to take a visit to the infirmary. He was sure it was more than just a few. He began to answer the questions and he took notice of the other nurse helping Momo out of her bed. Momo's leg was wrapped in a thick cast and she was helped into a specialized wheelchair by the other nurse. Thankfully, neither of them took notice of him as he watched this happen. He answered all the relevant questions from the nurse, but he stalled on one of them as he caught the last of the other's nurse conversation. I should be able to get you out of this within a few days, the nurse said to Momo, who gave a stiff nod in response. Now let's go, Ms. Yaoyorozu. Your driver has been here for a few hours now. Ms. Yaoyorozu. The same Yaoyorozu as those who owned the Samsara Resort and a plethora of other businesses, both hero and non-hero related. He had, accidentally, destroyed the very expensive and rare bag of a girl from what was arguably Japan's most powerful family. It was just his luck. Had he started a nuclear war in his past life or something? Maybe the 21st century one. That one had the highest death toll. It had been short too, 2021 to 2021. The door closed behind Yaoyorozu, snapping him out of his daze. Izuku stared after her. Yaoyorozu was a lock to get into UA. What if they were in the same class? His mounting dread was cut off as the nurse gently nudged him. Are you okay? She said before looking towards the door, and a devious smile grew on her face. Ah, are you sad to see her go? She is pretty. Are you in love? What? No, Izuku blurted out, causing the nurse to giggle at his plight. His cheeks felt red hot and probably looked the same too. I'm just teasing you. You're too easy to fluster, the nurse said with an all too wide smile that made Izuku want to sink into the earth. Let's go get your stuff. We cleaned your clothes too because we're just nice like that. That was pretty nice of them. Izuku followed the nurse out the room and he almost screamed as his feet touched the cold floor. Izuku was tough, though, so he just helped a bit and powered through the pain. Do you know that girl? Apparently, you guys were found close to each other? Not particularly, Izuku said to the nurse. We were just in the same zone. We made a plan to escape that robot, but she got hurt, so I went back for her. That's so heroic. The nurse looked at him over her shoulder and Izuku felt the familiar burn of embarrassment come over him. What? I would have done it for anyone, I promise. Izuku said almost in one breath, causing the nurse to giggle again. She was also really hurt. I'm surprised she left so early. Momo, or was it Yaoyorozu now, had been in worse shape than he had been. He hoped he didn't make things worse with the tumble he'd taken. Her personal nurse has a quirk similar to recovery girls, the nurse said as they turned down a corner. It looks a lot worse than it is. Her limbs are a bit weak, but honestly, she probably could have left with the other competitors hours ago. Really? Izuku asked, drawing a nod from the nurse. So why didn't she? 6 days later, Kendo gym and dojo. Izuku walked out the changing rooms at Kendo's gym before making way for the stairs. It had been 6 days since the exam and also 6 days since he had last heard anything from Kendo. He had gone to the gym in the evenings, much like today, to see if she showed up. She never did. For the past week, when he wasn't agonizing over the results of the UA exam, he had kept up with his training. Takoba Beach was a viable place once more and Izuku had made considerable progress. He wasn't sure if he was ready to fire off jutsu or anything like that, but it felt as though he'd gained a new level of control over his chakra. It wasn't an earth-shattering change, but it wasn't easily dismissed either. It was a big enough difference that Izuku was feeling confident about trying out some basic elemental jutsu. Eventually, although he wanted perfect elemental control before learning jutsu, it was a very likely possibility that he would need actual guidance and assistance to get there. There were bound to be teachers and students and facilities at UA about elemental quirks. They weren't exactly the same as elemental chakra, but he was hoping they were similar enough to make a difference. As things were, Izuku had stopped at destroying metal objects with his chakra. He still hurt himself when he did it, though. Water and earth chakra didn't have all that much backlash. As for wind, fire and lightning, all Izuku would say was that he had gained a new appreciation for modern medicine and creams. In any case, Izuku had also gone to the gym hoping to catch sight of Kendo to no avail. He had spent hours trying to find her but to no avail. He had asked around too, but no one had seen her. He reached the staircase and he was about to walk up them when he bumped into someone shorter than him. He caught them before they fell and he calmed down when he saw who it was. Thank you, Izuku. Mai, the secretary said, and Izuku carefully helped her to her feet. I must be going blind. I didn't see you there. It's okay, Izuku said to the elderly woman. Have you seen Kendo? I mean Itsuka. She hasn't been around for the whole week. I saw her just upstairs, Mai said, causing Izuku to smile. That girl is something. Who smiles after getting punched in the face? That confirmed it. Kendo was here and she was in a good mood. That was great. Izuku had been worried she had gone underground because something had set her off. Thank you, Mai, Izuku said, and he waved goodbye before going up the stairs. That was who Kendo thought had given him bruises. She had to be over 60 years old. True to Mai's words, Kendo was in a boxing fight with a tall man with red skin and 4 arms. The man unleashed a barrage of wild and ill-disciplined blows that Kendo managed to stay ahead of her block before her hand multiplied in size. The man had obviously never trained before and it was going to bite him in the butt. Hard. The impact was just as gruesome as Izuku had expected it to be. Kendo's uppercut plowed into the man's chin so hard he flipped through the air. The man dropped like a rock and Kendo put her foot on his chest as she held a fist up to the sky. The small crowd watching the match traded money and barbs as people lost out on their bets. The people who had bet against Kendo were suckers. Going head-to-head with her in boxing was like trying to hold your breath underwater longer than a fish. It was a fool's game. Who wants some? Kendo shouted at some of the others who were already geared up. You want some? Come get some. Oh, sorry, guys, I got to go. Thankfully, Kendo had spotted him and she walked out the ring as she rushed towards him. There was a chorus of light-hearted groans and boos that followed her, but that didn't seem to matter as Kendo just waved those off. Hey, Izuku, Kendo said, mustering some excitement despite her moderate exhaustion as she began to unstrap her boxing gear. Hi, Kendo. Are you ever going to use my name? Kendo said as she got the last of her boxing gear off. I'm starting to feel like we aren't friends. Izuku narrowed his eyes. He wasn't falling for that one. What? Kendo said, bringing a hand to her chest. Was it something I said? Izuku sighed. Where have you been? You've been off the grid for like a week. My parents booked us a week-long trip to Kyoto, Kendo said as they began to walk towards one of the less crowded rings. My phone got destroyed during that battle with that elephant villain and Kamui. Kendo's tone hardened at the end and Izuku, wise boy that he was, pivoted away from that rabbit hole. How did your exam go? Izuku asked, and thankfully Kendo seemed to cheer up at that. It went great, Kendo said, a smile spreading across her face. I got 77 points. The highest after me was like 30. At best. Those scrubs at the gate couldn't touch me. What about you? Oh, right. Kendo had almost caused a bunch of people to go after him. 77, huh? Izuku asked, and despite himself, a smile spread across his face. That is great. It's no less than I expected from you. You should be proud of yourself. This was gonna be great. Kendo stared at him for a few seconds. You're being weird. Why are you being weird? No reason, Izuku said as he climbed into the ring. 77 points is a really good score and I bet you'll get into UA. But, Kendo asked after he trailed off, how much did you get? You beat me, didn't you? I can neither confirm nor deny. Izuku ducked out of the way of a punch. What? Was it something I said? I see what you're doing, Kendo said with a strained smile. You're trying to get back at me. Fine, then. How about a bet? You beat me in a spar, then you don't tell me your score. If I beat you, then you answer all of my questions. That seems unbalanced, Izuku said as he watched Kendo put on her gloves. I was going to tell you about the exam either way. Those were the ones that could grow with her hands, not good. Fine then, no bets, Kendo said as she hopped out the ring and she threw him some combat gloves as well. I just really feel like beating you up. Because I teased you? Izuku asked and Kendo confirmed it with a nod. You do that to me all the time? I'm a hypocrite. Izuku's body felt like a rhino had used it as a trampoline. Kendo was strong. Stupidly strong. A mix of genetics and exercise made her far stronger than she appeared to be. It wasn't a surprise she had destroyed so many robots with her bare hands. Izuku gave as good as he got, though. Izuku stepped forward and lashed out with a flurry of punches. Kendo blocked and weaved and parried them all, but he kept up with the assault until he connected with a wicked hook to her side. He swung his foot out in a kick and it slammed into Kendo's flank. She let out a groan of pain, but then she made him pay as she delivered a clean jab straight to his face. That was gonna leave a mark. Can I kick things up a notch? She asked pointing to her gloves. I want to see how far I can launch you from here. Izuku's blood was pumping and despite the pain he was in, he was eager to actually use his chakra. Let's do it. With his recently improved chakra control, Izuku was able to activate the Fate Breaker without any hand seals. It was something that came in handy as Kendo's giant fist suddenly loomed over him. He rolled out of the way in a burst of speed. Chakra wafted off him like smoke from a fire and it was a rather apparent effect even under the fluorescent lights of the gym. Are you glowing? Kendo asked, her cheeks flushed red from exertion. Is this your quirk? It looks cool, but glowing won't be enough. She was cut off as Izuku's foot slammed into her face. Kendo was sent rolling over the floor before the ropes arrested her movement. Her hands were a normal size again and she looked at him with a smile despite the bruise on her face. That was amazing. She sprang up to her feet immediately. My ears are ringing, hit me again. Just like that. Who was he to say no to that? This time Kendo was better prepared and she was able to stay just ahead of Izuku's strikes for the most part. He was a lot stronger now, though, so she had to keep her quirk active all the while. They kept it sparring with their quirks as they ignored the passage time. Izuku was able to get past Kendo's defenses fairly often and he made her pay with crushing blows that were sure to leave tons of bruises in the morning. Unfortunately, Kendo got past his guard too and after a while, Izuku was pretty sure he'd rather take an explosion from Bakugo than through this hell of being thrown around like a pinball. Speaking of which, Izuku blocked 2 punches from what were now normal-sized hands before Kendo punched him. Hard. With a giant fist. Izuku flew. He slammed into the turnbuckle in the corner and upon impact, all the air left his body. That hurt. A lot. Izuku was pretty sure he could taste his liver. Call it a draw? Kendo said looking exhausted as well as she deactivated her quirk. We've been at this for hours. It's already like 9 p.m. The clock on the wall said 9:42 p.m. Yeah, I think that's enough for today, Izuku said as he let out a sigh. We kinda lost track of time there. They collapsed to the floor and lay down near each other in the rain. They were the only people still up here, although Izuku was sure that the downstairs gym was jam-packed. That's because you wouldn't stay down, neither did you. This is the first real action I've had in a week. You have no idea just how stressful weddings are, especially when you're a bridesmaid. Izuku turned to Kendo. You're a bridesmaid? Like with a dress and everything? Kendo frowned at him. Is that so surprising? Was this a trap? It sounded like a trap. No, Izuku said and he frowned when he saw Kendo's expression tighten up. I don't mean you'd look bad in a dress or anything, I'm sure you'd look great, totally. I just meant you don't seem like the type to like that sort of stuff. Not that that type of stuff is lame or anything, but sorry? Why were words so difficult? Where was the confidence and eloquence he had had during the exam? He could have really used some now. He hoped that Kendo's face was red from getting punched a lot and not red from being mad at him. Apology accepted. Izuku let out a sigh of relief. It was usually a sign of frustration or exasperation when it came to him and Kendo. She really knew what buttons to push. It sucked, kinda. You'd think so, but I'm usually pretty straight-laced, Kendo said and Izuku could not help the expression that came over his face. That's not how I describe it exactly, Izuku muttered and it was just loud enough for Kendo to hear. I heard that, Kendo said, but there was no real heat to her tone. For the most part, I am very disciplined. The product of years and years of martial arts and exercise. I only let my hair down when I feel super comfortable. Usually, that's with my family, here at the dojo or with you. Technically, Kendo's hair was always up in a ponytail, but now probably wasn't the best time to joke like that. He'd save it for later, plus, it was unimportant compared to the rest of what she had said. With me? Why aren't you like this with more people? Izuku asked Kendo. You're great. That was understating a lot. Compared to others his age and just in general, Kendo was great. A bit zany, but ultimately great. She was awesome compared to the others from his school. People are judgy, Kendo said as she looked up at the ceiling before turning to face him. It's easier to just act normal around others than to be my usual self. Not all people are as accepting as you are. I'm sorry to hear that. And he was. Kendo was a lot more subdued than usual. She usually had enough energy to power Japan for a week, but that was almost gone now. It was weird seeing someone who had more confidence in her fingernail than he did in his entire body act like this. Don't be, Kendo said as she smiled at him, you're a good friend. I don't have many of those friends. You're probably my closest one. Sorry if this is too heavy. I think your punches did something to my brain. It's okay, Izuku assured her before adding, why you're my closest friend too. Well, technically, you're my only friend, but still. I think I get how you feel. I only got my quirk a year ago. All the students and teachers at my school thought I was a joke because I wanted to be a hero even without a quirk. He thought the attention from the Konoha would change things, but everything went back to normal after a few weeks. It almost hurt more to be within reach of normality only for it to be ripped away from you. They're stupid, Kendo said resolutely drawing his attention. You're a bit shy, pretty dorky, ramble on a lot. Your jokes need a lot of work and you're pretty secretive now that I think about it. Thank you, but you're also smart, hardworking, kind and really strong, Kendo finished before she pressed down on her cheek with her finger. Side note, I think I might need to see the dentist after this. A few of my teeth feel loose. Kendo thought that much of him? A warm feeling radiated from somewhere deep within Izuku. A year ago, he'd never thought he would have a strong quirk, a strong shot at UA and a bona fide close friend. It made him appreciate what he had just a little more. Thanks, Kendo, Izuku said feeling his cheeks burn up. I feel the same. I'm not really good at the friend thing. Or talking really, but I do value our friendship. You're violent and a little brash. You tricked me into buying a pretty expensive bottle. You're also arrogant and did I say violent already because? If you want to spar then I'm ready to go, what do you say? Okay, that was enough teasing. She looked a little pissed. He was starting to understand why people lost to Kendo so much. Surprisingly, giant fists to the face hurt. A lot, who knew? But, Izuku said as he held up a hand to placate Kendo, you taught me how to fight for free for months. You're hilarious and you're so brave you were willing to fight off those burglars on your own despite being outnumbered. Kendo covered her face with her hands and Izuku recognized it for what it was. Clearly, they were both quite bad at taking compliments. What else could it be? It was actually pretty difficult to talk about things like this. Emotions never had been Izuku's strong suit. That being said, Izuku also found it relieving in a way to get these thoughts off his chest. It was cathartic on an almost chemical level. When we get into UA, no matter what class we're in, there's nothing I'd want more than to remain friends, Izuku said breaking the brief silence. After all, you are my best friend, Itsuka. They sat in silence for a while before Kendo spoke again. Itsuka, huh? Kendo said with a smile so radiant it made Izuku look away from her. What happened to Kendo? That was it. He was switching back to calling her Kendo. Most people would have let the name change slide, but then again Kendo was not like most people. That was her best trait in Izuku's eyes. Sometimes, it was her worst trait, though. You wanted to know how much I got in the entrance exam, right? Izuku asked, completely ignoring her question. Hook. Oh, right, Kendo said, turning towards him completely. How much did you get? 40? 50? Higher. 61? Line. Higher. 62? Higher. 75? Kendo's tone had grown from confident to worried. Izuku smiled as he saw Kendo's face drop. Higher. Kendo took a deep breath before tensing up. 77? Sinker. 77? I think oh wait. Look at the time, Izuku said pointing to the wall clock. I really need to get home. I'll tell you what. After Ua sends us our results, we should go to a restaurant or something. Before Kendo could respond, Izuku picked up his stuff and peeled out of the dojo using the fate breaker. It was only as he was halfway down the stairs that he heard Kendo scream after him. You sneaky little. The rest was lost to the wind as Izuku made it downstairs in record time. He deactivated the fate breaker before undressing and popping into the showers. As always, the water was scalding and it soothed all the aches he had in his body. Izuku got dressed and he was about to put his sweaty clothes away when he saw Cage's mask inside his bag. A familiar want began to build inside him and it was only galvanized by the conversation he'd had with Kendo earlier. He felt like he was walking on air after the heart-to-heart he had upstairs and a large part of him wanted to gear up his Cage for one last time before retiring the mask for good. His UA results would be delivered tomorrow, but Izuku was 99% sure he had gotten in. That being said, the weight still filled him with a nervous energy that the sparring with Kendo hadn't quite managed to shake. Izuku held onto the cool surface of the mask and he knew that his decision had already been made. Just one more time. There wasn't exactly a science to being a vigilante as it turned out. Izuku generally just walked around the lesser patrolled areas and waited for something to happen. Of course, walking around either as Cage or himself would draw far too much attention, so he tended to stick to the rooftops. Roof hopping was an exercise in controlling both his fear and chakra. The first time he'd done it, he had destroyed the tiles on someone's roof. He had left before someone could catch a strange man in a hood loitering. Definitely not his best look. He had told his mother that he'd be out a bit later due to training. Technically not a lie, this was training. He was gaining practical experience and he just so happened to help people while he was at it. In any case, Izuku had been jumping from roof to roof for nearly 2 hours. The most he had done was interrupt an attempted mugging, But both the thief and the victim had disappeared into thin air as he had appeared. He hadn't even been able to get a word out before they disappeared. All I want is a little crime. A hijacking here, an assault there, Izuku muttered as he sat down on a building opposite a very loud nightclub. Is that so bad? Wait, did he really just say that? That was awful. I don't think I can even blame that one on Kendo, Izuku said as he stared up at the sky. Maybe I should have just. Are those sirens? Thankfully, Izuku was stopped from going down that rabbit hole as a car blasted past down in the street below. The streets were full despite this being a dangerous time and place for pedestrians. The car ran a stop sign before taking a sharp turn. Did he just conjure a high-speed chase? The speeding car was quickly followed by 2 police cars, their sirens wailing into the night. However, before they could take their turns, a hulking man appeared from nowhere. He stood directly in the way of the cars and didn't seem fazed as they closed in on him. The brakes of the police cars squealed as they tried to slow down, but it was apparent to Izuku and the pedestrians down below that there wasn't enough time. As it turned out, that didn't matter. The man's body seemed to morph as strands of muscles grew out of his arm. The muscle fibers wrapped around the man like a giant armor and he raised his hands in a catching position before the first car slammed into him. The man barely took a step back before he lifted the car with his hands. He spun before throwing the car where it had just come from. Unfortunately, this was right in the way of the second police car. The second car tried to swerve out of the way, but it was still clipped by the other car. The second car veered off the road and it smashed into a storefront. The first car flipped a few times before coming to rest on its side. The pedestrians were now going berserk as they tried to flee. Izuku slid down the face of the apartment and even through his mask, he could smell the stench of petroleum. He landed on the street with a smooth jump, but he was barely noticed by the screaming crowds. The officers in the second car were the first to get out and they were woozy on their feet as they tried to close in on the obvious villain who still stood in the same spot. Somehow, the people in the first car were in more danger. The fuel tank was leaking onto the streets and there seemed to be no movement inside the car. No one was moving to help the officers at all. In fact, the car was being given a wide berth by all except for one person. Izuku could tell that the person was a man and he was worried that the man was suffering from a panic attack or something. It wasn't uncommon for people's flight or fight instincts to just completely fail them. Izuku caught up to the man and he put a hand on the man's shoulder. Sir, I'm going to need you too. Thank goodness, he was wearing his mask. The man's face was marred by deep burns and piercings that gave him an intimidating edge. His black hair and cold eyes combined with all of that to make for a very unsettling aura. It's the face, right? The man said with a wry smile. I get that a lot. Since it's your first time, I won't kill you. Izuku couldn't tell if he was joking, which was bad. Izuku settled into a stance as he took a few steps back. This was bad. He did not have his chakra rods with him and that cut down his effectiveness by a lot. Izuku had a feeling he needed to pull out all the stops for this guy. The man raised a hand towards him and Izuku gathered chakra ready to use the substitution or body flicker at a moment's notice. He nearly lost control as he heard gunfire from the other officers. A quick glance confirmed they were now engaging the man with the muscle control quirk. It wouldn't end well if all they had were guns. Muscular is going to crush those guys, the Birdman said, eventually. He likes to play with his food. And speaking of food, you see that bar over there? It's right behind you. Izuku didn't bite. It's more of a nightclub if I'm being honest, the man said, his hand still pointed at Izuku. It's one of many clubs owned by Maruko. You know her. The rabbit. Anyways, as you can see my face isn't exactly cover-worthy. A bit of an understatement. Izuku knew that this man was stalling for something, but he couldn't bring himself to attack. Intrinsically, his body just knew he would regret it if he did so. Unlike the other crooks he had fought, this guy was just scary. Anyways, they refused to let me in because of all of this, he said while gesturing to his face. I get it, but that deeply and really hurt. What is it they say about revenge? It's best served hot. The man's hand moved a few inches up and away from Izuku. A blue wisp formed on the man's hand before Izuku felt the temperature of the street skyrocket. He threw himself to the ground and it was no moment too soon. A beam of blue fire shot out the man's palm and into the nightclub. Izuku was laying on the asphalt of the road and it felt as though he was standing right next to a burning star. The flames weren't that bright, but their heat ate at Izuku's very being. The nightclub and the buildings surrounding it were enveloped in flames and Izuku was about to go in when the man coughed. Before you go in, you may want to deal with this first, the man said, and he clicked his finger, causing a spark to fall down to the ground. Izuku had to scramble back as the flames ignited the petroleum on the floor. Thankfully, none was on him, but it was with a heavy heart that he realized it led to the totaled police car. To his dismay, the officers were still unconscious. This is why you work in teams, Rook. The man then ran off and Izuku was frozen for a bit before he ran to the police cruiser. His body was on autopilot as he activated the fate breaker before ripping the car's door off its hinges. The flames were already pooling around the car. Oh, thank God, the officer said to him as blood dripped from his head. The door was jammed. Can you? Sorry about this. Huh? Izuku cut the man off with a distorted apology before he threw the officer out of the car and onto the road. The man rolled across the asphalt, but Izuku didn't care about that all too much. He had to go deeper into the car to try to get the driver out. Izuku frowned as the seatbelt refused to give away. Izuku spared a glance at the flames and he frowned as he saw blue flames begin to envelop the car. The temperature in the car began to rise and Izuku was thankful his mask filtered the worst of the putrid stench of burning fuel. Izuku tried one more time to disengage the seatbelt, but the device held firm. A light bulb went off in his head. Izuku channeled wind chakra into his hand, causing it to glow even under the light of the surrounding flames. Izuku felt his oxygen supply begin to dwindle as the car was enveloped by flames. He ignored the cuts forming on his hand as he cut the seatbelt open. Izuku lifted the man onto his shoulders in a fireman's carry. Izuku wanted to leave through the other door, but a quick glance proved that to be impossible. He now saw that the car was surrounded by flames on all sides. His entire body was slick with sweat and for the first time, Izuku noticed the smoke inside the car. The fire had gotten inside the car. In a burst of panic, Izuku channeled wind chakra across his entire arm and he sliced a large circle into the roof of the car. He kicked it off before dashing out of the car in a quick body flicker. Flames licked at him as he spread through, but luckily they didn't stick to him or the officer. Izuku slowed to a stop in front of a crowd of panicked and disoriented people. A sea of cell phones was pointed in his direction and also at the burning building behind him. "Hey, could someone take him?" Izuku asked the crowd, but he received no offers. Idly, he noticed that a lot of the crowd were covered in burns which could have come from the other fire. "I'll take him," said a woman with purple hair and red eyes, and Izuku immediately handed the officer off. "Thank you." Izuku barely managed to get out before he turned to look at the burning building. "I got to go." Izuku used the body flicker again to cross the street in an instant. He fought down his nausea before charging straight into the sea of flames. The heat sapped his energy and the flames ate away at him, but he ignored it as a litany of screams for help rushed over him. There were men and women on the floor too weak to move and Izuku was frozen as he had no idea about who to help first. Thankfully, that choice was made a lot easier almost immediately. Twin spouts of water spread across the entire nightclub, extinguishing a lot of the flames right away. Izuku looked over his shoulder to see Backdraft controlling the waves of water. Izuku picked up 3 people in rather awful shape before rushing for the exit. Backdraft barely glanced at him as he went by and Izuku was able to put the injured people down as they broke out into the open air. He took many deep breaths as his skin was soothed by the cool night air. The people he had rescued mumbled words of thanks as Izuku carried them to where he had put the other officer. As it turned out, a fire truck had made it to the nightclub with a supernatural speed which explained Backdraft's presence. There were also more experienced pro-heroes and firefighters who were joining the rescue effort as they fought the surrounding towers of blue fire. Naturally, all of this was now being filmed by onlooking civilians. Izuku surveyed the damage and he was surprised to see the hulking man from before getting repelled by a shorter woman. The woman seemed to glide past his every hit before unleashing with a strong flurry of punches and kicks. A powerful dropkick sent the big man sailing across the street and instead of continuing the fight, he rose to his feet and then jumped off into the skies in a random direction. The woman did not follow. "Maruko is impressive, isn't she?" Izuku turned to see the woman from earlier. "Here, let me help you with these guys." With her help, Izuku was able to set them all down one by one. The woman, seemingly very exhausted, stumbled, but she was able to steady herself with Izuku's help. Her hands settled on Izuku's hips and it was only because of the current situation that he was able to ignore that. He set her down next to the officer he had rescued from the burning vehicle. The man looked him up and down a bit with a quizzical expression on his face. He was probably still out of it. Izuku looked over his shoulder and he frowned as he saw the Maruko converse with the officer he had thrown from the burning car. He didn't think much of it until almost as when they turned and looked at him. "Oh, no, this is embarrassing since you saved me and my partner's lives, but I don't recognize you," the formerly unconscious officer said with some shame. "Who are you? Your gear makes it hard to tell." I'm a vigilante," the formerly helpful woman said as she sat down on the road. "He's Cage. The guy Kamui Woods has his panties in a." Izuku drowned those words out as the last of his adrenaline faded away. This allowed him to see. He saw the sea of phones following his every move. He saw the rescue heroes and Maruko stare at him with the latter beginning to walk towards him. Had he gone crazy or inhaled too much petrol? What the hell was he still doing here? He was a noted vigilante in the aftermath of a villain attack on a very popular hero's nightclub. A cold feeling spread across his body as he met Miruko's gaze. He had to get the hell out of here. He disappeared in a powerful body flicker as he spread across the rooftops of Musutafu. He dropped his transformation halfway, but he kept it up until he reached an alleyway near Kendo's gym. He picked his bag out from behind a dumpster. He threw his mask inside and it was back to the rooftops again. Body flicker after body flicker powered his body through the air. The nightclub was over 3 hours while on foot and Izuku made it home in mere minutes. His window was open and Izuku snuck in once he saw the lights in the apartment were off. He quietly walked over to the door and confirmed it was locked. He had his own key so it was good to know his mother had taken the precaution of locking the door. Izuku made it back to his room and he shucked his clothes off almost immediately. His arms were dotted with burns that almost could have passed for sunburn. There were no blisters, which according to a quick internet search was a good thing. He just had to apply cold water to the burned area and that would be that. Within a few days, it would all clear up. The other victims he had helped were not as lucky. Izuku had blocked it out in the moment, but their injuries had been awful. The burns had gone past the first few layers of skin to the sensitive flesh below. Izuku was sure that scars would be left behind and not just the physical sort. If the burnt man had been inclined, Izuku would have suffered the same fate if not worse. Enough was enough. Izuku was done. He was not yet where he needed to be to help people. He had frozen twice because of his indecision. Looking back, he wasn't sure if the right choice had been made. There were undoubtedly some serious casualties from the nightclub fire. Would it have been better if he had left the policemen to their fate and tried to help those inside the club? Or would he have been caught in a stampede and trampled to death? Would the car have exploded if he had gone to the club and not helped the officers? The only reason it hadn't exploded was probably due to Backdraft's timely intervention? The hero's fire agency was a long way away from Miruko's nightclub, but Izuku was glad they had made it when they had. He wasn't sure how badly things could have or would have gone if he'd been alone. It was time to hang the mask up and focus on UA. He'd get the proper tutelage there and hopefully, he'd find a teacher he could trust who could help him master his chakra. Suddenly, Izuku's phone let out a ding from within his pants. In his haste to get out of his clothes, he had forgotten his phone in his pants. He had taken to keeping it with him so he could call in help instead of asking victims to do so. He just kept forgetting to do so. The clothes under Cage's cloak were always similar if not identical to what he was wearing, just in black. They were also bigger and so he tended to forget his phone was in there most of the time. Izuku unlocked his phone and as he'd expected, there was coverage on the attack. Only one of the two villains had been identified. The one who had been getting ragdolled by Miruko. As it turned out, the man with the quirk that manipulated his muscles was called Muscular. Fitting. The man who Izuku had briefly encountered wasn't mentioned all that much. All that was said was that another villain had started the fire. Of course, these were all second-hand reports. The news on official sites was trickling in slowly. The heroes were probably still busy with first aid and rescue. Izuku had no idea if the fire had been entirely suppressed or not. Izuku knew that if he wanted to get better news, he had to hit the hero forums. As expected, there were videos, pictures and personal accounts that lined up with Izuku's experience of events. More worryingly, there was ample footage of Cage. Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise he didn't have his chakra rods with them. This incident was bound to catch Kendo's attention. It was still weird that his best friend was a big fan of him, albeit unknowingly. He wasn't looking forward to that conversation, if he ever even had it. Surprisingly, the coverage on Cage was very positive. Most surprising of all was one of the police officers posting a video describing what Izuku had done. It was the first time actual law enforcement had praised Cage. "Don't let it get to your head," Izuku said as he continued to explore the forum, "you're done. Vigilantism isn't for you." It still kinda went to his head. Normally, Izuku would have stayed up for official reports instead of the often inaccurate reports from news sites. However, he was mentally and physically exhausted and coupled with his UA results coming later today, he was eager to sleep. Izuku went to the bathroom and treated his burns with water and some antibiotic cream. They didn't hurt too much and he was sure they'd be mostly gone by the time he woke up. Well, that more so if he was lucky. Izuku got a bottle of water from the fridge before he walked into his room. His phone screen was on catching his attention. He dismissed it as he saw a missed call from an unknown number. It was probably a bot. His phone beeped. Izuku immediately recognized it as his text app. He opened the app and he frowned as he saw the same number had sent him a message. How did they even get his number? And at this time, what could be so important? Izuku froze. His chest tightened as he stared at the content of the message. His eyes flitted around the room in a panic before his eyes reread the message once more. Then twice more. 3 times. 4, 10, 20. It stayed the same. It was a picture with a caption underneath it. The picture was one of Cage carrying the unconscious club goers he had managed to rescue. That wasn't important. What was important was the caption. "I know your secret." Author notes. Guys, we reached 100 reviews on FFN. Massive thank you to all of you reviewed. We reached this a lot sooner than I expected. A filler-ish chapter with a twist at the end. I've settled on what Izuku's gear will be. That's for later and so the first OC competition is closed. A big thank you to all those who responded, you gave me food for thought. Question of the chapter. Outside of Izuku, who would like to get one for all and why? I love hearing from you guys. I'm so happy so many people are following and enjoying the story as it goes along, so thank you all very much. There are status updates on the Discord server so you'll be the first to know how far along each chapter is. 443 Chapter 10. Do you like donuts? We are back in business, baby. Catch your breath, we're not done yet. Sakura stared at her sensei standing opposite her. Her muscles burned with exhaustion and her coils twinged and thrummed underneath her skin. Tsunade Shisho's arms were crossed as she looked up at the sky. Her peaceful demeanor didn't quite match the scenery. A spray of boulders littered the training ground. Sakura didn't think she could have such enmity for inanimate objects, but these boulders were fast becoming the bane of her existence. Kakashi-sensei and Ino would have to make space at the top if things didn't get better soon. It was simple. All she had to do was channel an amount of chakra dependent on the size of the boulder thrown at her. Following that, she had to throw a punch and release the pent-up chakra in the very instant that her hand made contact with the boulder. Very simple. Sakura took a look at her hand. Bleeding knuckles, swelling, scrapes, cuts and probably a few cracked bones. So maybe it wasn't that simple. She probably should have worn the gloves Tsunade had gotten for her. I told you to wear gloves, was she that obvious? Yes, you are, Tsunade said with a smile on her face as she raised a boulder 5 times her size with remarkable ease. Enough of that. You need to get your timing down. Gather chakra and then release it upon impact. You're overthinking things. With your control, it shouldn't be too hard. Sakura begged to differ. Tsunade Shisho tended to underestimate her own genius. If it really were that simple, then she wouldn't be the only person in the world capable of punching someone to the moon. That hadn't happened yet, but she'd give it time. Jiraiya-sama and Naruto would be back in the village eventually. Don't try to understand it. Feel it, Tsunade said before she pulled a face as she went over her words. On second thought, you should definitely try to understand it. It may backfire on you and you may just lose your arm. Maybe. Anyways, here, catch. Her master didn't have to correct herself. Understanding how things worked was one of Sakura's core tenets. Steamrolling her way through things never had and never would be her niche. Okay, but I'd like a second to understand so I can, Sakura was cut off as yet another boulder flew through the air at her. This time at far faster speeds than any of the others that came before it. She wouldn't have any time to dodge it and it was right in front of her. Gather. Sakura's hand pulsed with chakra. Her face was twisted into a snarl as she pulled her arm back and then threw it forward. Her fist met the boulder, many times its size, and for the first time today, her hand won. A shower of pebbles washed over as the boulder all but caved before her mighty power. And release. Through the flying debris, she could spy her master's proud smile and a war cry built in her chest. She took in a deep breath and reared her arm as another boulder flew at her. Shaw, Naro. Izuku screamed as he punched the wall adjacent to his bed. Ow, what the hell? Izuku's fist had met the wall and lost. The flash of pain was enough to wake him up completely as he was roused from the clutches of sleep. His hand was pulsing with pain and it took a few moments for him to calm down. What the hell were their walls made of? It looked like wood, but was it actually diamond? Maybe tempered steel? If he had punched the wall any harder, he may have needed a new hand. Izuku looked at where he had punched and frowned. His All Might Bronze Age poster had a fist-sized hole in it. This is just great, Izuku spoke aloud to himself. They don't make those anymore. You stupid idiot. Why did you have to punch it? If my hand wasn't so sore, I'd gah. Okay, so maybe he wasn't so calm after all. Izuku? His mother knocked on the door making him clam up immediately. I heard screaming. I'm coming in. The door began to turn open. Oh no, Izuku looked at his hand. Was it becoming swollen? It looked like it was getting swollen. He had the presence of mind to hide both his hand and the damaged poster. The end result was him sitting against the wall with one hand below the blanket by his lap. His phone was nearby and he grabbed it with his good hand to lower any suspicions his mother may have had. He looked completely natural and not suspicious in any way at all. Sorry for barging in. Are you okay? I heard. His mother began as she walked in before her face switched from concern to embarrassment. What was that about? What's wrong? Izuku frowned as he took in his mother's flushed skin. Are you okay? His mother seemed as though she wanted to be literally anywhere else. She turned away from him and instead looked in the opposite direction. Look, Izuku. I know you're growing up and all that. Oh, no, did she know about the wall? But you can't just do that. There's a time and place for everything and you shouldn't be so noisy about it. For a moment, Izuku sensed that something was off but he shook it off. Is this about the loud bang just now? That only happened because of a dream, Izuku said thinking back on just a few moments ago. It was crazy. It felt so real. What? His mother didn't respond and only stared at him blankly over her shoulder. The baleful and haunted look on her face made it seem as though her soul had completely left her body. Was she still tired? It was odd since his mother was definitely a morning person. No, it couldn't be that. It had to be the poster. She could see that he damaged the poster, couldn't she? He should have moved a bit more to the right and then this conversation would be a lot less awkward. With a sigh, Izuku threw off the blankets and his mother's face flickered through a bevy of emotions. From horror to confusion to relief and then right back to confusion. What happened to your hand? Izuku frowned. The dream. I threw a punch in my dream and ended up denting the wall. I hurt my hand so that's why I hid it from you. Oh, thank goodness, his mother said raising a hand to her chest before worry overcame her. Come into the kitchen. There's some ice in the fridge. Okay, Mom. His mother turned to leave, but she stopped at the doorway. Oh, and Izuku? Yes, don't ever do that to me again. Okay? Izuku blinked once and then twice. Do what? Izuku sat in his room with a bag of peas on his hand. The crazy start to the day had gotten his mind off of what had been plaguing him since last night. He unlocked his phone and once again looked at the message from the unknown number. I know your secret. It had taken Izuku about 30 minutes of mounting panic and stress to realize that Kamui Woods or Endeavor would not be busting through the wall to arrest him. If the messenger wanted the law to deal with him then they would have done so immediately and without hesitation. He only had a few moments of relief before a new worry overtook. Why didn't they say anything? If they had somehow gotten his number, probably through some top-secret hacking quirk, then surely they knew his name as well. From there, it was a hop, skip and a jump to finding his address, school and even those Konoha documentaries. Izuku had not sent a message to the person in question just yet. He wanted to just ignore it and act as if nothing happened, but at the same time, he knew that ignoring a problem never made it go away. What was more was that today was the day he'd be getting his UA results. Izuku was confident he'd done enough, but there was always room for doubt. Plus, he had to find out if Kendo would be in the same class, and therefore dorm, as him or not. He'd much rather be with her than not. There was nothing worse than the first day of school, except for having to befriend up to 19 strangers all by himself. With Kendo there, that ceiling was lowered to 18 and she was way less of a mess socially than he was. First things first, though, Izuku wanted to get a response out of whoever had messaged him. How could he not? That being said, he felt like he'd be making some sort of rookie mistake if he admitted to it on his phone. Would this person blackmail him or something? Maybe they were one of the people who Cage had thwarted and they wanted revenge. Izuku could not see a situation where he got out of this scot-free. Still, though, he had to do something. He had to meet whoever this was. Izuku took out his phone and finally began to type out a response. Once he was done, Izuku hesitated for just a moment before pressing send. He put the peas back into his room before taking a quick shower. Takoba Beach at midday. Come alone. It was now 11 a.m. He would normally wake up earlier than that, but given the circumstances, he had fallen asleep rather late. He made a point of ignoring his phone as he focused on the reason his hand hurt. It was a good thing that he did not use any chakra to punch the wall. Things could be a lot worse. The pain was still there, but it wasn't nearly as bad as some of what he'd been through. It still irritated him and it would probably remain for a few more days. If only there was a way to speed up the healing. Wait a second, should he really try it? On his own body? It's not like I have a fish nearby or anything, Izuku said to himself as images of the dreams he's been having flashed through his head. This would be the acid test, so to speak. If for whatever reason, he was seeing visions of past Konoha warriors. Not only that, but he seemed able to use their abilities. That girl, Sakura, he corrected himself, the name clear as crystal in his mind. Sakura had been learning medical ninjutsu and a strengthening technique that made the Fatebreaker look like a joke. During the exam, Izuku's body had been in a bad way. Yet, pink chakra had healed him and then he had used his master's, Sakura's master, technique. His mind had been flooded with information he did not know. Information he now knew Sakura had learned as his, or rather Sakura's, dreams had shown him. The question now was whether or not he could still use what he had been shown. He thought back to the first vision. The one of Sakura healing the fish. She had used 2 hand seals, one that was kind of like a modified version of the ox hand seal. It took him a few shots to get it right. His right hand still pulsed with pain and his fingers were becoming more and more swollen. Each attempt just felt off until he was finally able to get things right. He did it multiple times to confirm he was comfortable with it. It still took him a bit too long to make it, but he was putting his fingers in the right place. That was more than enough. Finally, he wove the hand seals while channeling and molding his chakra in a pattern he just somehow knew. He finished the hand seal chain and nothing. He tried again and still nothing. Izuku was on the verge of giving up when it finally happened. He focused on the image of Sakura healing the fish. The way he had felt her chakra twist and bend. The way the gash along the fish had mended itself. He felt a slight shift in the feel of his chakra. It somehow felt more vibrant and alive. The drain on his reserves was minuscule but noticeable. The previous attempts hadn't used chakra at all. Finally, the telltale green glow flickered to life on his hands. It wasn't a constant light like it had been for Sakura, though. It reminded him of a faulty light bulb, flickering on and off as it struggled to remain alight. He allowed the glow to die down on his right hand before pressing his left hand to his right hand. A strange awareness and knowledge entered his mind. It was almost as if an invisible third arm had sprouted from his body. The green glow faded away as he lost control, the strange sensation far too much to handle. What the hell was that? It was hard to describe what he had seen, or was it felt. The sensation he had felt had used none of his senses and yet it was extremely clear that it was not an illusion or trick of the mind. It had only happened once his left hand was close to his swollen right hand. It was a clear part of the jutsu, though, so he just had to move on and try again. This time he would not be distracted by it. His first attempt fizzled out immediately. He focused once more on the image of Sakura healing the fish and the way its wound had slowly knitted itself back together. The feel of blood and slime on his hands and the warm green light of Sakura using the mystical palm jutsu. These images seemed to help as he managed to reactivate the jutsu. It sparked to life on both his hands and was a fair bit more luminous than his previous attempt. It still flickered every now and then, though. It was clearly not at Sakura's level, but the progress was encouraging. Okay, so mental imaging helps with this jutsu, Izuku said as he stared at his flickering hands. That would probably go for all jutsu. This probably has to do with the mental energy aspect thing. If so, then I probably need to focus on the wound itself when healing. Izuku pressed his left hand to the wound and this time the flood of information did not throw him off. Not too much. He focused less on what his senses were telling him and more on what his chakra was trying to tell him. The change in approach helped quite a bit. It was almost like listening to a foreign language that you barely knew. There was a stream of incomprehensible words that was filtered and strained into something he could only partially understand. He had done some research on muscles and joints and tendons when researching for the Fatebreaker. He needed to how they all worked in tandem so his chakra could support and strengthen the correct areas. The field was called kinesiology. Tsunade Shisho had proven the Fatebreaker to be extremely inefficient. Her strength enhancement technique had far less and perhaps even no backlash, and it also had much better results. That did not mean the Fatebreaker was useless to him now, though. Izuku was nowhere near the level of doctors or elite trainers, as evidenced by the backlash of the Fatebreaker. However, he knew enough to get by and he knew his body. So, while the stream of information was largely incomprehensible to him before, he now knew that the jutsu was telling him the state of his hand. He already knew that his hand was in bad shape, but this was important news. The possibilities were endless. He could help diagnose injured people and spot injuries that other people may have missed. It would be invaluable in a crisis. It would not be that easy, though. I need more medical knowledge if I want to be helpful, Izuku said to himself, only vaguely aware that he had been speaking aloud for some time. Right now, I can only tell that I have micro-fractures on my bones. That is what is causing the swelling and bruising. Izuku channeled his chakra, or rather his healing chakra, into the affected area. He could feel a sort of discomfort as his bones were slowly put back together. The pain and swelling in his hand began to ebb as he focused on healing the damage. After what to have been around 30 seconds, Izuku's hand was back to normal. He deactivated the mystical palm and tested his hand out. A broad smile broke out on his face as he detected no signs of pain or discomfort. He had just healed his own hand. Izuku's hand twitched almost on its own. He desperately wanted to write everything that he had just learned down, but he could not chance it. His knowledge of anything chakra-related would be all in his mind, for now at least. Except for the scroll, of course. The last thing he needed was for it to be found. In all honesty, it would probably be dismissed as nonsense, but a small part of him was worried that his secret would just get blown wide open. Nonetheless, it was good progress. It also made him realize that he would probably have to figure out a way to reverse engineer Tsunade Shisho's super strength. He had used the Cherry Blossom Impact, and what a terrible name that was, to neutralize the zero-pointer. There was probably footage of that moment, as well as of him healing himself. He could explain it away as momentarily going beyond his limits, but sooner or later they'd expect him to be pulling that off. Plus, the breakdown of his quirk needed some serious adjustment. Cage's use of hand seals was fairly well known. It would be, at the very least, odd that Izuku's quirk worked in a similar way. He could also play dumb, but it was a matter of time before he got caught. Ding, his phone dinged once and then twice, and then it was like an infinite flurry of bell noises. He got to his phone and managed to shut it off. He expected this sort of stunt from Kendo, and so he got ready to shut her down. It was not Kendo who had messaged him. In fact, two different people had messaged him. The first was from his blackmailer. For lack of a better word. He expected a sinister response or for law enforcement to bust through his window. A hostile response was to be expected for someone so evil that they would stoop to blackmail. He got something else instead. Unknown. Great, I'll pick you up and then we can go out for a meal. I know this American-style diner that is to die for. Izuku blinked. He typed a message back immediately. Did you send this to the right number? The response was just as swift. Unknown. Yep. Wait, you are Cage, right? Black cloak and cool mask? Wanted vigilante? Unknown. Where did you get the mask? I'm asking for a friend. What was going on? We're all extortionists this, Kendo. She'd kill me if she heard me say that, Izuku couldn't help but say to himself before turning back to what was a rather vexing conversation. Just be at the beach by 12. Speaking of which, he kind of wanted to open his acceptance letter with Kendo. She'd been a big part of his journey, even the part she didn't know about. Somehow it felt appropriate that they found out together. Would it be too late for them to organize a get-together of sorts between their families? He had to ask soon, though. Who knew what time the packages would arrive? Wait, should he call her? It would be quicker than texting, after all. He really wanted to find out with her. That was what best friends did, right? It was kind of weird, though. Or was it? They'd had a heart-to-heart on the floor of a sweaty fighting ring. It did not get much weirder than that. Just call her. Izuku whirled around to see his mother holding a laundry basket. Mom, what a surprise. Izuku felt his cheeks burn up at his mother's downright devious smile. Why you doing here? Laundry, his mother's was way too wide. She looked as though she were a shark that had smelt blood in the water. He did not like the tone his mother had used either. It sounded like him when he found a new piece of All Might merchandise. Or Kendo when she had seen his chakra rods. Or him when he found a new hero with an interesting quirk. Or Kendo when she found a new person to fight with. He was getting off track here. How much did you hear? Enough, his mother said as she placed the hamper down. Call Kendo. I'd really like to meet the girl who has been beating up my son and cutting up his hand. Oh, no, he had blamed that on Kendo, didn't he? Sounds great, Izuku said with a weak smile even as his stomach rolled. I'm going to the beach to train, bye. He was already in suitable gear. So he sidled past his mother and her smug grin as she began to pack away the clothes. He speed walked to the door and was just about to enter the living room when he heard his mother call after him. Izuku. Izuku held back a sigh before turning back to his mother who was peeking out his door. I forgot to tell you something. Mitsuki called me and said you should check your phone. Or at least that's what I think. She was shouting at someone on her side too. That sounded about right for Aunt Mitsuki. Izuku complied and took his phone as he remembered there being a flurry of unread messages. He finally found it and blinked. He stared at his screen. Oh, no, this was going to be just great. As if today couldn't get any more difficult. What is it? His mother asked and he put on a weak smile. It's Kachan. Izuku looked down at the bundle of messages Bakugo had sent him. He's downstairs and wants to talk about the exam. Oh, his mother said, her smile dying down. He was about to leave when she added. Are you fine with going to see him? She was worried. Understandably. The incident between him and Bakugo had probably been good for his mother and Mitsuki's relationship. Anyone with a working brain could tell Kachan was abrasive to everyone. They probably just did not think Bakugo would go as far as to attack him. Izuku knew better than that, though. Bakugo was the reason he'd almost drowned in a river. And also the reason he had chakra. Needless to say, it was hard to say how he felt about Bakugo. Still, though, his mother and Bakugo's mother were longtime friends. He could not and would not let his and Bakugo's mess interfere with their mother's friendship. It would hurt Izuku more if he had a hand in ruining that. I'll be fine, Izuku reassured his mother, and he did believe that, if push came to shove, he'd be able to take care of himself. Okay, his mother said, a more genuine smile spread across her face, and I want to see Kendo and her family tonight. We could go out to a restaurant or something to celebrate, so, call her. I will, Izuku said over his shoulder before walking outside. He picked up his phone and dialed Kendo, who picked up almost immediately. Izuku, hey, what's up? Did you get your WO results yet? No way? How? And no, I didn't, Izuku said a bit louder than he meant to. It was just Kendo, but even then hearing her voice right in his ear was something. Why'd you call then? Kendo asked before adding, not that I didn't want you to, but this is kind of out of character for you. Oh, he knew. I wanted us to open our WO acceptance letters together, Izuku said, barely pausing to breathe. You don't have to say yes. My mom wants to meet you too, and I thought it'd be cool. Sounds great. Let's do it. If we found together, you don't have to say yes. Yes, if you don't want to. You know what? I'll just tell my mom. Izuku. Izuku flinched away from the sheer volume of Kendo's scream. Even through his phone's tinny speakers, her voice had packed a real punch. There was still a faint ringing in his ear as he brought his phone back to his ear. Yes? I was about to call you to ask the same thing, Kendo said, and she took in a breath before letting it out. Okay. I was complaining to my parents about that stupid prank you pulled, and now they want to meet you too. They might make things weird. I already told you about the making friends thing, and Dad knows we spar, so he's also interested in. Kendo, you're rambling. Izuku brought her rambling to a halt. He was, understandably, good at recognizing someone spiraling. Unfortunately, that ability didn't seem to apply to himself. You actually are rubbing off on me, Kendo said with fake disappointment. What's next? Getting my ass kicked by an ancient secretary? Are you still scared of Mai? Not this again. It had taken Kendo so long to drop the whole Mai beating him up thing. It was like she didn't understand that even if Mai could beat Izuku up, then she'd also be able to beat Kendo up too. He had tried pointing that out, but she'd taken it as him confessing to losing to Mai. I need to go now, Izuku said, realizing that he still had to the beach. Just speak to your parents and we'll organize things properly. Got it. Man, I hope I beat you. Izuku held his tongue and instead said, how much did you get again? Because I got. Izuku ended the call right there and then. He smiled as he imagined Kendo freaking out after he baited her twice. She'd probably take it out on whichever nutter took her up in boxing. Even he wasn't that crazy. In a pure boxing match, Kendo would thrash him. That was just the facts. If they actually made things similar to normal combat, then things were a lot fairer. He still needed Escrima-sticks to really hang with her, but he got by using some tricks with Chakra. Izuku finally got to the bottom floor and he was about to run off to the beach when a hand grabbed onto his shoulder. He turned around and his smile dropped as he met the gaze of a scowling Bakugo. I've been waiting for 30 minutes, Bakugo growled as he held onto the scruff of Izuku's shirt. I had things to do, Izuku said as he slowly got out of Bakugo's rather tight grip. His shirt was probably going to smell like nitroglycerin for the rest of the day. It smelled like burnt sugar, but that's not something you told Bakugo unless you had a death wish. He did not like being told that he smelled sugary, burnt or no. Listen up, Deku, Bakugo said as he crossed his arms. Once you get into UA, then don't even think of trying to outshine me. I was supposed to be the only one from our school and you ruined that. Ever since I. Bakugo frowned and looked away from Izuku as he muttered, ever since that holiday, you've been different. You hid your quirk for years and pretended to be this weak and nice brat. The inflection on the word, nice, was caked with sarcasm. Kachan, shut up, Bakugo turned back, a snarl twisting his features. I don't care if you were able to beat that villain or that you saved my life. I could have saved myself I wanted to. I'm going right to the top and you better not be in my way. You got that, Deku? He didn't wait for an answer. Bakugo barged past Izuku, their shoulders slamming into each other. Bakugo trudged away and despite himself, Izuku let him walk. Izuku wanted to say that he would be the next #1 hero. He wanted to say that one day even All Might himself would concede to Izuku. He wanted to say that the #1 spot was going to be his and no else's and that everyone else was just wasting their time. He wanted to say that Bakugo had to watch out for him or else he would be the one that was pushed aside. Izuku did not say anything of that, he just let Bakugo leave. Things would probably escalate really quickly if he did say that, and in all honesty, Izuku would have probably been a part of the problem too. Wrapped up with the admiration and respect he had for Bakugo, there was an undeniable undercurrent of anger that he couldn't quite shake. That angry monster within him reared its head in moments like these. Moments where Bakugo talked to him and treated him like he was a non-issue. A non-factor in his quest for #1. It pissed Izuku off. "I'll knock that arrogance out of you someday, Kachan," Izuku said as he stared in the direction his friend had taken off of in, believe it. For right now, it was better to bury any anger he felt. He still had things to do after all. Izuku waited until Bakugo was gone before ducking into a nearby alley. A few hand seals later and he was bathed in chakra smoke as his body transformed in an instant. He checked himself using his phone. He had transformed into a nondescript man with short black hair and brown eyes that was a few inches taller than him. He unlocked his phone to check the time and he smirked at the message from Kendo. "You are so gonna get these hands." It was followed by a boxing gloves emoji and more than just a few middle fingers. "Maybe he shouldn't have done that. It's too late now," Izuku said, and he cringed at the rather high pitch of his voice. "I need to get that voice imitation down soon. I look 30 but sound 15. I bet that will intimidate the hell out of my blackmailer." Speaking of which, he had about 10 minutes to get there. A body flicker would be ideal, but he really didn't want to spill his guts. Still, though, it was a necessary sacrifice if he wanted to get the drop on his blackmailer. If only he had one of those anti-vomiting pills Yaoyorozu had made for Uraraka. That would be pretty helpful, right about now. Izuku went through the body flicker's hand seals and his body shimmered with chakra before he took off at speed towards Takoba Beach. He could only hope that this would go smoothly. It was a lot harder than one would think to be inconspicuous at a beach junkyard. As always, there was no foot traffic and only the occasional car passed by. There was the chance that whoever it was already here. It was why he had taken the precaution of transforming before using the body flicker. Izuku had painted the inside of a trash can with his breakfast upon arrival before finding a vantage point on one of the stacked cars. He really hoped no one had seen him arrive. He could see anyone arriving at the beach and by virtue of him being inside an old car, they could not see him. It was not his first choice for a beach, but there was quite a bit less junk around. It was not a big enough difference for most to notice, but considering he had learned some chakra fundamentals here, it easy for him to see. Maybe the government had decided to do something about it. If it had been a hero, Izuku was sure he would have heard about it by now. Midday came and went and Izuku was still the only person in sight. He checked his phone, but there was still no word from his blackmailer. The only message was from Kendo confirming details for the UA reveal. "Okay, so I spoke to my parents and they were a bit too happy. Anyways, they booked a reservation at Nobu's tonight. It's at 9 p.m. so the UA letters should arrive before then. Then after we both get accepted, I beat you up in the dojo tomorrow. Sound good? Is the last part really necessary? Yes. Fine, then, I'll beat you up tomorrow." After his last message came a stream of emojis and some rather heated words from Kendo. "Oh, well. That was a shame. What was he gonna do? Not tease her? He rarely had the upper hand against her." It was high time he had some fun too. Izuku was about to type a response when he caught movement in the corner of his eye. He put his phone away as a car rolled into the parking lot. It was a blue sedan in very good condition. The driver parked their car before switching their engine off. Izuku waited for the driver to get out, but they remained inside their car. He tried to get a better look at the driver, but at that moment his phone beeped. He looked at the message and a kernel of worry formed in his chest. "I'm in the blue car. No jokes or questions or anything, just short and to the point." Admittedly, it made Izuku nervous about what laid ahead. The cheeriness his blackmailer had shown earlier was clearly a facade of some sort. Now that was clearly out the window. Izuku opened up his bag and grabbed Cage's mask. He slung it on his back before going out the side of the car that was hidden from the driver's view. His shoes sunk into the sand and he had to shake it off. Izuku put Cage's mask and he checked in a cracked mirror to see that it was on right. He dropped his transformation of an ordinary dude and a few seconds later, Cage existed once more. The black cloak provided an odd comfort to Izuku. The nervousness and terror he felt faded away as soon as he had the cloak and mask. He wasn't Izuku Midoriya when he wore this, he was Cage, a vigilante so good not even Kamui Woods or Eraserhead could catch. He had saved many people and faced off against just as many criminals if not more. He had this. Izuku walked through the junkyard until he could see the sedan again. Its driver's side door was open and he could see that someone was sitting with their legs out. He still couldn't make out their features though. He charged up a body flicker and took off. He landed in front of Blackmailer, which ended up giving her quite the fright. She shrank back into the car as she looked up at him. Hi? She had purple hair and black eyes that were flitting up and down as she looked up at him. She wore casual jeans and a hoodie that was unzipped. The thing that caught his attention though was the fancy necklace around her neck. He had seen that before. He studied the woman's face closely and it only took him a few seconds to remember it. Her eyes were a different color than he was used to, but her face was largely the same. I know you. Sumair Utsusu, independent journalist and the reason Cage was popular, looked up at him. She had a shaky smile on her face before she finally spoke. Hey, Cage. Long time no SC. Your cloak looks great. The mask looks shiny too. So, his blackmailer was not some scummy crime lord or a devious extortionist. No, instead she was the woman who had recorded him using his powers and exposed Cage to the whole of Japan. What do you want? His mask distorted and warped his voice and it only enhanced the impatience and irritation in his voice. Sumair tensed up even more somehow before she reached behind her for something. Izuku flared his chakra as he prepared to counterattack only for it to flow away as she offered up a takeaway bag with what looked to be a bakery's logo on the side. Do you like donuts? What? Sumair's sedan was pretty comfortable on the inside. The seats were wide and made of high-quality leather. The dashboard had a ton of buttons and features and the aircon was silent yet strong enough to cool him despite the blazing sun. Sumair had closed her door once he had gotten in the passenger seat. That had been about a minute ago. The donuts she had bought were slowly losing their warmth and despite the situation at hand, he was beginning to feel hungry. Of course, he wasn't a fool. He'd seen enough movies to know not to trust the food. But the bakery was a really good one. He had never been to Senyaku Bakery before, but it was regarded as one of the best bakeries out there. Man, he was hungry. He glanced at Sumair, who seemed to find the junkyard very interesting. She was rigid in her seat and seemed to be too scared to look at him. She had bags under her eye and she held a thermos in her hand. She must have had a rough night to look this disheveled. In all honesty, Izuku was growing impatient and increasingly nervous too. A scared woman in a car with a cloaked man did not a good picture paint. She was probably scared because she thought he was a hardened criminal. The mask and cloak probably did not help either. He was supposed to be a champion of the people. If he was scaring Sumair so much to the point where she couldn't speak, then he was doing something wrong. So, he began and she whirled towards her, eyes blown wide open. What flavors did you get? She lost her petrified expression for a moment as surprise and confusion flickered on her face. What? The donuts. He held the bag up for emphasis. What flavors did you get? Oh, Sumair said and she stared at him for a moment before answering. A mixed bag really. Cinnamon twist, strawberry frosted, chocolate frosted, caramel. I like chocolate, Izuku said, and just like that, silence reigned once more. This was approaching his conversations with Yayorozu levels of awkwardness. Okay, this is getting nowhere, Izuku said and he turned to face her fully. Let me just go through what I know so far. I saved you from some criminals a while back. Right at this very beach. You did, Sumair confirmed and she capped it off with a curt nod. Thank you for that, by the way. And no problem, Izuku stammered before forcing his tone back to being assertive. I am a wanted vigilante who some very prominent heroes want to catch. You are. You're an investigative reporter who focuses a lot on heroes, villains and vigilantes. I am. You texted me a picture of me at the nightclub fired to my personal number. I did. You blackmailed me into coming to this meeting. What did you just say? Sumair's face twisted into a frown. I did not blackmail you. Come again, Izuku said, his warbled voice thick with confusion. You forced me to come here. Then, you tried to play mind games with your texts. Mind games? Sumair said aghast. I was a little drunk and trying to be nice to you. What would make you think I was trying to play mind games with you? Who does stuff like that? Kendo. And while I do want to speak with you, I do not want to blackmail you. Izuku's frustration bubbled over just a bit. Then why didn't you say that? The escalating argument ground to a halt. Sumair stared at Izuku for a bit before turning away and taking her phone out. He saw her scroll around for a bit before she dropped it into her lap. Immediately, Sumair dropped her face into her hands. You know what? This one's on me. I sounded weird. Sumair's voice was muffled by her hands. No wonder you thought I was trying to shake you down. I'm not usually like that. It's just this new lead I'm working on is testing me apart at the seams. Sumair looked up at high. Her very posture screamed exhaustion. Slumped shoulders, bloodshot eyes, and he looked in the backseat only to find a cornucopia of crushed coffee cups. What could possibly be driving Sumair so far to the edge? How did you get my number? Izuku asked, causing Sumair to perk up. And why did you message me instead of busting you to the cops? Izuku nodded. The reason I didn't bust you to the cops is simple, Sumair said before taking a swig from her thermos. I don't trust them. Izuku tilted his head as he stared at Sumair. Come again? I don't trust the police to handle this one, Sumair said, speaking a lot slower as if her talking speed was the problem. That goes for a lot of heroes too. I feel like something bad might come my way if I had gone to them. It was one thing for her to not trust the police, but to not trust the heroes. Izuku could not comprehend it. What on earth could be so momentous that Sumair would be too scared to go to heroes for help? And what did it have to do with him? Look, Sumair, he began, his tone apologetic. I understand that you want to do the right thing, but the heroes are meant to help us. Whatever is you're struggling, you can tell them, or the police. How old are you? Sumair's tone was cutting and acerbic. I want to go to the heroes, but if I came to them with what I had, I'd been ruined. Same if I published what I have now. I need to do more digging. The police and the heroes would believe what I have to say. Sumire was breathing heavily after her abrupt rant. A scowl was etched onto her face as she glared at Izuku. He shrunk back a bit at the anger and frustration in Sumire's tone. It reminded him of his talk with Kachan not too long ago. Sorry for blowing up at you, Sumire said just above a whisper. This whole thing is just tearing me apart at the seams. I've been in this daze for a few weeks now. You can leave if you want to. After all of that, Izuku knew he could not leave. He may not be able to help her directly, but surely they could figure out something. He wasn't even trained, he was just a 15 going on 16-year-old masquerading as an actual difference maker. He was supposed to become the #1 hero. The next All Might, but better. He doubted any heroes had done stuff like this. Vigilantes were not looked upon nicely by heroes or villains. If he ever got exposed, he would probably never even be taken on as a sidekick, let alone be able to build an actual hero agency. The smart thing to do would be to leave Sumire and Cage and all of this behind and try to become a hero, the right way. Where do I fit into this? Izuku asked calmly, a strong contrast to the furore inside of him. I was desperate, Sumire admitted, don't get me wrong. You saved my life. I owe you a lot for that, but if I could I would go for someone else that I know, but they're too close to the situation to act rationally. I'm not as great as you think I am, Izuku said, turning his gaze to the junkyard. That night I saved you? That was just luck. The same goes for all my other rescues. I don't have the connections or instincts of heroes or resourcefulness of other vigilantes or the killer instinct of villains. I'm just me, Izuku finished with a sigh. This meeting was making him lose any enthusiasm he had for the dinner later today. The car was silent for a few seconds before Sumire spoke. Mask. What did you say? Izuku asked as she turned to Sumire. Sumire was frowning at him, her brow furrowed in disgust. Take off your mask and just stop this vigilante thing if you're gonna start being a coward all of a sudden. Look Cage, if that is even your real name, Sumire said as she stared at him, I've seen what you can do. Clones, swapping with objects, this weird weapon creation thing, deflecting a bullet. Sumire's stare became glassy before focusing once more. She took a deep swig of her coffee before continuing to speak. You weren't scared when I was being held at gunpoint. You weren't scared when you took down the Red Jackets. Sumire's voice filled with energy and fervor. I read all the police reports on you. Yes, I know they're sealed off. Eraserhead said you covered hundreds of meters in a flash and that you cut his capture tape. He didn't go into a lot of detail, of course. Typical hero, Sumire muttered the last part under her breath. It got me thinking, though. I researched some of his fights and I've seen that Scarf withstand a lot of stuff, even blades. Izuku recognized when someone was about to go on a tirade and just linked different pieces of information together. It was a trait he had that had served him well, but now it felt as though that very same trait was in Sumire. A feeling of foreboding came over him as he began to connect the dots as she spoke. Those videos are all outdated too, so I bet the scarf is even stronger now. Sumire theorized, only serving to stoke the flames of his nervousness. It looks like cloth, but probably has some special metal lining it or something. It is possible that you have a quirk that can do that, but I know for a fact that your quirk isn't like that. And even so, Eraserhead would have had your quirk erased regardless, based on what I saw on that beach. You can't be a mutant type. Those were clearly emitter type abilities. Sumire's deduction skills were top-notch, which made sense. The quality of her articles were all high and there was a reason her site was becoming the site for hero news, if it wasn't already. My point is you can do stuff even some top heroes can only dream of, Sumire said, apparently out of investigative reporter mode, and I know you're a good person or you wouldn't be doing all of this for free. Nor would you have chosen to meet me instead of killing me. She didn't really think he'd do something like that, did she? A lot of vigilantes were violent, so it was not an unreasonable assumption to make. How desperate did Sumire have to be to risk getting killed all for some scoop? Izuku met Sumire's eyes and to his surprise, they were still a solid black. The telltale red glow that signified her video camera quirk was nowhere to be seen. Even her phone was clearly locked and not recording. You're not recording this? Izuku asked and Sumire shook her head. I want you to trust me, she said, and for better or worse something in her tone made Izuku believe her. I could have planned an ambush for you. Tons of heroes want a piece of you. I mean, Kamui would snap a dog's neck if he got to get another crack at you. Okay, Izuku grimaced at the unfortunate visual she evoked. There's no denying it. You know a lot more about what I can do than even my friends and family. I do appreciate what you said earlier, but I am not who you think I am. Izuku took a deep breath before making a hand seal. Sumire raised a brow in confusion before the car was flooded with smoke. The chakra vapors were eliminated quickly by the aircon. Izuku pulled his mask off and turned to face Sumire. Her mouth hung open and her eyes bulged as she stared at him in shock. She pointed a finger at him that was shaking quite a bit. You're a kid? Izuku was about to answer when a car parked beside them. Two blonde men, one young and one old, appeared from nowhere and walked past the car. They didn't look inside or towards them, but both Izuku and Sumire were spooked by it. Izuku turned to Sumire once the two men had gone down the beach. Her expression was still a mishmash of confusion and shock and many others. He scratched the back of his neck as a sheepish smile spread across his face. You mentioned something about a diner? The drive to the diner Sumire had mentioned was awkward. Sumair had not asked any questions or said much of anything. He suspected she was still processing what he had told her. Izuku didn't say anything either as he began to gather the courage and fortitude for what laid ahead. Sumair must have had dozens of questions. The diner was in a rather rough part of town. Potholes in the road, cracked sidewalks, overfilled trash cans and bent lampposts surrounded them as they parked in a dilapidated and half-full parking lot. They got out and Sumair locked the car before Sumair motioned to a man sitting under a tree in the parking lot they were in. All she did was point towards her car and the man gave her a firm nod before they were off. They had to cross the road to get to the diner itself. The road was fairly busy with cars with many ignoring the traffic lights. When the pedestrian light turned green, Izuku had tried to cross and then doubled back to avoid a speeding SUV. In the end, he and Sumair were forced to commit a crime as they crossed when the pedestrian light was red, which was also the only opportunity they would have had otherwise. Despite it being nothing in terms of crime, Izuku was still wary of a lurking hero or police officer. It was ridiculous considering what he had done as Cage, but somehow it being daytime made things very different. There are no cops or heroes around here, Sumair said as she spotted him looking around as they crossed the road. This is a low priority zone after all. Sumair's sneer was every bit as sour as Bakugo's regular expression, which said a lot. They reached the doors to the diner. The word Akahan was emblazoned on a faded sign just above the door. Izuku stepped inside the air-conditioned diner and he was surprised by the decor of the place. It was definitely an American-style diner for sure. It was exactly what he expected to see in older movies from America. The booths had an orange color that was just a bit faded. There was quite the number of other patrons in the restaurant. They settled into a secluded booth where no one would hear them have what was going to be a long conversation. The waitress took both their orders after Sumair insisted on paying. She returned to give Sumair a large mug of black coffee and she gave him a chocolate milkshake topped with sprinkles and marshmallows and ice creams. Sumair stared at his milkshake, her expression rather blank. You're going with that? Should I just buy you a bag of sugar to go with it? Izuku felt his cheeks burn up. I just like it. He didn't have a sweet tooth at all. Not at all. He bought this on a whim. He could stop when he wanted to. He had also not sneaked the donuts Sumair had bought him into his bag, and even if he had done that, it wasn't a crime. Not much was said as they both silently agreed to wait for the food. Izuku forwarded a message from Kendo about the details of tonight to his mother. It included the numbers of Kendo's parents, so he was sure that if anything changed then his mother would tell him before they left. After some time their food arrived and they both dug in. Izuku was feeling rather hungry, so he was just a tiny bit rabid in his motions. Sumair cared a lot less as she ate with less grace than an elephant on roller skates. They were about halfway done with their food when Sumair spoke again. So, tell me, Sumair said as she put her fork and knife down, what's her name? You don't know my name? Izuku was sure his brows were all the way to his hairline. How? You got my number from me. There were so many ways for someone to find the name attached to a number. Izuku could probably find 100 apps that did that right now. If she didn't know his name, then how did she have his number? Was she a master hacker or was it just dumb luck? First of all, I wasn't lucky, Sumair groused as she put down her mug. Second, do you know you mumble under your breath a lot? For once, Izuku wouldn't allow himself to feel embarrassed about his habit. How do you have my number? Remember that picture I sent you of that fire at the nightclub? Sumair asked and Izuku nodded. Well, I took that photo. What? That can't be right, Izuku said as he thought back to the night. You would have had to. Wait, that was you? The woman with the purple hair? Izuku asked, drawing a nod from Sumair. He barely remembered any faces from that night. Other than the heroes, Izuku only remembered Muscular, One Eye and all, as well as the disfigured man with the blue fire. In his panic, he hadn't registered much beyond basic traits. I had a lot of makeup on then, but yeah, Sumair confirmed. When you handed that guy to me I took your phone out your pocket and then I returned it later. I thought I messed up when I touched your hip, but you didn't even notice. I messaged myself from your phone and then deleted the message. You didn't even have a password. Izuku took a moment to process that. I'll try to get past that. Anyways, my name is Izuku Midoriya. The reason I can't help you is because I'm going to UA's hero course. Izuku Midoriya? Sumair said as if savoring a glass of wine. Wait, you're the Konoha kid? I thought you looked familiar. This makes everything so much easier. Easier? How? Getting recognized as the Konoha kid was always a pain? I doubt you know this, but items from Konoha have been selling at exorbitant prices at private auctions, Sumair said, piquing his interest immediately. I only know this because of someone I have some history with. Apparently, the ruins haven't been fully explored, but for some reason, people are after the little that has come free. Izuku thought back to how Konoha was big enough and it was filled to the brim with many items like plates, vases and of course weapons. Izuku had a ton of them at home himself. After all, some were touting Konoha as the birthplace of quirks. Surely, people just wanted stuff from such a famous place. Then again, his mask was borderline magic. It had a filter that blocked out everything and it distorted his voice. Plus, it seemed extremely resilient. It had withstood a blast from Bakugo without so much as a scratch. I have a few stuff from Konoha, Izuku said, which seemed to surprise Sumair. None of that stuff is special except for the mask. Is that what people are after? Sumair shook her head almost immediately. It's all about the weapons. shuriken, kunai, swords and stuff like that. At the same time, the family that owns the island Konoha is on had to get some heroes over there for bodyguard duty. Which heroes? Strong ones. Gang Orca, Selkie and Edshot's agency were all hired to protect the archaeologists as well as those charged with transporting artifacts. Is artifact theft that big of a problem? It's what Muscular and that guy you fought were after. Sumire's casual revelation rocked Izuku. The guy with the blue fire is apparently called Dabi. He's a wanted man who has killed a lot of high-profile sidekicks and even some heroes. The Hero Commission thinks it's an alias. I thought that was a bank robbery, Izuku said before a hint of suspicion leaked into his voice. Your website said it was a bank robbery. Instead of being offended, Sumire simply finished her coffee in one large gulp. She called for a refill from the waitress and feeling a little petty Izuku ordered another milkshake. It was a bank robbery, of sorts, Sumire said as she smiled at his attempt at pettiness. The artifacts were being kept in a private storage facility that is guarded by heroes from a lot of prominent agencies. Best Jeanist, Edgeshot, Crust, Ryukyu and Endeavor. All of those agencies are employed at the same time? It was always a big deal whenever hero agencies collaborated. In emergencies, it was nothing new. One of Izuku's favorite fights was Best Jeanist working together with Crust against a slippery villain. The way Best Jeanist had used his quirk was amazing. He had used it to control Crust as if he were a puppet of some sort. Izuku could still see the way Best Jeanist had tied the villain up using his blue jean fibers. Sakura stared up at the old woman using chakra strings to bind her. She tried to move, but no matter what she did nothing happened. Chiyo was in complete control of her body. The chakra strings spread out from Chiyo's splayed hand like a spider web. There were numerous strings. Some pierced Sakura's skin while others were wrapping around her to restrain her like a rope. What the hell is this? You old hag, Sakura growled as she tried and failed to break free from the chakra strings. This is so stupid, Chiyo. Suna is meant to be our ally. Then you should have protected Lord Fifth, Chiyo murmured under her voice and she moved her hands forcing Sakura to a kneeling position. Konoha stole our business and let our youngest ever case Cage and his siblings die. I think killing the Hokage's protege is an equal exchange or at least a good start. You were the one who waited to tell us about Akatsuki. Tamari and Kankuro would have never been taken otherwise. Taken? Chiyo's tone was dripping with putrid hate. That's all that happened? They were taken? Nothing more? A sharp and bitter bark of laughter escaped Chiyo's mouth. She laughed and laughed until she fell quiet all of a sudden. Her fingers twitched and Sakura punched herself in the face. Okay, Chiyo was dead. Your cage won't be happy with this, Sakura said as she began to build up chakra. How would you explain this to Baki? The alliance and financial aid are pivotal to your village especially after they got Gaara and his siblings. Chiyo's smile was devilish and haunting especially on a face so weathered and beaten. Who do you think ordered this attack? Our invasion won't fail this time. That's all Sakura needed to know. Chiyo took out a kunai and took a step forward, seemingly wanting to do this the old-fashioned way, but she was frozen in place as chakra exploded from Sakura. Lightning chakra. The electricity flowed up the chakra strings and into Chiyo's body. Chiyo's body froze as the electricity wreaked havoc on her body. Lightning wasn't Sakura's best element, but Tsunade Shisho and Kakashi-sensei had taught her enough to be helpful. Chiyo dropped to the floor wriggling like a fish on land. It was only once Chiyo grew still that Sakura stopped her attack. Her muscles were a little stiff but that was nothing compared to what had almost happened. Chiyo's body was frozen in a standing position. It stayed that way before falling backwards onto the floor. Her hands still clutched a kunai tightly. Sakura let out a sigh before taking out a scroll. Inoichi would be able to read her mind. Sakura had only induced a heart attack so her brain should be fine. Chiyo had been off her rocker for a while now. You won't be getting a proper burial, Sakura said to the corpse before sealing the body away into the scroll. She rolled it up before bringing it closer to her face. I would be lying if I said that made me feel bad. Doria? Izuku? You're spacing out on me. Izuku's hand knocked over his milkshake as he came to. Thankfully, Sumire caught it before any large mess could be made. Izuku's breaths were coming in short and fast and his head throbbed in time with his rising heartbeat. Are you feeling okay? Sumire asked with a frown on her face. Do you need to get to a doctor or some sort of medication? Just water? He had to pull himself together. He could deal with whatever awful thing he had just seen later. Izuku took his milkshake back from Sumire and drank up the majority of what was left. The brain freeze was immediate and terrible and painful, but it also gave him the shock needed to compartmentalize and focus. Artifact auctions now and visions of a past murder later. What was my last question? Izuku asked and Sumire looked at him concern in her eye before continuing. You asked if the heroes work together and they all do on a rotating basis, Sumire said once she was sure Izuku wouldn't randomly space out again. This is the first time something has ever been stolen from there and a lot of the sidekicks got hurt, across all agencies. I don't mean to be rude, but I don't see what the big deal is, Izuku said as he fought to suppress Chiyo's death face. Muscular is powerful. Maruko had to take down Muscular and even then he got away. She's a top 10 hero. I doubt that there are many sidekicks who could beat him. Izuku did mean that. Whatever Muscular's quirk was, it put him above the vast majority of heroes. It probably wouldn't be as effective against someone like Endeavor, and Eraserhead could cancel it out, but those two weren't your run-of-the-mill of the heroes. Then again, someone with a blade or sword Quirk could probably beat him too. Unless his muscle fibers were enhanced. But then again, everything could be cut if the blade was sharp enough. Were there any? You're spacing out again. Anyways, this facility is supposed to be impregnable. It has survived direct nuclear blasts. Sumair didn't even sound bothered by him spacing out. There's a lot of security measures and they get changed constantly at random. This is where the ultra-rich keep all their valuables and even some money. And by some, I mean a lot. The only way someone could possibly get past all of that. Izuku's heart sank as the penny finally dropped for him. As if there was someone on the inside, Izuku finished as a sense of foreboding came over him, and the only people who work as security are heroes and the police. Sumair finished before reaching for something in her bag. One of my sources. You have sources? The question was out his lips before Izuku could stop it. My website has a lot of traffic, Sumair explained as she took out her phone and tapped a few times before turning it to him. It picked up dramatically after you saved me and just keeps rising. I was also one of the first to break the news on a prominent villain, so the ad money is enough for me to retire. Sumair was talking about the hero killer. The man had crippled or killed many heroes across Japan for not being true heroes. His actions were a part of the reason that the section of Sumair's website dedicated to misdeeds done by heroes was very, very popular. Especially when some of those heroes would end up facing the hero killer. Sumair could stop investigating and sell off her platform. Yet she still chose to find the truth for people. She didn't have a powerful quirk or powerful backers. Sumair was just resourceful and had a thirst for exposing the truth. It was inspiring. To think someone like her would want him to help her struck a chord within him. At the same time, he knew that he was vastly outgunned by the enemies they would face. Despite Sumair's praise, Izuku knew that he wasn't good enough. He had hesitated against Dabi and had not once even thought about helping the police with Muscular. He was still only 15. He'd learned the stuff needed to deal with this sort of stuff while at UA. It was already a miracle that he was going to UA. If something went wrong, then his dreams could be shattered in an instant. His head was telling him to just tell a hero about all this and get Sumair some actual help, while his heart was screaming at him to help her. As things were, he couldn't decide, not right now. I need to go, Izuku said to Sumair, whose face dropped, but then she nodded. She paid for their meal and they left the diner behind. Sumair paid the man under the tree, who Izuku now knew was a car guard of sorts. They rode in silence as Sumair brought him near his apartment. She didn't even try to sway or convince to her side. She just let him be. It was a tense and awkward ride, and relief filled him once they turned into his street. She parked across the street from his apartment. Before switching her car off, she turned towards him, and the disappointment and yet understanding in her eyes made his heart twinge. Why wasn't she more hostile? Her understanding of his hesitancy only made him feel worse for not agreeing to help her. If I had known you were a kid, I probably wouldn't have reached out to you, Sumair said before she began to dig through her bag. I think I do admire you more knowing that you're still just a kid. I know the type of person you are, Izuku. You want to help people no matter what. Did you have an idol growing up? Izuku nodded. I did. Is, All Might. Of course it is. He's everyone's hero. Sumair smiled a bit sadly at him. I'm not just saying this to sway to my side, but I do see some of him in Kajin in you. That drive to help people no matter what is an admirable trait. That's why I'm giving you this. Sumair handed Izuku a note that had an address scribbled on it. He recognized it as the abandoned mall area he had trained at. It was funny and ironic how he seemed to be retracing his steps before going to UA. First to Koba Beach and now the abandoned mall. What was next? A fight with Kamui Woods by Kendo's gym. I got a tip-off that Konoha artifacts are going to be handed over somewhere inside the mall, Sumair said as she put her bag away. Whoever is in charge of this thing went around asking a lot of people to act as security. Just ordinary thugs. That's how I found about this. You want me to go there and stop it? Izuku questioned Sumair as he squinted at her. I think you overestimated my abilities. No, it's nothing like that, Izuku sighed in relief. I am going to film the exchange, Sumair said, pulverized the momentary relief he had felt. If I can get a video and some photos of what they took exactly, then I can begin to convince people that something is afoot. People with power. You could die, Izuku pointed out to her. I know, Sumair agreed. Dabi and Muscular will probably be there. However, I can't just let this die away. There is just something more to Konoha beyond being an extinct civilization. The public deserves to know what is actually going on there. I don't expect you to come, but I'll be there, Izuku interjected, much to Sumair and his own surprise. If there is something about those Konoha artifacts, I need to help you figure it out. What? Sumair sputtered out. Are you sure? Like really sure? You've got a bright future ahead of you with your quirk and being in UA. Is this what you really want? It is, Izuku confirmed with as much certainty as he could muster. A dark voice had been whispering in the back of his head the more he had heard Sumair speak about Konoha. Even if the evidence was weak or circumstantial or inconclusive, Izuku knew he had to find out more. After all, it was his fault that Konoha had been discovered in the first place. Sumair seemed convinced that the artifacts were the key to all of this. He had to find out for himself if that were the case. If he had never found Konoha, then the spree of destruction Dabi and Muscular, and who knows who else, would have never happened. Send me the pickup point and I'll be there, Izuku said, and he sensed that Sumire was unsure, so he smiled as wide as he could. I'll be there and I'll keep you safe, Sumire. Izuku's gave a thumbs up for good effect. I never go back on my word. Believe it. Author notes. That is that. I know some people wanted to get to Ua, but there still needs to be some setup involved. Thanks for all the comments and reviews I've gotten, as well as the people subscribing and giving kudos. The numbers geek in me is very pleased. Ko TC, OC competition. Hero name? Deku? Dekiru? The legendary sucker? This is an actual OC competition. If someone comes up with something better than what I want to do, then your hero name will be in here. I am also still accepting ideas for Izuku's hero costume just in case you missed the boat first time around. Discord server. Discord. GG, TIE 68 TDCDU6, remove spaces. Also, those of you on FFN won't know, but on AO3 I embedded some great fan art I got from two guys on the Discord server. One is a drawing of the Chakra fruit by an anonymous artist and the other is one of Izuku is caged by Rusty Star 6 on Twitter. Rusty has some great art if you're interested in commissioning something. He's really talented. 443 Chapter 11. I can't wait to suck you dry. I'm loving the response, guys. I hope this story can one day reach 1K faves and follows on FFN. Always wanted a FIC to hit that number law. A shirt with blue, red and yellow to show the world he loved All Might? Check. A nice pair of jeans his mother bought him for this sort of situation? Check. A rather expensive jacket his mother bought him for this sort of situation? Check. Ooh, a package. Check. Izuku now had everything he would need for the dinner he was having with Kendo's family. It was meant to be a casual thing, but knowing his mother, she would want photo after photo after photo, so it was best he at least looked good in them. There were enough embarrassing photos of him as it was. He had no idea where his mother kept them, but he had a feeling he would never find them until she decided to humiliate him in front of some friends. She wouldn't do that to him, right? Not tonight at least, but it was almost a lock that she'd show Kendo photos of when Izuku was young and dumb. The dread that image conjured was enough to make his skin crawl. He could not let that happen under any circumstances. Izuku, his mother said as she stepped into his room. Itsuka's father said he just arrived downstairs. Itsuka and her mother are already at the restaurant and got us our table. We need to leave. His mother was dressed up too. Nothing crazy, but definitely not the stuff she would wear while at home. She also held a handbag, and despite himself, Izuku wondered what was in the bag. He wouldn't put it past his mom to put his baby pictures in there. He had to keep an eye on her. Alright, let's go, Izuku said as he scooped up the package from UA. Mom. Have you seen my Eskrima sticks anywhere? The school said they would mail it with my letter. Do you mean the metal sticks that have this tape that looks like what used to be on my tennis racket on it? She asked him with a wide smile. They're on the table. We'll have a talk about them later. Sounds great, Izuku said with a shaky smile. Well, we shouldn't let Kendo's father wait. You should head down to greet him. He could have parked on the wrong side or something, plus it would be rude. I just need to use the bathroom quickly. We'll talk about this later, his mother promised with a half-serious glare that softened immediately. I'll be down in the car. It's a black sedan. Don't forget to lock up. I won't, Izuku promised, and his mother smiled before leaving. He waited for the door to close shut before moving into action. He got his school bag out and opened it up. He had emptied it earlier after devouring the donuts Sumire had gotten him. The stuff he would be putting inside the bag wasn't nearly as fun. He skipped into the living room to get his chakra rods and put those in as well. After some hesitation, he put in 2 kunai as well. He has no intention of using them on somebody, but they could come in handy. Plus, the whole villains meeting was about Konoha artifacts. It would only make sense that he showed Sumire some of what he had gotten from Konoha. They could compare it with the rest of what had been taken from Konoha. The meeting loomed over Izuku like a specter. If he were on his own, then he would not be so worried. However, with Sumire there, he would have to be extra cautious about everything. The last thing he wanted was for her to get hurt, especially under his watch. In all honesty, other than Dabi or Muscular showing up, Izuku did not have too many worries about the strength of everyone else. They had been recruiting everyday thugs to act as sentry guards after all, and Cage had beaten plenty of everyday thugs over the past few months. Izuku finished by putting his mask in the bag and he left it by his window. He would have to sneak out to get to Sumire tonight, and if his mother heard him leave, then it would be game over. Izuku put on some cologne before taking his phone in the package. He turned off all the lights and locked up before running for the stairs. He reached the ground floor a few seconds later and he looked around before spotting his mother talking to a somewhat familiar man with brown hair. That was definitely Kendo's father. Izuku still remembered the video of Kendo flooring her father with an uppercut. He could appreciate what that meant now looking at Kendo's father. He was in very good shape, better than some pro heroes in all honesty. What was his quirk? Was it like Kendo's or something different? He must know quite a few fighting styles too, since he taught Kendo. Perhaps he had taught a few pros as well, maybe? Focus, Izuku chastised himself as he refocused on the task at hand. Those are questions for later. Thankfully, neither his mother nor Kendo's father had noticed him just yet. He crossed the street and heard the last bits of an upbeat conversation before they stopped talking as they noticed him. His mother took the UA package from him as she moved to introduce him. "Umai, this is my son Izuku," his mother said with a bright smile. Her natural cheery demeanor was something Izuku wished he had inherited from her. Umai turned towards him and a mass of anxiety just dropped on him. It is very nice to meet you, Kendo-san." Izuku punctuated the awkward greeting with a bow. "You have a very beautiful car." Umai looked at him with a blank expression before a broad smile spread across his face. "I thought I recognized you. You're the kid who's been outperforming all of my customers in the gym. You're a legend at my gym, you know that?" "He was? I am?" Izuku asked and Umai nodded vigorously. "Absolutely," Umai said with a bright smile and booming voice. "Everyone kept telling me about this kid with a crazy schedule. But I was usually up in the dojo or at our other business. Did no one ever ask you about your schedule? People thought you were gonna tear something." Umai's positivity was like a bomb for Izuku's nerves. It was impossible to be nervous around someone so upbeat. Instead, he just felt extremely embarrassed that Umai was showering him with praise. His schedule wasn't that bad, was it? "I just used a program that Olympic athletes followed back in the days," Izuku said, rubbing the back of his neck. "It's not a big deal, really. I'm sure most people could handle it." "If you say so," Umai said, but it was clear from his tone that he didn't believe. "Well, now that we're all here, we can head out. You guys have got everything you need." They did have everything they needed and soon they were off. Umai and his mother were engaged in a casual conversation and so Izuku allowed his mind to wander. Today had been such a crazy day between meeting Sumair, the random encounter with Bakugo, and there was still more that laid ahead. There was also the haunting vision he had gotten of Sakura and that old lady, Chiyo. A vision he had gotten while awake. It was one of Chiyo betraying Sakura for reasons that were not entirely clear. At least to him. There was a lot of stuff said that Izuku just did not fully understand. The worst part of the vision, though, had been Chiyo's death. Sakura had just killed her. He had killed Chiyo. He had felt the rage and surprise and betrayal that spurred Sakura into killing Chiyo. He was now aware that he was seeing visions of someone's life, but it still felt like more than that. He had heard Sakura's thoughts, he had known the very moment Sakura had decided to kill Chiyo and how she planned to do that too. It was haunting. He had known that Konoha citizens were fighters and that obviously implied a certain level of violence, but it was another thing entirely to watch someone die. The ban on killing had been implemented quite a bit before Izuku had been alive. There had been a time where heroes were allowed to kill, but some protests from citizens had made the government push back on the powers afforded to heroes. Killings did happen, but they were extremely rare and fully investigated. Heroes were meant to capture their targets no matter how evil they may be. They were then thrown inside prisons, the worst of which was Tartarus. For obvious reasons, no one knew the way Tartarus operated, but apparently, death was preferable to going there. Only the worst of the worst ever made it inside Tartarus and no one ever left it. That was probably why Chiyo's death had stunned him. It was obviously in self-defense, but he had felt Sakura's nonchalance at what she had done. It was understandable, of course. Chiyo was about to kill Sakura, but if a healer had zero issues with killing, then what were the actual fighters like? The contents of Hiruzen's scroll was mostly academic and anecdotal in nature. That part of the man's life was never really expanded on, but perhaps it was just because Hiruzen himself was so used to it. If Konoha was a part of society numb to killing, then it all but cemented the fact that their downfall had to be grisly. Izuku put those thoughts aside as he focused on what probably the only positive from Sakura's vision. The chakra strings Chiyo had used piqued Izuku's interest. It reminded him a lot of what Best Jeanist could do. In fact, Izuku was certain that him thinking about one of Best Jeanist's past fights had triggered the vision in the first place. It was a bit concerning that random stimuli could trigger memories, but there really was not anything he could do about it right now. Everything had a weakness, right? This was just one downside that was steeply outweighed by the upsides of chakra. In any case, it was not like he could uneat that fruit or something, so he just had to build a bridge and get over it. Still, though, the vision did leave with a few new goals. First, he wanted to reverse engineer Chiyo's chakra strings. If she could use it to move Sakura around, then it could probably be used on other objects as well. It was pure chakra manipulation and not something truly outlandish like elemental ninjutsu or genjutsu, so he could probably get away with using it at UA. Much like how Endeavor had different ways of manipulating his fire. Would that explanation work? He sure hoped so. It was imperative that he began to differentiate what Cage could do from what Izuku had already shown. Ua saw him use energy that was a strength and speed enhancer as well as a healing accelerant. Meanwhile, Cage could swap with objects, make clones, cut through Eraserhead's scarf, and of course use the body flicker. If he kept the ridiculous stuff for Cage but kept the more possible stuff for him, then great. It was the only solution until such a time Izuku could safely reveal more of what he could do. There was still a lot to be done with what he could do now, though. For example, the way he used surface sticking to always be on balance when sparring against Kendo was a good example of a hidden skill that would help him. His elemental manipulation was coming along nicely, but he wasn't comfortable with throwing jutsu around just yet. However, perhaps there were ways he could use them, invisibly. An idea for one such thing came into his mind almost immediately, but he was forced to shelve it as the car rolled to a stop. Izuku unlocked his phone to check the time and he saw he had a message from someone. Sumair. Sumair. Meeting is confirmed for 11 p.m. tonight at Agatari Mall. We need to be there before they're there. I'll be parked outside your flat around 10 o'clock. Be ready. That confirmed that. Izuku messaged Sumair a confirmation before putting his phone away. It was around 6:30 now. He had enough time to have fun before getting down to business. He banished all thoughts of the meeting though for now. He picked up the UA package and smiled as he read his name written across the front. He had a Kendo de shell shock. The restaurant Kendo's family had picked out was rather nice. It was a steak ranch that seemed geared to families especially. There was a children's playground in the far corner with trampolines and a large ball pit. Opposite the entrance to the restaurant proper, was a sprawling arcade that grabbed Izuku's attention with all the lights and noises coming from it. He followed his mom and Kendo's father as they walked around the restaurant before they finally reached a table with 5 seats. Kendo was in a seat facing away from them, so a woman, who was obviously her mother, was the first to spot and greet them. It was her who Kendo got her orange hair from, but her eyes were blue, unlike Umai and Kendo's green. She tapped Kendo on the shoulder before greeting his mother. After some pleasantries were exchanged, Izuku had a somewhat awkward greeting with Kendo's mother who was called Kishu. At the same time, Kendo introduced herself to his mom and they then greeted each other. Soon they were all seated around the table. Kendo was to Izuku's left and his mother to his right with Kendo's parents taking the last remaining seats. They were seen to by a waiter and after their drinks and food were ordered, some actual conversation began. Kishu was the one who got the ball rolling. It really is nice to meet you, Izuku. Kishu smiled at him causing a bit of a flutter in his stomach. Itsuka has spoken quite a bit about you. We usually never get to hear about her friends and now she goes on and on. Mom, Kendo whined, her face buried in her hands, you said you'd be normal. Did I say something wrong? Kishu's tone was thick with fake innocence. I just thought it would be nice to let your friend know how much you think of him. There's nothing wrong that is there, Umai? I am not here, Umai evaded as he kept his gaze pinned on a mounted TV. I know better than to get in between you and Itsuka. Remember the pig costume? As if through magic, Kendo seemed to bury her face deeper into her hands. She let out a groan of embarrassment that made Izuku smile. Izuku could not relish Kendo's embarrassment as his mother seemed keen to outdo Kishu. The same goes for Izuku. He's talked my ear off about how lovely your daughter is, his mother said, and Izuku's ears were lit aflame. You should have seen how nervous he was before calling her. It was so cute. His mother and Kendo's mother got immersed in a conversation about their children as if they weren't right there. They began to trade stories and with that Izuku knew he just had to shut his brain off. He'd combust if his mother mentioned anything about the outfits he'd worn. Thankfully ignoring that was made easier by Umai speaking to him. So, Izuku, how do you think your exam went? Itsuka did very well for herself and I'm sure you must have as well judging by how she looks after your spars. I did have to go to the dentist by the way, Kendo said as she turned towards him. You knocked a few of my teeth loose. And that would have never happened if you just guarded your face, Umai added smoothly causing Kendo to roll her eyes. Kendo is a talented martial artist, but sometimes she can get a bit reckless, Izuku offered and Umai nodded his head. I mean that's not exactly how I'd put it, but, Umai began before flinching and putting a hand under the table. Ow. Where was I? Right. The UA exams. Izuku glanced at Kendo who now had a rather broad smile on her face. It was a sharp contrast to the pain-stricken one on her father's. Their mothers were now enveloped in a conversation about something Izuku couldn't quite catch, but judging by their smiles it must have been something good. A warm feeling bloomed in his chest as he spoke. I think we both did well enough to get in. I owe a lot of that to you and your daughter, Kendo-san. If I hadn't found your gym or trained with Kendo then I'd have had a lot harder time getting in. It really was true. Izuku was just a culmination of different people's effort. Himself, his mother, Kendo, Umai, Sumair, the countless heroes he saw every day and even Bakugo. They had all had a hand in molding him as he continued to grow and develop. He could probably add Sakura to that list now. So how was training with Kendo? Kishu asked as she and his mom caught wind of their conversation. Have you had any major injuries from Itsuka? The others in the gym seemed to always end up banged after facing her just once and you trained with her for months. He was once again the center of attention for everyone at the table. Well, I think we both gave as good as we got. Izuku began, still a bit unnerved by Kishu who looked just like an older Kendo now that he thought about it. She didn't just beat me up, though. She really is a very good teacher. That is some high praise, Kishu said smiling at him. If you're even half as good a student as Itsuka says you are, I wouldn't be surprised if you topped the charts. He is that good of a student, Kendo said with certainty. I worked him to the bone. I taught him everything I knew. Some of the stuff I had to look up. Strikes, grapples, submissions. He's a quick study. It really impressed me. The waiter arrived at the table and began laying out drinks. Izuku took his drink as Kendo continued to speak about their training. Umai had lost interest in the TV and was now also paying Kendo his full attention. That does sound like Izuku, his mother said as she and the others sipped from their drinks. He isn't one to do things halfway. Definitely not, Kendo said after taking a sip of her soda. It was difficult for me too after a while. There were days where he pounded me so hard, I feel sore for days after. Oddly, the three adults choked or made other noises startling Izuku. The waiter, who had not yet left, stared between Kendo and Izuku quizzically before he gave Izuku a thumbs up. What was that about? Excuse me, I think that went down the wrong pipe. His mother said, her face red from choking on her drink. Izuku assumed. Why, you were saying? Kishu and Umai were in a similar state to his mother. Perhaps the alcohol they had ordered was off? Izuku had only ever had one sip courtesy of Aunt Mitsuki and it had been awful. Bakugo had, a little unsurprisingly, enjoyed the burning liquid. Oh right, Kendo didn't seem to notice anything was amiss. He just worked me over really hard. He made me feel things in places I didn't know existed. He bent my body in ways I didn't know it could. It was amazing. Umai cleared his throat. Izuku really has got a gift for martial arts. Striking, grappling, submissions and everything in between. Kendo finished and Izuku swore he saw the adults relax into their seats. He's a lot more of a challenge of those meatheads at the gym, and that includes you, Dad. Normally, I'd be hurt by that, but honestly I'm just relieved right now, Umai said as he wiped some sweat off his brow. Oh, look, here comes the food. Why don't you kids go to the arcade after eating and then we can open those packages up before some dessert? What do you say? Izuku met Kendo's gaze and they nodded at once. Cool. That sounds great. The food arrived not long after that, and at Kendo's behest, Izuku ate as quickly as he could. He was already starving, so her urging had been unnecessary. They both already had money, so they bade their parents a temporary farewell before making their way to the arcade. So, you've met my parents? Kendo said without looking at him. Sorry if they were weird back there. I told them to cool it, but I think they're awesome. Izuku cut Kendo off as they joined the line to buy some tokens. I mean, yeah, they like teasing you, but that's what parents do, right? Yeah, I guess so, Kendo said, rubbing the back of her neck. At least they seem to like you, my mother especially. Oh, really? Izuku's voice was very high-pitched. I didn't see things like that. Your parents are just really sweet. What does your mother do? I think it's better if I showed you, Kendo said, piquing his interest. There had been some talk of there being another business, but what that business was exactly was still unclear. They were now at the front of the line, and after buying a copious amount of tokens for the both of them, they were off. Kendo seemed to know her way through the arcade rather well, and eventually, they came to a stop at an empty game. It was a two-player game and Kendo, being Kendo, popped in tokens on both sides. What's with the face? Kendo asked as she climbed onto something that only partially resembled a motorcycle. You aren't scared, are you? Me? Scared? Izuku tried and failed to say with nonchalance. I'm just cautious. There are crash pads all around us. These things seem a lot more hardcore than the other stuff in here too. I just don't want to get an injury is all. Plus, the game was called Death Race 3000. He knew an omen when he saw one. I punched you with a giant fist and you were fine afterwards. I was bleeding from my mouth and lost a tooth. That's why I said fine and not unharmed. Kendo quipped as she revved her motorcycle. Tell you what, let's make a bet. As soon as Kendo said the magic words, Izuku was interested. Maybe it was her competitive spirit firing his own up or something, but Izuku had begun to get a bit of taste for betting. Friendly bets only. Nothing too risky. I'm listening. We play as many arcade games as possible until we have an overall winner, Kendo began before dropping the hammer. Loser has to open their UA letter first. Izuku climbed onto the motorcycle. Let's do this thing. How hard could it be? The game booted up with loud rock music. The motorcycle vibrated underneath Izuku as he moved around to find a comfortable riding position. The first warning sign was seeing how Kendo seemed all too comfortable on the futuristic motorcycle. The second warning sign was how quickly Kendo selected a level. The third warning sign was one of the arcade workers popping down on a nearby chair with a briefcase in his hand. It had a large cross on the front synonymous with hospitals. What's that for? Izuku asked the worker, who seemed exhausted but was still happy to answer. First aid kit, he answered as he slapped the briefcase. We usually need them after people get on this ride. Government regulations or something. You should be okay, though, probably. The final warning sign was the dazzling and wild smile on Kendo's face as the game booted up. I've made a terrible mistake. A river of sweat was going down the back of his neck. Izuku's arms and legs burned with exertion and anticipation. Izuku slowed his breathing as he tried to sound out his target. He strained and struggles until he heard it. Running. He peeked around a corner and was forced to move back as his target began to turn towards him. He crept the other way around the wall, and to his fortune, his target's back was turned towards. Izuku lifted his weapon and dashed forward. His target turned towards him with a weapon of their own, and they both fired at the same time. Ping ping, a double knockout? Izuku said as he lowered his laser gun. That means. Izuku looked at the number on his chest, 29. He looked at his opponent and he sighed as he read the number 30 on her chest. Why had he chosen this event as the decider? I win, shouted Kendo as the lights came on in the laser tag arena. You can't hide your stupid score from me now. That's 15 wins for the wonderful and lovely Itsuka Kendo. She struck a pose in front of him. Tell me, Izuku. How does it feel to be completely and utterly destroyed by me? I beat you 14 times. That reminder, obviously, didn't work. And you still lost, Kendo said airily. You put up a decent fight, Junior, but there was nothing you could do. I am inevitable. Izuku was about to reply when an arcade worker called out to them. Hey buddy, he said with a few kids in tow. Could you and your girlfriend vacate the arena? all of the kids you two eliminated paid for a second go, without you. Kendo, still high on her victory, turned towards him. Well, maybe if those kids weren't so crappy then. We'll get out of your hair, thanks. Izuku drowned out the rest of Kendo's retort as he ushered her out. We really need to head back. I'm sure our parents are going crazy looking at those letters. Alright, Kendo said, dropping the issue. I kinda got a bit too invested in that, didn't I? Maybe a little, Izuku said as they took off the laser tag equipment before he turned to Kendo with a straight face. I mean, those kids were crappy. Kendo stared at him blankly before they both erupted into peals of laughter. It really wasn't that funny of a joke, but whenever one of them stopped, the other would make eye contact and set them both off into laughter again. By the time they made it back to the table inside the steak ranch, Izuku's face and chest hurt from smiling and laughing ad nauseum. Kishi seemed to notice their good mood immediately. I was convinced you guys had eloped. What's got you two so riled up? It's nothing, Mom, Kendo said, a giggle or two escaping her lips. Izuku didn't trust himself to speak, so he just remained quiet. It was a task made harder when he made eye contact with anyone, and especially Kendo, but finally, they were able to get themselves under control. Alright, I'm just gonna be blunt, Umai said as he rubbed his hands together. I've been waiting for this, so a speech and then onto the main event? You guys have your cameras ready? This last part said to Kishu and Izuku's mother, who both had video cameras out. Izuku and Kendo didn't even have time to object before Umai began speaking. Itsuka, Umai began, and the warmth in his tone made Kendo glow a bright red. You are our pride and joy. All the achievements and accolades I've achieved in my life mean nothing when I look at the young woman you've become. You keep blowing away in all expectations we have of you. We know that you'll grow up to be a phenomenal hero. Kishu didn't say anything, but she and Umai reached across the table to grab onto Kendo's hand. Speaking of which, Kendo had a smile on her face as well as tears as she had her parents. She didn't say anything for a bit, and when she did speak, her voice was warbled and choked with emotion. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Kendo smiles through her tears. I owe who I am to you both, and I'll do my best to make you proud of me. We always have been proud of you, Itsuka, Kishu said as she steadied the camera. Nothing could ever change that. Izuku's mother handed Kendo a handkerchief from her purse, which she used to good effect. Izuku was also feeling pretty choked up and happy for Kendo, and he had the beginnings of tears forming in his eyes. It only got worse when his mother spoke to him as she handed the camera to Umai. Izuku, I'm not sure I could fit everything I want to say in this speech, or we'd be here all night. His mother began with some tears in her eyes. What I will say is that you made me prouder and happier than I thought possible. You're such a sweet, selfless and helpful boy. I remember when you were 4 years old and you used to ask me to replay All Might's debut for you, over and over again. A wet laugh escaped Izuku as tears leaked from his eyes. His mother was in much the same state, and he was sure they were quite the sight, but he couldn't find it within himself to care about crying in public. I know that you will inspire a lot of other children just like All Might did for you, his mother said, wiping her eyes. I know without a shadow of a doubt that you'll become the greatest hero the world has ever known. Izuku rose out of his seat and wrapped his mother in a tight hug. The sincerity and emotion in her speech spurring him into action. He only pulled away from the hug as he realizes they had company. He needn't have worried though, as he saw all three of the Kendo beaming at them. Kishu gave him a handkerchief that he used to mop up his tears before finally the moment of truth came. A glance around the restaurant told him quite a few people were interested in what was going on at their table, but he couldn't care less. Izuku got his package out first. A quick word from Kendo about his lost bet was all that was needed, and soon Izuku carefully opened the package. The first thing he pulled out was a disc of some sort that he realized was a hologram projector. He placed it on the surface of the table, and not long after that did the hologram switch on. A majestic tune began to play throughout the restaurant that now had its lights dimmed and was now a fair bit quieter. A booming laugh erupted from the hologram. Izuku's jaw dropped as he recognized the powerful voice for who it was immediately. All Might? Immediately after saying that, the man himself popped into view on the camera. His video was garnering major attention now that All Might had appeared on screen. Everyone around the table was paying rapt attention except for Kendo, who looked at him with an expression of overjoyed shock. I am here, in holographic form. The hologram speakers only slightly distorted his voice. You must be wondering what I'm doing in this, your letter from UA. The reason is simple. I am going to be joining the UA staff as a teacher for the hero course. Kendo's hand had been tapping his leg faster and faster, but after that last sentence, she just grabbed onto like it was a stress ball. Izuku was no daring much better. His mouth hung open as he focused on each and every word All Might said. Izuku Midoriya, he's talking to me, Izuku breathed out as the video kept playing. You were one of the many who took the hero course entrance exam, All Might said a bit more subdued. You passed the theory exam and you managed to accumulate 117 points. What? Kendo whirled around to face him, her face the picture of shock. 117? You blew me out the water. There was now a bit of crowd around the table as the patrons realized they were getting an inside scoop on not just the #1 hero but also the #1 hero school in Japan. Izuku didn't have time to respond to Kendo as the video rolled on. It showed highlights of him destroying bot after bot until the zero-pointer emerged from the ground. All Might's voice then continued to speak as video of him organizing the evacuation plan played. That would be enough to ensure your entry into UA, but went beyond dealing with the second stage. All Might said with a painfully wide smile. You spearheaded and organized a very efficient retreat with your comrades, and this has to be rewarded. A special panel of 7 judges gave you a score out of 10 for your contributions to this portion of the exam. These rescue points are added to your overall score. A video of Uraraka floating students as they lined up. Ochako Uraraka, 65 rescue points. Another video of Aoyama flying through the air, his naval laser firing at full blast. His face turned to the camera and winked nonchalantly as if he weren't flying through the air. Yuga Aoyama, 50 rescue points. A video of Iida. Tenya Iida, 53 rescue points. Yayorozu was next. Her video showed her creating the anti-puking pills for Uraraka as well as the ropes and harnesses they used. Momo Yayorozu, 60 rescue points. Instead of going into his next, though, a list began to form starting at number 10 and climbing up. It also showed, once again, a personal highlight reel for who Izuku could only assume was the mentioned name. He began to read the names as he watched them come up. 10. Fumikage Tokiyami 108, 82 plus 26, 9. Yui Kodai 115, 68 plus 47. A boy who controlled some sort of sentient shadow to great effect, as well as a girl who could shrink things, was next. Both quirks were very interesting, and despite the occasion, Izuku itched to write down everything he could see. He knew the next two. 8. Ochako Uraraka 115, 50 plus 65. 7. Itsuka Kendo 117, 77 plus 40. The unexpected spoiler made their table erupt into cheers. Kendo's parents all but sprinted around the table and wrapped her up in a tight hug. Izuku himself was then swept into a hug by Kendo, which he returned after a moment's pause. We got in, Kendo chorused as she spun him around. We're going to UA. We're going to be taught by All Might. This is crazy. By the time the table had settled down somewhat, they caught the last of Yayorozu using her improvised gun to fire bullets, chains and whatever else she could create. It seemed to be a souped-up version of a blunderbuss that worked to great effect as it helped Momo nail the third spot. Finally, it was Izuku's turn. His personal highlights were shown again, but this time they showed his rescue efforts. His mother gave him a rather proud smile when he went back to rescue Yayorozu, but that dropped as the table, and by proxy some of the restaurant's nosier patrons, watched him take down the robot. The only silver lining was that they had skipped past his spontaneous healing. As you just saw, the competition was steep and your performance still stood tall. All Might's voice returned out of nowhere. In fact, after all, you did in that part of the exam, the judges couldn't give you anything less than you deserved. Izuku Midoriya. 70 rescue points. 2. Izuku Midoriya 187, 117 plus 70. 1. Katsuku Bakugo 188, 119 plus 69. The praise from All Might made Izuku feel as light as a balloon. Even the quick highlight video of Bakugo destroying a zero-pointer washed off of him like water off a duck's back. When in great company like his mom, Kendo and her family, he couldn't quite find it within himself to care all too much that he had lost to Bakugo. All Might's parting words still rang in Izuku's mind. Izuku Midoriya, this is your Hero Academia. The rest of the night was a blur. They watched Kendo's own video, which was similar to Izuku's but focused on what Kendo had done right. She had literally carried people across the line and in other cases rescued them from sticky situations by beating down robots. From there, dessert was had and many pictures were taken. Eventually, they had to leave and Umai dropped Izuku and his mother off at home. Kendo was there this time and Izuku was able to speak to her while their parents were occupied. So I checked the rest of the package in the car. Kendo began before gesturing to the paper in her hand. I'm in class 1B. I'm in 1A, Izuku replied disappointed. I was really hoping we'd be in the same class. It was also unlikely that they would ever share a class since most schools kept the same class throughout. He hoped that some of the examinees from his exam were with him. Well, most of them. He did not need even more opportunities to make things between him and Yayorozu even more awkward. Same here, Kendo said, folding the paper a bit too harshly. This blows, but at least we can see each other at lunch and after school. Plus, I'm pretty sure our dorms will be right by each other, so it'll be easier than ever to train together. Maybe it wasn't all bad. That sounds great, Izuku said with a small but very genuine smile. Izuku's phone beeped. He read the message and frowned. It was from Sumair, just reconfirming everything that was going to go down. Kendo must have sensed something was wrong as she moved towards him. He put his phone away immediately, which caused her to freeze in her tracks. Are you okay, Izuku? Kendo asked her, smile nowhere to be seen. What was that message about? He definitely couldn't tell her that. Nothing important, Izuku said a bit too quickly, not right now at least. Alright, Kendo said after a scary moment of silence. You know I've got your back, right? I do, Izuku agreed immediately, and I have yours. Which was why he couldn't implicate her in this. As long as we're clear, Kendo said, and Kishu called out to Kendo, I'm gonna miss the race. Obviously wanting to head out now. I need to leave before my mother bursts a vein. We need to go shopping for our WUA stuff together. It'll be fun. Okay. Izuku agreed hastily. He expected Kendo to go inside the car, but instead, she pulled him into a hug just like at the restaurant. His face burnt from the close contact, but he was able to reciprocate the hug before things got awkward. Well, awkward for the both of them. I had a lot of fun tonight. Kendo's voice was calmer and more tranquil than usual. The softness of her voice made the hair on his neck stand up and his heart throbbed away in his chest. I did too, Izuku replied, and a few seconds later they were standing apart once again. I'll text you tomorrow, Kendo said as she turned to go inside the car. We need to go shopping for Ua's supplies still. I'll be there. Izuku bade farewell to Umai and Kishu, and soon only he and his mother were left in the street. It was with a bit of a heavy heart that Izuku began the arduous journey up the stairs. His mother was rather tired, and so once they got in the apartment she went to bed very quickly. Izuku kept looking out his window for hours until he saw a blue sedan parked across the street. He locked his door, something he never did, and used surface sticking to sneak out the window and slide down. Thankfully, at this time the streets were empty and no one saw his rather suspicious actions. He sidled into the passenger side seat of Sumaira's car and he blinked as she stared at him with wide eyes. Her unblinking black eyes tore a hole straight through him and put him on edge. Hello? Izuku tried, but Sumaira was still staring at him weirdly. Are you okay? What is your quirk? Sumaira asked, reaching into her bag and putting on her storage crystal. You're like a box of chocolates. I have no idea what I'm going to get. He was a box of what? Was that something people said? He'd never heard that before. My grandma used to say it to me. Okay, Sumaira grumbled as she started her car up. I hope you won't be so mumbly while we're on the job. That would be embarrassing. And probably cost us our lives too. Sumaira pulled away from Izuku's street as they headed off. Musutafu, being as big as it was, still had an active nightlife, but there wasn't much of a delay compared to how it would have been during the day. How are you feeling? Sumaira asked, breaking the silence. Nervous. A little bit, Izuku admitted as he stared out the window. This can go wrong in so many ways, but I can't think like that. I just want to see this through to the end. What about you? I'm petrified, Sumaira said as they left the bright nightlife behind for a residential area. Those guys are the real deal and you can obviously take care of yourself. I'm just a journalist with fancy eyes. I think you're selling yourself a little short, Izuku said as they pulled into an apartment building's parking lot. You're being very brave by going ahead with this. Not many people would. Thanks, I needed that, Sumaira said softly as she parked her car. Okay, let's do this. Izuku followed Sumaira up to her apartment, which was near the very top. They made sure to be seen by as many cameras as possible and even greeted the half-asleep clerk at the front desk. Once they were inside the apartment, though, the airs and graces were dropped. Your place is a bit farther than I expected from the mall, but you should be fine, Izuku said after Sumaira had changed into darker clothes. Did you get those pills I told you? Yup, Sumaira said as she held up a small pill box, a full dosage of over-the-counter antiemetic pills. Side effects include. You know what, I'm just not gonna read that right now. That is horrifying. Yeah, we don't have much of a choice, Izuku said as they took one pill each. My body flicker is really disorienting and we'll be using it a lot. Did you get a neck brace and helmet too? Sumaira held the aforementioned items up. These are only precautions, right? In case you slip or something. You never have fallen while doing this before, right? At that moment, Sumaira's wall clock became very interesting. I better take a gum guard too if that's your reaction, Sumaira said as she went into another room. You're lucky I have one. Or else we'd just have to charter a ride there. Sumaira returned with her neck brace and helmet on. It would have been a comical sight if it weren't for the situation at hand. Izuku took his mask and rods out of his bag before handing it to Sumaira. He put the mask on and with a few hand seals, he transformed into Cage. The smoke cleared quickly and Sumaira lifted her visor to show her amazed and befuddled expression as she now looked up at him. You made yourself taller? Sumaira asked with a sort of impressed amusement. Really? All it means is that people will be looking for someone who's half a foot taller than I am. Cage's familiar distorted voice answered for him. It's smart. That voice distortion thing, Sumaira said with interest. How do you do that? Hell, how does that mask stick to you? I don't see any strings. I'll explain that all later, Izuku said as he looked at the clock. The meeting is in less than 30 minutes. We have to go. I'll hold you to that, Sumaira said as she dropped her visor. How are we gonna do this? Fireman carry? On your back? Bridle? That would be rather bold of someone so young. On my back, Izuku said, ignoring Sumaira's teasing, unless you want to risk falling while I'm back it is. Sumaira turned all the lights off before she clambered onto his back and wrapped her arms and legs around him. He used surface sticking to keep her adhered to her back, something she noticed almost immediately. This feels weird. But pretty stable too, she said, her voice muffled by her helmet. Now I really want to know what's the deal with you. Brace yourself, Izuku said as he stepped onto her darkened balcony and began to weave hand seals. The first time is always the worst. I've heard that one. Sumaira's answer was lost to the wind as they took off with a powerful body flicker. The first step was pretty much just a super-powered jump and they soared through the night air, cars and streets lights blinking below them. The wind whipped and tore at him as the cold air seeped into his very bones. All the while, Sumaira was screaming her head off right in his ear. Finally, gravity began to pull them back down to earth, but Izuku remained calm as he figured out a safe landing route. He directed his fall towards the back of a large residential building. He underpowered the surface sticking and slid down the back of an apartment building like it was made of glass. They touched down into a back alley and Sumaya's screaming finally stopped. They were a couple of blocks away from her apartment and Izuku was pretty sure no one had noticed them. Sumaya took the brief respite to lift her visor. What the fuck was that? Sumaya sounded jittery as if she'd eaten a bag of sugar. I feel like my stomach went 9 rounds with all might. There was not a single part of Izuku that was pleased by Sumaya being shell-shocked. There was not even a single iota of him that felt any annoyance for the terror she had struck in him with her message. All Might is a teacher at UA now, Izuku said as he prepared an even stronger body flicker. Sumaya had already put her visor down, but her voice was still very clear to him. What did you say? Oh, phew. As another powerful body flicker launched them through the air, Izuku could not help but feel just downright awful for the screaming Sumaya. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Sumaya had taken her protective gear off and was sprawled on the floor of the mall's rooftop garden. Her voice was barely above a whisper, but the annoyance in her voice was clear. Izuku, for his part, chose to stare straight ahead at the street leading to the mall. Never mind that, Izuku said as he tried to recenter their conversation. Depending on who shows up, we need to weigh up what we do. The only sure thing is that if both Dabi and Muscular are here, I can't risk going down there. The problem wasn't Dabi, not really, it was all Muscular. Izuku hadn't had much time to practice Tsunade Shisho's super strength technique so he knew he was outgunned when it came to facing Muscular. If Muscular were here then this thing was pretty much a bust. Izuku would prefer if neither Dabi nor Muscular were present, but all he could, for now, was wait and see. He didn't have to wait long. A banged-up van turned onto the mall's streets. Its headlights were bright and on reflex. Both Izuku and Sumaya ducked down a bit. A quick glance towards his partner confirmed that she had begun to film. The van, after a bit of weaving, parked a bit to their left and dropped the brightness of its headlamps. Look at the number plate, Sumaya whispered and he obeyed only to frown when he saw it was blank. This van is probably going to be torched the second this thing is over. There was only worse news waiting for them. The passenger side door opened and out came Dabi. His scarred visage easy to make out thanks to the headlights of his van. The sliding door opened and Izuku expected to see the hulking figure of Muscular appear. Instead, it looked to be 3 criminal types judging by their tattoos and the very visible weapons at their side. Dabi turned towards the 3 of them slowly as if unconcerned by taking up their time. 2 of you stand front and center. The other should get the cargo ready. Dabi's order bounced off the surrounding walls. Our clients won't like having to wait. The 3 grunts gave an affirmation of some sort as they began to do as Dabi had demanded. 1 man and 1 woman took up positions in front of the car brandishing their weapons. The other went into the van before pulling out 2 crates. The one was rather large and came up to the courier, Grunt's waist. He used a vertical trolley to wheel them out, but he was stopped from going anywhere by Dabi who held out his hand. Stay right there, Dabi said lowering his arm. These guys might just try to pull a fast one on us. Izuku found Dabi's calmness to be at odds with the situation. They had gone through the effort of storming a private facility, angering multiple prominent hero agencies all for 2 crates and their clients might just renege on their deal anyways. You just keep the engine hot and ready, Dabi said to no one in particular and it took Izuku a moment to realize he was speaking to the driver. I am in charge. You're only here because Muscular is still licking his wounds after that rabbit beat him up. So just focus on your job and I'll focus on mine. If Jiren didn't vouch for you, I would have burnt you to ashes by now. Jiren? That must have been one of Dabi's connections. Perhaps Sumaya would be able to find out more about the guy. If Dabi and Muscular trusted or listened to this Jiren guy then he'd be a good lead to follow. Izuku filed that away for later though as a car turned into the street on the opposite end of Dabi and his people. The car was a black sedan which also had no plates. It parked about 15 meters away from Dabi's van and their headlights merged to illuminate even more of the street. From what Izuku could see, the front of the car was full, but a person from the back came out. He looked nondescript in every way and his face was covered by a mask leaving only the top part of his face visible. The mask was actually more a scarf and its blood-red color shone under the lights of both vehicles. If it isn't, don't say my name, the masked man said cutting Dabi off. Let's just get this over with, I have things I need to do. The courier villain made to wheel the cargo, but he was stopped by a cold look from Dabi. That bitter glare melted away as a smile snaked its way onto Dabi's face. Come on, Hosu isn't even that far away, Dabi quipped but when the masked man only crossed his arms he smiled. Don't be like that. I am a huge fan. Your message is really empowering. The masked man wasn't having it. Show me the cargo, he said rather tersely, then you'll get your payment. His impatience. What's the word? Endemic in you people, Dabi drawled and he snorted when the masked man didn't react. Of course you don't know what that means. Hako, bring out the big one first. Hako rolled out the large crate until it was halfway between Dabi and his client. Dabi walked over to Hako who had pried the crate open with a crowbar that was probably doubling as his weapon. The lid was lifted off and Izuku heard Sumaya's breath hitch. The crate was opened to reveal kunai. Lots and lots of kunai and shuriken. The black metal shone under the bright lamps and despite himself, Izuku felt some confusion seep into him.
This was what Dabi and Muscular were after. Kunai. Izuku had hundreds of these in his room.
How do I know it's the real deal? Said the man, which caused Dabi to let out a loud groan. Dabi held his hand out, and after a moment's pause, Hako gave Dabi his crowbar. Izuku tensed up as he expected a fight to break out, but instead of clubbing the masked man with the crowbar, Dabi dropped it to the ground. He then took a kunai out of the crate and placed it next to crowbar on the ground. He pointed his hands at the two tools and fired a blast of blue fire. The dark of night graves the flames in ethereal quality as Dabi continued to fire away at the weapons. After about 10 seconds, Dabi stopped firing the blast. He crossed his arms and turned to the masked man who, along with Hako, had taken quite a few steps back. He used his head to point to the tools. That good enough for you? The part of the road that Dabi had burnt was glowing a bright orange. It looked to be almost entirely liquid, and there were still some parts that were bubbling as smoke streamed off of the floor. Was asphalt toxic? He did not ponder that long ago though, as he heard the masked man let out a whistle. Izuku looked back at the molten road, and as one would expect, the crowbar was melted and misshapen. However, the kunai was glowing a bright orange, but ultimately intact. That's not all that stuff can do. Not even close, Dabi said with a devious smirk, as if he were the holder of some big secret. I know you wanted more than just the one crate, but we just had to take some off the top for us. Miraculum is in very high demand after all. Wait, is this all? The masked man's amazement fell away for indignation. We told you there were over 20 crates in there, and I know you got them all. Why do we only have one? The masked man's indignation didn't seem to ruffle Dabi's feathers at all. As I said, this stuff is in high demand, Dabi said with a shrug. Normally, I'd just kill you and your friends, so be happy. Plus, I'm not that heartless. We got you guys something just as good, Hako. Hako seemed to understand what Dabi meant as he retrieved the medium-sized crate. It was opened, and this time Izuku realized he had to jump in. Jammed inside the crate was scroll after scroll, and that was great enough. But perhaps the most interesting thing inside was an odd black item. You see that black thing over there? Dabi said to his client, drawing a nod. My fire couldn't do anything to it. At all. It's not quite miraculum, but it is special in its own right. I'm sure you can find a way to use it. Those scrolls would have good resale value too, I'm sure. Everyone wants a piece of the Konoha pie, as I'm sure you'll know. That's it? A hunk of metal? The man said loudly, and Izuku felt his heart race as the client's car door opened. He feared things would escalate, especially as Dabi made to raise his hand, but surprisingly cooler heads prevailed. Stay in there, Taka, the man said, and the door was closed a moment later. Fine, we'll take it. Let me get the money. Sumair turned towards him, her eyes filled with urgency, but Izuku was already preparing to move. The client went to his car and got a briefcase from his partners. Izuku got into position as the handover happened, and the client began to wheel away the two crates. He appeared in the midst of Dabi's crew with a body flicker. The two grunts from before were the first to notice him. He activated the fate breaker at full power, and it was no moment too soon as the male grunt swung at him with a bat. He slapped it aside with a chakra rod before using both his rods like a scissor to wrench it free from the man's grasp. A rapid kick to the face floored the grunt. The female grunt screamed as she moved behind him, and Izuku was forced to substitute with the vertical trolley. His coils tingled from the sealless substitution, and he lashed out at the stunned client with a swipe of his rod. Unfortunately, he seemed to have superb reactions, and all Izuku could manage to hit was the scarf. The man's scarf was wrenched from his face to reveal. Native? Izuku was sure his face matched the horror and surprise on Native's face. Before either of them could say anything else, there was a bright flash of blue. Izuku grabbed onto the small crate and threw it up and away, dropping his rods in the process. He picked them up and just managed to dive out of the way of Dabi's attack. A searing wave of flames swept past Izuku, the heat sapping away at his energy. He was able to see that Native had also managed to get out of the way. This was only because the brightness of Dabi's attack seemed to have been reduced by his mask, so he did not suffer a vision whiteout. Izuku waited for the flames to disperse, but that did not happen. As it turned out, Dabi's attack had been less a blast of fire and more an actual wall of flames. And it was this wall of flames separated Izuku from getting to a pro hero who had dealings with heinous villains like Dabi and Muscular. Thankfully, he could still peer through it, and he watched as someone else, not Native, doused the red-hot weapons with water. Izuku didn't recognize the man at first, but he was using some sort of water quirk to cool the kunai and shuriken. Native, he could see, was in the backseat of the car shouting rapid instructions to his partners, which reminded him there was still someone else he could ID. The driver was still in their seat. The one who had almost confronted Dabi just a few moments ago. Ignoring the biting heat, Izuku tried to identify the driver through the flames, and to his surprise he recognized him immediately. He wasn't wearing his outfit or anything like that, but with his shocking white hair and muscular physique, it was easy to recognize Death Arms. What the hell is this? Izuku muttered as he tried to rise to his feet. The penny dropped for Izuku as the man he didn't recognize began to use his quirk. The kunai were lifted in what looked to be a sphere of water, and just like that Izuku knew who it was. The man was never seen outside his outfit, but his water-shaping quirk was unique, and he tended to work with Death Arms quite a lot as well. Hanran. Native screamed at Backdraft, his voice hoarse from the noxious gas. We've got incoming. Takamaru, get ready. Another deluge of flames was launched by Dabi. This was more of an angled strike that seemed to be aimed at taking him out. Izuku used the body flicker to get out of dodge, and when he looked back he saw Backdraft had summoned a wall of water to block the brunt of the flames. Izuku was closer to Dabi now and he charged the man. Dabi hadn't seen him evade his attack and he was caught entirely unaware. Or so he thought. A scream from Hako made Dabi whirl around and he stopped Izuku's chakra rod cold. "I remember you," Dabi said, and in a flash, his other hand was right in front of Izuku's face. "Maybe this will make you stay away."
Izuku knew what was coming. Before Dabi could fire, he slammed a swift and panic-stricken uppercut to the man's face. A loud crack punched through the air as the Fatebreaker enhanced strike broke Dabi's jaw. A follow-up kick sent Dabi flying towards the windscreen of his van.
However, he was saved by the female grunt whose hair wrapped him, clearly loopy from the uppercut, up in a net like cocoon. Hako, foolishly, charged Izuku and he weaved and bobbed through his attacks. His mobility was rather limited by the spreading flames that Dabi had created. Hako was flagging quickly, though. The fumes getting to him very quickly. Izuku dodged one last sluggish strike before unleashing a flurry of attacks with his chakra rods. Knee, arm, knee, chest, ankle and then jaw. Hako was stumbling around on his feet barely conscious. Izuku was about to finish him off and take him away when he heard another scream. The woman with the hair Quirk had put Dabi and her other partner inside the van and had launched an attack at him. The hair strands were numerous, but not very fast, and so Izuku was able to dodge. The woman took Hako and made for the van, but Izuku wouldn't have it. He put his rods away and launched forward in a sprint. Hako was put inside the van as the woman's back was slammed into the van's front. She let out a groan as he held her against it. "What the hell do you guys want with this stuff?" Izuku's all but growled the question. Why would some pro heroes want them? The woman crumbled immediately, lacking any of Dabi's metal. "I don't really know. All I know is that everyone is after them, villains and heroes." She trailed off as she looked behind him, and at the same time, Izuku looked in the windscreen and saw a figure moving towards him. He dodged to the side and it was no moment too soon as a silver arc flashed through the air. "Fuck," his former captive screamed as she clutched her stomach before coughing out a question. "W, were you trying to kill me?" The question was directed at a blonde girl around Izuku's age. She was dressed as a schoolgirl, which was weird enough, but she held a knife in her hand too, which was dripping with some blood. So, that explained the silver arc. Now for the bigger question. Where the hell had she come from? "Oh, you got some quick reflexes, mister." The girl giggled and it was intimidating in a way completely different from Dabi's demeanor. "I bet your blood will be so delicious." She charged him. Izuku was able to get out one of his rods to block her attack. This only seemed to excite her as a garish grin spread across the flame. She seemed completely unfazed by the flames and the fumes in the air. Slash after slash and stab after stab rained down on him, and it was only thanks to hours of practice with Kendo that they were all repelled. By increasingly smaller margins, though, as the girl seemed to figure his tempo out as time went on. However, after one particularly overzealous stab, Izuku struck. He slapped the knife aside with one rod before striking her across the face with the other. The girl's face was whipped to the side from the attack, a loud crack punctuating the strike. When she turned back, Izuku bit back a flinch. Her nose was streaming blood and she had an oblong bruise forming on her face. "I don't want to hurt you," Izuku warned the girl, rooting her to the spot. "You can't beat me. Just give up. Pros will be here soon because of what Dabi did." Izuku had expected, or rather hoped, that she would give up. Another ghoulish smile spread across her face. She licked the blood streaming from her nose, revealing some rather sharp canines. She let out a very inappropriate groan as she tasted the blood. "Oh, you know Bacon's name? Impressive. You're so chivalrous and heroic, much better than the rest of those losers." The girl tittered as she lowered her weapon. "What's your name?" "I'm Himiko Toga, your newest and biggest fan." "Cage." "Well, Cage," Toga said with a bright smile. "I really hope we meet again. I can't wait to suck you dry." The distant sounds of sirens drew his attention and Izuku chose not to respond to Toga's comment. He body flickered to the roof and he found Sumair, who seemed to be fine thankfully. She also held the crate he had thrown up to the roof. Her eyes faded from red to black as she moved towards him. "That was crazy. Are you okay? Who were those people in the car? They peeled off after that second wave of flames. I couldn't see much of anything through the flames." "Here," Izuku said as he handed her his mask. "It has a filter. The air up here isn't bad, but I don't know how long you've been exposed. I'll pack everything into my bag." Izuku did just that. His bag was crammed full of the medium-sized crate's contents. It was only scrolls and more scrolls, as well as that odd metallic object. They just managed to fit in his bag and he gave it to Sumair, who put it on. Sumair put on her neck brace and helmet and gave him his mask back. He put it on and soon they were leaving the mall behind thanks to rather liberal use of the body flicker. They left the growing conflagration of blue flames and noxious smoke behind. They arrived, without incident, at Sumair's apartment and they closed all the curtains and windows before he finally dropped his transformation. His skin still felt a bit weird after very nearly getting cooked alive by Dabi on multiple occasions. "That was a bit of a mess," Sumair said, and he could only nod to agree. "I got a lot of footage of you and the robbers. But what about the buyers? I got nothing on them thanks to stupid Scarface and his stupid flames and smoke." Anything interesting? Things were way past interesting. I know who the buyers are, Izuku said as he forced a yawn down. You do too? Hell, most of Japan does. The guy in the scarf was native. I saw it when I took his scarf off. Native? Sumayor's head was tilted to the side. The guy from Hosu? You can't be serious? I wish I was joking, Izuku said as he ran his hands through his hair. It was definitely him. Same tattoos and he looked like he saw a ghost when I said his name. Now, I really wish my vision hadn't whited out, Sumayor muttered and she was about to say more when she saw the look on his face. She frowned. There's more, isn't there? Sumayor asked drawing a slow nod from Izuku. Just tell me. Izuku took a deep breath. Native was working with backdraft and death arms. Come again. Izuku re-explained everything he saw and how certain he was of what he had seen. He even made her wear the mask to show that it reduced whiteout. Once that was done, Sumayor looked about as drained as he felt. All this for some hunks of metal. She let her head rest in her hands. Miraculum is such a cheesy name too. Who thought of that? Probably someone really lazy. What's even so special about those things? I can show you, Izuku said remembering one of his objectives for the night. I have some of those Miraculum kunai. Well, actually I just call them chakra metal. Chakra metal? Sumayor said to herself before shrugging. That's a lot better than Miraculum. How did you get them? Do you have any drinks? Like coffee or alcohol? Izuku asked making Sumayor tilt her head. It's not for me, it's for you. Is the story that crazy? Sumayor asked with a smile that melted away as she took in his expression. There should be some beer in the fridge. That's why I spaced out at the diner, Izuku said as he drank from a cup of tea. I was having another vision, except that time I was awake. I see. Sumayor's answer was short. Kurt, you get all that? Izuku asked and Sumayor nodded. Okay, great. Any questions? Just a few, Sumayor said calmly before putting her bottle down. Did you drink paint as a child? What? No, dropped on your head. No, are we in a simulation, like that one movie? Would that be more believable than what I just told you? Izuku asked and Sumayor's confusion amused and frustrated a small part of him. Although, given the circumstances, she wasn't reacting that badly. So your bully, childhood friend, actually, Izuku supplied helpfully. Oh, my bad. So your childhood bully sent you down a river while on holiday. This is where you found Konoha after finding some secret tunnel inside a wolf's den. So, after that, you got out the tunnel, found Konoha and then you ate a fruit, and this fruit has given you access to an ancient energy that allows you to pretty much anything and gives you visions of the lives of long-dead super warriors. Did I miss anything? Yes, quite a bit actually, Izuku supplied helpfully once more. After I ate the fruit, there were these giant white symbols of light in the sky. Then the tree shriveled into dust and I passed out and woke up in the hospital after Hawks saved me. The number 3 hero Hawks? Sumayor asked and he nodded. Are you absolutely sure that you aren't just in a coma from eating a weird fruit? And I mean 100% sure. Because, honestly, even after seeing all of what you can do, I still don't believe you. What other explanation could there be? I don't know. Multiple quirks or maybe you have a really good illusory quirk or something, Sumayor said all in one breath. This story is just crazy to hear about. Imagine living it. You're mumbling again, Sumayor said and his cheeks burned up. You're right, though. How has this affected you? All of it? I mean you were quirkless, and now there's a very real chance you surpass everyone that came before you. Or was it hard to adjust? Izuku scratched his cheek. I don't really see it like that. It is a little overwhelming to know what I can be capable of one day and the visions are a bit of a double-edged sword, but I don't think I can complain too much. Izuku stared at his reflection in Sumayor's TV. I'm not one to believe in the supernatural or anything like that, but it does feel like I was fated to do more than just be a quirkless loser. All Might inspired me so much, I wanted to be the next number 1. Izuku turned to Sumayor and she was watching him closely. I want to keep helping you, Sumayor. Don't look at me like that. I know I'm just a kid, but the power coursing through my veins should be used for good. I'll still go to UA, but after seeing some actual heroes working with villains, I think we need each other more than ever. I don't know about this. Sumayor's unease was painted on her face. How are you even going to get in and out of UA? They'll have really good security for the dorms. I can transform into a bird. Okay, wait, really? I can transform into anything really, Izuku said to Sumayor's amazement. Going bigger doesn't make me stronger or anything and becoming an inanimate object is awful, but I think I can handle becoming a bird. Sumayor stared at him silently for the longest of times before she scoffed. Recording eyes are so shit compared to that. It's a good thing you're so likable. If you were like my ex. Okay. That's not important. Why don't you open one of these scrolls? Sumayor reached into his bag and handed one to him. I wouldn't recommend the blood thing, but if you have to, I have a pocket knife in my boot. It's in my boot. Izuku stared at the scroll before he unfurled it. The scroll opened up to reveal oddly familiar ink markings. It only took a few moments to remember where he had seen it. Sakura sealing away Chiyo's body into a scroll. These symbols were seals. Izuku spread the scroll on the floor and instinctively he channeled chakra into the central symbol. The paper seemed to suck in his chakra before there was a soft pop smoke, not unlike his transformation filled the room, but it faded away quickly.
I should be freaking out, but I think I'm numb to it all right now, Sumire said, and for once Izuku agreed with her.
If the other scrolls have anything just as cool, I'd overhaul whatever costume design you sent to UA.
As Izuku looked at the pristine red armor, he couldn't help but agree with Sumire's assessment. That might be a good idea. You know, you really didn't have to help me with all of my stuff, Izuku said as he put a box into the trailer. These stairs are awful.
Kendo placed a box in the trailer and just scowled at him. Are you saying I'm weak? Because I have knocked you out plenty of times before?
It was move-in day at UA and Izuku was giddy. After the crazy night with Sumire, he had been able to enjoy a very relaxed week with his mom and Kendo. They'd bought supplies, watched movies and even finalized their hero costumes. Kendo had not been a fan of his All Might tribute.
You need to build your own brand. A hero costume should be uniquely you. Plus, you'll look like a total teacher's pet. Her argument was sound, but the tipping point was definitely the treasure trove he had found in those scrolls Dabi had stolen. The second version of his costume would take a while to make, though, so he had to stick with the original for now. That's not what I'm saying at all, Izuku said, raising his hands to placate Kendo. I just kinda felt bad making you walk up and down all these stairs. Well, don't. First of all, you helped me with my stuff, Kendo said, smiling even as she chastised him. Secondly, that's what friends are for. She then leaned in as her smile dropped. We are gonna have a chat about how you have so many cool weapons and never told me about it. I heard Auntie Inko say something about a documentary. Did I hear my name? Izuku's mother said as she and Kishu came down the stairs. You guys look so cute in your UA uniforms. Come on, let's take another picture. That sounds like a great idea, Kishu said just as enthusiastically as his mother. Come now, squish up and big smiles. Do we have to? Kendo whined, but she caved under the pleading look from her mother. Fine. You guys already have tons of photos, though. Honestly, Izuku didn't mind taking more photos. He made his mom happy and he'd be lying if he said he didn't like the look of the UA formal wear on him. He and Kendo huddled together and took a few more pictures before it was finally time for them to go. Umai was inside the car. Kendo and Kishu soon joined him. Izuku hugged his mother goodbye and he was about to leave when his mother pulled out a box from her bag. I know you really wanted to design your own outfit, so I left it to you, but I just thought you'd like this. Izuku opened the box up and he smiled as he saw the headband that Japan News Network had sent him. The metal of the plate was clean and almost like a mirror. The metal was attached to a rich, dark green cloth that looked to be very robust. I think it goes with your eyes and would make your smile even brighter, his mother said with a wide smile before tears began to form in her eyes. Oh my baby, you're going to do so well. Izuku and his mother hugged each other for a while longer before forcing themselves apart. She waved him goodbye and Izuku was left with a bittersweet feeling that didn't quite fade as they drove towards UA. He was left wiping his eyes for quite some time. He appreciated that no one in the car made a big deal about it or anything. In fact, it was Kendo drawing him into a conversation about his mother's gift that lifted his spirits. He handed it over to her as soon as she asked. That headband is really cool, Kendo said as she looked at it. Are you going to get it inscribed? I will, Izuku said as he looked down at the headband. No idea what to get, though. I don't want it to be lame. He knew that the headbands always had an inscription on it, but he wanted to pick something he wouldn't regret or want to change. This was a gift from his mother, after all. He had to put as much thought into it as she had. I'm sure you'll think of something, Kendo said as she handed it back to him. Are you nervous? I am. Why couldn't we be in the same class? It would have been so much easier. Now, we're both gonna be in class with complete strangers, you know. Itsuka, my love, Kishu said airily from the front seat. You're rambling. Kendo's mouth clicked shut at her mother's words. Kishu turned to face them. You guys really have nothing to worry about. You're both great kids. I'm sure the other kids will be queuing up to be your friends. If I can handle being a racer for as long as I did, then you guys can handle something as scary as this. Kishu's words did help to calm the storm. The funny part was that Kishu wasn't being patronizing at the end. Kendo had shown her the stunts her mother had done when she had been a racer. They were scary, but apparently, she had been a big recluse until she had met Umai. So she definitely understood what they were feeling. The rest of the conversation on the way to UA was light and breezy. Izuku and Kendo spoke about everything and nothing, and before they knew it, the UA gates loomed before them. Their student IDs were scanned and Umai was allowed to drive his car in. Today was move-in day, but also orientation. Unfortunately, the orientation was only open to the students, and so Kishu and Umai wouldn't be able to stay. There were large direction signs that guided them to the dorms, and the very first that they came up to was the 1A boarding house. It was a multi-level building with a modern design and a manicured lawn lined with beautiful plants. About 100 meters away, Izuku saw what he could only assume was the 1B house. There were trolleys for him to put his stuff on, and as Izuku was unpacked he turned back to Kendo and her family. Umai gave him a strong handshake, Kishu a tight hug as well as a kiss on his cheek which made his face burn up. Kendo was the last to say goodbye, but in reality, they'd be seeing each other pretty soon. Make sure you get a nice room, Kendo said as she leaned out the window, and pick a good bed too. I'm probably gonna sleep in it more than my own, so I'm really gonna test it out. Ow, Dad, why are you closing the window? The rest of what Kendo had to say was lost forever as the window closed on her. Izuku watched the car drive away before he began to pull the trolley towards the dorm. There was a table outside with what looked like the sleeping arrangements. Izuku was the first of anyone to arrive from what he could tell, and he was eager to unpack and meet up with Kendo. Before he could pick the paper up, though, a dry and drawling voice spoke from somewhere. "Stop right there." Izuku looked down to see a man with black hair and a caterpillar body lying underneath the table. Izuku blinked. The man blinked. Immediately, Izuku rushed away from the table blubbering apologies as he went along. Who knew what this caterpillar man would do to him?
"Please don't kill me, Bugman, sir. I'm not a bug," the caterpillar said as he wiggled out from under the table. "I'm a teacher."
"Please don't expel me, Bugman-sensei, sir." The caterpillar man somehow rose to his feet with a certain grace and poise. It was then that Izuku realized he wasn't looking at the oddest mutant Quirk the world had ever known. No, instead it was a man in a yellow sleeping bag. Izuku heard the distinct sound of a zip, and while he should have been relieved, his heart dropped. He now wished more than anything that the man was a caterpillar and human hybrid rather than who he was. Because right now, Izuku was staring right at his worst nightmare.
"As I said, I'm not a bug," the man said, his eyes bleary and yet laser-like in their intensity. "You're Izuku Midoriya, correct?"
Izuku nodded. It was a small thing barely visible and yet acceptable. "I thought so," the man muttered before taking out eye drops. He put a few drops in each eye before putting it away. "My name is Shota Aizawa," Eraserhead said before his next words dropped like a ton of bricks on Izuku's head. "I can't let you move in." Author notes. Finally. So, yeah. Things are heating up. I wanted to put the week break in here, but I wanted to get to UA more. I love hearing from you guys and I hope you enjoyed this chapter. CoTC. No homework this week, kiddos. Discord server. Discord. GG, Tai 68 TDCDU6, remove spaces. Short omake. I can transform into a bird. Okay, wait, really? Isn't that confusing? I mean, you're a guy? I can transform into anything really, Izuku said to Sumayor's amazement. Going bigger doesn't make me stronger or anything, and becoming an inanimate object is awful. But I think I can handle becoming a bird. So any bird? Do you know Uwabami, the pro? Izuku asked, puzzled by the swerve in conversation. What about her? Can you transform into her? Oh, what about Ryukyu? Or Maruko? Me? A sexier version of me? Wait, a sexier version of you? Oh, a sexier, girl version of you? Izuku zoned out at the last of Sumayor's suggestions. Naruto, Hiruzen shouted as he walked into his scroll room, you cannot be in here. Sorry, but I had to do this if I want to become Hokage, Naruto said before going through some hand seals. The future is now, old man, sexy jutsu. A puff of smoke enveloped Naruto before it cleared away to reveal a naked, blonde woman with curvy hips and luscious breasts that... Was his nose bleeding? Why was his nose bleeding? Why was the ground getting closer? Wait, oh, phew. Yo, Izuku. You did it again. Sumayor snapped her fingers in front of his face. Your nose is bleeding. How many fingers am I holding up? Yes, Sumayor frowned. Oh, no, you're dying, aren't you? I was talking about the last one of your transformation suggestions. Sumayor blinked. Oh, yeah, really? A sexy? Yeah, you'd think an ancient civilization would be more prudish, you know? So like can I see it or 443 chapter 12, die. Something Eraserhead's words sent an icy spear through Izuku. This was not good. Did he already figure out he was Cage? But how? Had he known since the entrance exam? Were there pro-heroes lying in wait to get him? They had probably gotten Sumayor too and... The house isn't clean yet. What? Izuku asked in response to Eraserhead's dry sentence. The house isn't what? Eraserhead sighed much like how Izuku would after spilling a drink on himself. The cleaners are running a bit behind schedule so I can't let you in yet. Wait, that's it? Izuku couldn't help but ask. I thought you were going to expel me. I thought you were going to expel me, Aizawa-sensei. Eraserhead, or was it Aizawa-sensei now, smiled and did a ghoulish thing. It was almost as if Aizawa-sensei was doing a copy of what he had read a smile was instead of an actual smile. It was less creepy than that Himiko Toga's smile, but not too dissimilar in how it made him feel. It felt as though he was a helpless lamb staring up at a bloodthirsty predator. So you've heard of my policy? Aizawa-sensei said more to himself than to Izuku. Alright, then. Move your bags towards those garden furniture and take a seat. I'm not expelling you now, but there's plenty of time for that later. Yes, sir, Izuku squeaked out with a bow and everything before pulling his trolley towards the aforementioned garden furniture. As he dragged his trolley towards the garden furniture, Izuku couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. That had been scary. Of course, Eraserhead hadn't figured him out yet. He would have been arrested immediately if that were the case. Plus Uwa wouldn't chance letting a vigilante get into their school, right? For now, though, he was sure it had just been him reading too much into things. Thankfully, Eraserhead hadn't really noticed, or maybe he just assumed Izuku was a bit of a nervous wreck. It wasn't an inaccurate description of him either, in all honesty. He plopped down on the stone bench and took in the sights of Uwa around him. The dorm section of the school was somehow even nicer than the parts of the school Izuku had already seen. The garden furniture was carved out of a rather ornate and smooth stone and had some nice decorative touches. The building itself had about 5 levels excluding the rooftop. After having spent much of his life going up and down stairs, Izuku hoped he was close to the ground level. He had had enough of stairs to last him multiple lifetimes. A few minutes passed and Izuku was still the only student around. Eraserhead had gotten back into his sleeping bag at some stage and was now lying on the ground once more. Or sleeping. What made him so tired all the time? Maybe the dry eye made it hard for him to sleep? That would suck. Izuku got his phone out as he decided to check the news for anything related to Native, Backdraft and Death Arms. Much like the rest of the week, nothing was mentioned about their current exploits. Izuku had seen all 3 of the heroes operating since the Agatari Mall incident and they appeared to be perfectly normal. Well, other than the fact that they had actually hired villains to conduct a heist on a facility guarded by some of their colleagues. Izuku had dedicated a lot of time to ponder what those heroes were doing there. If it were a sting operation then surely they wouldn't have been alone. Dabi would have been swarmed almost immediately. Plus, he had heard Backdraft call for a retreat with Death Arms right there. Between Backdraft and Death Arms, they could have taken care of Dabi. Probably, Dabi's flames were really hot. If Izuku hadn't broken his jaw then his mask probably would have been melted to his face. In any case, the heroes were well equipped to deal with everyone that was there. Hell, Backdraft had been one of the first responders to the fire at Miruko's club on the night Dabi had. Oh, boy. Would they stoop that low? Native's conversation with Dabi flickered through his head and Izuku had his answer almost immediately. They definitely would do that, Izuku said as he resisted the urge to slap himself. I need to tell Sumair. Who's Sumair? Is she hot? Izuku almost dropped his phone when he heard someone's voice. He looked up from his phone and around in panic until a hand snuck up into his view. The hand snapped its fingers a few more times before pointing down. I'm right here, said the owner of the hand who was a boy with oddly familiar purple hair. So, tell me, who's this Sumair chick? Another friend of yours? It took Izuku only a few moments to place the boy with a peculiar expression on his face.
Mineta. Mineta was sitting next to a small suitcase which was probably why Izuku had missed him. The boy was rather short and had for some reason chosen to sit on the ground instead of on the chairs. The end result was Izuku not spotting him at all. That's my name, Mineta said before leaning in towards Izuku. Now let's circle back. Is this Sumair chick a friend of yours? Like that babe with the orange hair? Oh, that was right. Kendo and Mineta had been tested in the same area and were amongst the first to get to their bus. At least, Mineta seemed more normal today and in all honesty, Izuku was curious about the ball managed to get in. It probably had to do with the balls on the boy's head. Sumair and I have a bit of an unconventional relationship, Izuku said in answer to Mineta's question and not wanting to lie. I mean she is like 10 or so years older than me so. I got it, Mineta said heartily as what suspiciously looked like tears formed in his eyes. I totally get it, I'll keep your secret for you, you lucky bastard. Yet again, Izuku had the impression that Mineta was rambling once more so with a bit of courage he redirected the conversation to something obvious. Why are you sitting on the floor? Oh, well I was about to go inside maybe scope out the vents or something, but then I saw that zombie in the yellow sleeping bag so I had to adjust my plans, Mineta said looking over his shoulder to Eraserhead. He looks pretty strict, doesn't he? He looks like he won't let me get my groove on. This time Izuku understood and agreed with what Mineta had said. Except for the weird thing about vents. He doubted the house had any at all. Eraserhead didn't seem like the type to let things slide and with Izuku's luck, he'd find a way to get on his bad side soon enough. He had never been good with teachers, after all. Although, that had never really been his fault. So how did your entrance exam go? Izuku asked deciding to get to know one of his new classmates. Mineta's quirk made for an interesting entry into his notebooks. Apparently, the balls on his head were sticky and could be used to bind stuff together. The effect didn't work on Mineta himself, though, which made sense. It would be terrible if his own hand got stuck to his hair. In any case, this meant that Mineta hadn't been able to outright destroy the robots. He had to trap them and then find the switches to deactivate them. It was a testament to how strong the adhesiveness of Mineta's balls was that none of the robots had managed to escape. Well, almost none of them. That giant robot went straight through them like they weren't even there, Mineta said throwing his arms to the side. I got lucky that I didn't trap anyone in those balls or I'd probably have failed, and be in jail. Izuku sidestepped around Mineta's questions about his own exam. He didn't think it'd be right of him to say exactly what had happened. It may come off as him bragging or gloating. That was fine to do around Kendo, but less so when setting first impressions. He took pride in what he'd done, but maybe this could sneak under the radar for a little bit. Oh, look at that guy. He looks like he could eat me for breakfast, Mineta said in awe and Izuku felt the same feeling rise up in him. A giant of a man, well, technically a boy who was apparently Izuku's age, was walking with just 2 suitcases in hand. It was a bit lacking compared to the sheer amount of stuff Izuku and Mineta had brought. The boy wore a modified Uo blazer, probably due to the fact that he had 6 arms joined by a web of skin on each side. He had a brief conversation with Eraserhead who was still lurking underneath the table with their forms. It was only when he moved that Izuku spotted 2 people way shorter than the boy. He's so much taller than his parents, Mineta all but whined, some people get all the luck.
Izuku wasn't sure about that though. The boy's appearance was, quite honestly, bound to attract some negative attention from some of the more hateful populace that still skulked around in the world. The boy could definitely handle himself. He was built like a tank, however, Izuku knew that mental attacks worked just as well if not better than physical ones. The boy hugged his parents goodbye and it was a bit amusing and touching to see his parents be on the verge of tears as he crouched down and wrapped them in a hug. They left not long after with the tall boy watching them leave. A few cars pulled up at the same time and already the tall boy was leaving. Now, Izuku could get a good look at him. Admittedly, he looked really cool. He had silver hair that covered one eye and he had a mask that just added to his aura. Mineta seemed to think the same thing. Is everyone here going to look cooler than me? The boy's head turned as if on a pole and he looked past Mineta and straight at Izuku. The second they made eye contact, Izuku's world seemed to spin as he felt hooks settle into his skull and then pull.
Kakashi-sensei. You can't be serious. We don't have much of a choice, Sakura, Kakashi-sensei said placing a hand on her shoulder. I fear things would have gone better if we had done this sooner.
He's right, Sakura-chan, Naruto said as he finally found the courage to speak. The Akatsuki got Ba-chan and other famous shinobi. They've gotten a lot of the other Biju and no one seems to care. Anger and sadness and frustration flowed through Izuku's, Naruto's, veins. If I had just been there when it wasn't your fault, Naruto, Kakashi jumped in to say. Your return got delayed for understandable reasons. You had a tall order set for you and things went south. It happens. 6 tails is no joke even for Jiraiya-sama. The storm within him began to cool even though hearing his master's name still stung.
He's right, Sakura said firmly. If B hadn't taught you then we'd be a lot worse off and even he said you took it to better than anyone else he'd heard of.
And look what that got him. Naruto couldn't help but mutter as his mood soured again. I'm the last one left and no one seems to realize the danger we're in. I'm tired of waiting in the village waiting for him and everyone else to come to their senses. They all think we're lying. That I'm lying because I killed. A hand settled on his shoulder. Naruto, Kakashi said and there was so much compassion and hurt and understanding in his voice. I know you're hurting, but we need to do this. This isn't how we do stuff, though. I hate him so much but isn't there?
He ruined the 5-cage summit completely, Sakura. Naruto frowned as he looked at his teammate. Our alliance with Suna and then Kumo died because of him. You know hard Tsunade Bachan slaved to get those and now they're gone, because of him.
His nails were digging into his palm and it was only a baritone murmur from within that calmed him down. It might not be right, but we have to do it, Naruto said less angry, but still radiating intensity and determination. We owe it to Jiraiya. We owe it to Tsunade and we owe it to everyone else suffering because we were too cowardly to disobey. Kakashi's eye bored into Naruto's with none of the usual cheer. It looked like a smile spread behind his mask, but Naruto blinked and it was gone. Stupid mask. So it's settled, he said and this time Sakura didn't object. By this time tomorrow, we killed Danzo Shimura and reclaim the honor and glory to the title of Hokage. After that, Naruto said as the gravity of the situation settled in, we fight. Hey, Izuku startled as he was thrown back into the present. Mineta was standing up now and was trying to get his attention. Izuku ignored him for a moment as he looked at the boy that had triggered his flashback. Izuku was thrown for a loop when he saw that the boy was looking right at him. Izuku offered a tentative smile and the boy stared at him before nodding and settling down at one of the more isolated benches. He kinda did look like the silver-haired man he'd just seen. Kakashi, was it? And from a perspective that wasn't Sakura's either, but someone called Naruto. He'd ponder what that meant later, though. Sorry, I kinda spaced out there, Izuku said to Mineta but Mineta wasn't listening instead he was looking towards Eraserhead's table. There was one. No wait. 2 girls with their respective families. The one girl had pink skin and pink hair which was pretty unique already, but she was talking to a floating skirt and blazer. Which had to be a girl with some sort of invisibility quirk. Would you look at that? Mineta whispered under his breath. School just became awesome, I'm gonna go and introduce myself. The arrivals seemed to stack up after that. A rather bulky boy arrived with his mom and settled down near the 6-armed boy. Mineta, after a rather loud dismissal from the other 2 girls, struck up a conversation with a blonde boy and a girl with dark blue hair who had arrived at around the same time. The garden fast became rather busy. Izuku was beginning to feel a bit antsy as conversation spun around him. He didn't want to come off as standoffish or rude, but he just wasn't sure how to do about joining a conversation. The firm rebuttal Mineta had gotten from the first 2 girls to arrive only compounded his fear. There was quite a bit of commotion on the front lawn now as people moved their bags around, introduced themselves and so on. Izuku was about to bite the bullet and introduce himself to a boy with spiky red hair. He was speaking to the girl with pink hair as well as the invisible girl. Before he could move out of his seat, a trolley was stopped in front of him. Izuku blinked before looking up. Much quicker than with Mineta, Izuku recognized the person before him and thankfully the reverse served true. Aoyama. It's good to see you. For a moment, Izuku was almost blinded by all the sequins on Aoyama's bags. The suitcases were glimmering like diamonds in the sun. They would have been odd if anyone else had them, but somehow Aoyama just made it work. Same to you, Mon Amy, Aoyama said standing with his hands on his hips. I must admit you had me worried when you collapsed after saving that Belfi. So, Aoyama did know French. Rather well too, or so he assumed. He understood nothing of what Aoyama had just said in French. What he did understand, though, was that Aoyama was actually worried for him after the exam. You were worried for me? Of course, Aoyama said as he plopped down opposite Izuku. Your plan helped me get enough rescue points to finish in the top 15. I'm sure the others feel the same. You can ask them yourself. They're on their way here now. Hey, it's Midoriya. Midoriya, we need to talk. Aoyama flicked a finger to where he had just come from, and lo and behold, Iida and Uraraka were marching towards them. Iida was pulling the many suitcases and boxes he had on a flatbed trolley. Where the hell did that come from? As for Uraraka, she was dragging her suitcases through the air with a rope, like a swarm of kites. They ended up attracting a lot of attention, weaving past people before they settled in front of him. The entire garden was silent, and with a few loud thumps, Uraraka's suitcases fell to the ground. Both she and Iida then turned towards him in unnerving synchronicity. You looked so freaking cool destroying that giant robot. You were like POW, and then it was like boom, and everyone was like whoa. Your phenomenal plan and keen foresight allowed me to come fourth overall. I owe you a lot, Midoriya. If they weren't attracting a lot of attention from students, their parents, and probably Eraserhead too, then Izuku would have found it cool that they had started and finished speaking at the same time. As it was, he only felt embarrassed that their table was now the center of attention. Hi guys, Izuku finally said, feeling sweat build on his neck. It was nothing, really. We all had to pass after all. So much for keeping the robot thing under the radar. Did that guy also destroy one of those giant robots? Shouted a blonde boy in a nearby group. Him? Really? He's not even that big, I could totally. Shut up. The boy was cut off as a girl with dark hair and two attachments from her ear elbowed him in the side. The boy dropped to his knees as a high-pitched whine escaped from him. She said a few words under her breath to the blonde boy before turning right to Izuku. Sorry about this idiot. Izuku could only give a shaky nod. Just like that, everything was back to normal. Izuku checked on the blonde boy to see if he was fine, but he did seem to be okay. In any case, Mineta was already checking on him, and whatever Mineta was saying seemed to cheer the blonde boy up. What a jerk, Uraraka said as she crossed her arms. He wouldn't be saying that if he was in our exam venue. You'd totally wrecked that robot. Agreed. Your performance in the entrance exam was stellar, Iida said with a curt nod. Furthermore, such behavior is unbecoming of a hero course student at such a prestigious school. I shall have a talk with him about the expectations placed on us as students of UA. Iida and Uraraka's words were different in tone, but their messages were the same. It was a bit unexpected that they had reassured him so quickly. To think he'd been worried about finding nice people at UA. It's no worry, really, Izuku said, ignoring the burn in his cheeks. I'm kinda used to not sticking out all that much. People saying stuff like that is nothing new. His words were meant to calm the two of them down, but if anything they only seemed to rile them up even more. Really? But you're so strong, Uraraka said, rising to her feet. With a quirk like yours, I'd be scared to say anything bad about you. Not that you're the type to hit someone for saying that or anything. I agree with Uraraka's assessment, Iida said with a chop of his hand. What was that about? You are not the type to seek revenge. The foresight and intelligence you showed in discovering the second test only further proves her point. It was your leadership that allowed us all to pass with such good marks. I think you guys are giving me too much credit, Izuku said as he rubbed the back of his neck. I just wanted us to get out of there as quick as possible. If it weren't for you guys, then it would have been almost impossible to get as many people out as we did. Izuku really did mean that. Between the four of them and Yaoyorozu, they'd had the perfect combo of quirks to evacuate everyone. They wouldn't have gotten any points for style, and what they had done definitely wouldn't have worked in actual evacuation. Still though, considering the circumstances, they had all done very well, which was why they all got such high rescue points. Speaking of our group, Uraraka began, her voice laced with something of an odd tone. Did you speak to Momo after the exam? Wait, what did she just say? Do you mean Yaoyorozu? Izuku asked, which seemed to cause some confusion amongst them all. Is that her full name? Uraraka asked before her eyes lit up. Wait, like the stupid rich Yaoyorozu family? She's one of them? No wonder she is so formidable, Iida said, putting his chin in his hands. She outscored me in the normal exam despite not having my speed. It is expected that someone from such a family would do so well. Aoyama was the only one to take this news in his stride. I guess so, Izuku said as he watched Iida and Uraraka come to terms with it. She's really good, but that can't be down to just her family, right? She told me how her quirk works and it would need a lot of work to actually be useful. So you did speak after the exam? Uraraka leaned towards him with a smile. She could have come back on the bus, but she specifically said she wanted to speak to you even after she got healed. You had just saved her from failing, but still, do you guys have any history? Oh, Trey's interesting, Aoyama murmured under his breath. This could be very interesting. If Midoriya and Yaoyorozu have any personal history then. Izuku lost track of Iida's rebuke to both Uraraka and Aoyama as he pondered the former's words. Did destroying an expensive bag count as history? Probably not. Uraraka was probably reading too much into things. He and Yaoyorozu hadn't spoken all that much in the infirmary, If anything, he had been the one who had taken over the conversation. A sliver of embarrassment rolled within his chest as he remembered his rapid-fire questions to Yaoyorozu. He had not made a good impression in any of his conversations with her. The worst-case scenario would be being in a class with her. Izuku would probably die of embarrassment if he had to see her again. Izuku put that out of his mind as he allowed himself to take in his class. Iida, great guy that he was, had managed to steer the conversation away from Izuku and Yaoyorozu. This allowed Izuku to watch the new arrivals and also take in the others. Between a boy with a bird head, a boy with spiky red hair and a girl with long green hair, there were a lot of immediate standouts. They would definitely not struggle to stand out in a crowd, which was good for prospective heroes. Izuku wasn't quite as striking as some of his other classmates, so he had changed his hero costume to compensate. If it hadn't been for one of the scrolls he and Sumair had gotten, then he would have stuck with an ordinary costume. All the top heroes stuck out, especially the top ones. From All Might to Endeavor to Best Genius to Ryukyu, they all had a particular and unmistakable style. It was a sometimes overlooked aspect of being a hero. Sometimes the look said it all. Izuku still loved the preliminary costume he had come up with, but in truth that had been drawn up well before he ever got Chakra. He was still himself, but he wasn't quite the same boy who had wanted to wear that costume, so, a change had been in order. Plus, Kendo had said it made him look like a rabbit, which wasn't bad, but considering he had been going for a homage to All Might instead of Maruko, perhaps he had messed up somewhere in the design process. Thankfully, inspiration had been hidden inside a pocket dimension that could only be accessed by a scroll with magical writing on it. He could only hope that it got done on time. His request to change it had been a bit late. The garden was now filling up. A boy with red and white hair had arrived. Izuku had noticed him at the same time as Uraraka, and they had both come to the same conclusion. He looks strong, doesn't he? Uraraka whispered as they watched him hug a man and woman clearly too young to be his parents. I wonder what his deal is. He looks so intense.
It was true. The boy walked right through the garden, and to their combined surprise, he seemed to be making a beeline for them. He stopped right at their table, looking at all of them in turn.
When his gaze settled on Izuku, a cold feeling washed over him. The boy had unsettling eyes. Whereas Bakugo always seemed to be filled with anger and passion, this boy's eyes were cold and piercing. Izuku tensed up as the boy turned towards him. You, with the green hair, the boy said as he looked at Izuku, is this seat taken? And no, may I sit there? Izuku glanced towards the other three in question. All of them, even Aoyama, seemed to be lost for words. Izuku gave a shaky smile before moving up a bit too quickly. Oh, of course you can. Izuku winced at the volume of his answer, but he gave the boy ample room. It's only the four of us, so you can sit here. This table is made for at least 8 people, and we're only sitting here because we know each other from the entrance exam. So you can definitely sit here. Speaking of the entrance exam, how did you do? You seem pretty strong, so I'm kinda curious. Izuku's rambling was cut off by a block of cheese. Izuku turned only to see Aoyama holding a plate of sliced cheese. Where the hell had that come from? Would you like some cheese? Aoyama said to the new arrival. It is rather divine if I say so myself. Izuku bit down on the cheese block. Well, then, it was actually really good. No, thank you. Good day, Iida said, sitting ramrod straight. My name is Tenya Iida. Next to me is Ochako Uraraka. He's Yugo Aoyama, and next to you is Izuku Midoriya. We are pleased to make your acquaintance. Shoto Todoroki. Todoroki? Uraraka said with a finger to her chin before snapping her fingers. Hey, are you related to
Deku? Oh, no. Who's Deku? Uraraka asked instead as she heard the loud shout, is that someone here?
Izuku sighed. No, it's me. Deku, stop acting like you can't hear me. I can see you covering your ears. You're at the table with the guy who ran out of hair dye. The old hag. Ow, my mother wants to talk to you. Izuku looked towards the parking lot, and sure enough, Bakugo was looking right at him. His expression oozed annoyance and anger. Aunt Mitsuki was standing next to him, looking rather annoyed at her son.
She then turned towards him, and her expression softened immediately. It would have freaked him out if he wasn't used to Bakugo's and his mom's relationship. He rose out of his seat, excusing himself from the table. This will be fun. If the earlier moment with Iida and Uraraka had been awkward, this was some new fresh level of hell. Bakugo and his mother having a screaming contest while occasionally pointing towards him made for quite the scene. This time Izuku knew everyone was watching his approach. Even Eraserhead's sleeping bag seemed to be turned towards the commotion. Izuku steeled his nerves as he finally walked through the garden and reached Aunt Mitsuki's car. Don't test me, Katsuki, Mitsuki growled in his face. I will tear your world fucking asunder if you. Oh, hi Izuku. Oh, my, you're looking more and more like a man each day. Despite months of training and getting into many fights, Izuku still didn't quite have the reflexes to avoid the hug Mitsuki pulled him into. He returned it and fought down the panic that Bakugo's sneering face lit aflame within him. Mom, can you not? Mitsuki pulled away from the hug and turned to Bakugo. Get your bags out of the car. I need to speak to Izuku. Mitsuki sounded a lot less combative. It was a vast departure from the usual anger in her tone when it came to arguing with Bakugo. It threw both Izuku and Bakugo for a loop, and Izuku watched as Bakugo immediately followed his mother's request.
Mitsuki didn't request, she commanded. What was going on? This is the first time I've gotten time to speak to you since you fought with Katsuki, Mitsuki began and her face was rather downcast. I'm really sorry about all he's done to you. Masaru and I really should have kept a closer eye on him. She was apologizing. This was weird. What was next? Endeavor becoming a chef? Ryukyu moving into an enclosure at the zoo? Maruko working with someone? You know how he is, Mitsuki said with a small smile. His quirk is stupid awesome and people tend to feed his ego. I thought he was just a little prick. I never expected that he'd be such a little douche. Who you calling a douche, you hag? You're a douche, you douche, Mitsuki yelled at her son across the road. Now scram. This isn't any of your business. Bakugo glowered at his mom and then at Izuku, but in the end, he turned away as he carried his bags across the garden. Mitsuki took a moment to calm herself before continuing. Masaru isn't here, but I hope you can find a way to forgive us, Mitsuki said crossing her arms, and with you guys now being in the same class, I'm wondering how this will affect you after everything. We've talked about asking the school to make him move classes. Okay, that was enough. It's not your fault, Aunt Mitsuki, Izuku said cutting her off. Kachan is. Well, he's difficult. If I or anyone at school had said something then maybe, it would be your fault, but you didn't know. Not even my mom knew. So, you guys shouldn't beat yourselves up for it. An image of Bakugo screaming at Izuku flashed through his mind. I think UA will be good for Kachan, Izuku said after a moment's pause. He's amazing, but so is everyone else here. Another image, this time of him fighting Eraserhead in an alleyway. Especially the teachers, Izuku said as he managed to smile. I know he'll come right eventually. We might not get along as well as you and mom do, but that's not really your fault.
It would be easy to blame Bakugo's parents for his behavior, but it wouldn't be right. Bakugo wasn't a kid anymore. They were in high school now. Bakugo would have to take ownership of what he's done wrong. It would be wrong if he blamed Mitsuki and Masaru for Bakugo's attitude.
Are you sure? Mitsuki asked wiping her eyes and he nodded. This isn't a problem? It's not ideal, but I'll be fine, Izuku said as the whir of a scooter caught his attention. I just want you and my mom to patch things up. It'll be lonely for the both of you without me or Kachan at home and you shouldn't let this get in the way. Mitsuki said as she hugged him tighter than before. You're not supposed to be the adult in this situation, Izuku. Good luck with everything. I saw you came second overall. You did great. Izuku pulled away from the hug just as Bakugo returned. The scooter he had heard earlier also pulled up and to his dismay, Yayorozu was the one on it. She skidded to a stop and threw down her helmet. Her breathing was heavy as she put both the helmet and scooter onto a grass embankment. Good day, Yayorozu said to them all and her gaze seemed to linger on Izuku for a bit before she sped off. Hey, you guys saw that, right? What's her deal? Bakugo asked, but his question was ignored by both Izuku and Mitsuki. Come here, Katsuki, Mitsuki said before she, forcibly, pulled him into a hug. Stop struggling. This is the last time I'll see you in months. Izuku was barely paying attention as he watched Yayorozu speaking frantically to Eraserhead. The man was now out and about, his sleeping bag nowhere to be seen. He held up a hand and gave a nod to Yayorozu. As if by magic, all the tension left her body. Izuku ignored the hug, shouting match between the mother-son duo behind him as he watched Yayorozu come back their way. Her uniform looked a bit disheveled as if she'd somehow woken up late and had to dress in a hurry. That couldn't be, though. She had come this way on a scooter so surely she had already been on campus. Why had she been in such a rush? She had looked downright panic-stricken before Eraserhead talked her down. Class 1A. Eraserhead's voice punched through Izuku's thoughts. Now that you're all finally here, gather by the steps, leave your bags where they are. Alright, I guess I have to go, Mitsuki said as she finally pulled away from Bakugo. You guys better have fun and work hard. And you better be on your best behavior. Katsuki, don't forget to give Izuku his present. I love you. I love you too. At that very moment, Izuku wished he had Sumire's quirk instead of Chakra. The embarrassed look on Bakugo's face was one he'd never forget. A few moments later, Mitsuki was gone and Bakugo was left with a few more bags to carry. Do you need some? Leave me alone. Deku. Izuku managed to find a spot on the lawn near Uraraka and Iida. Eraserhead was sitting at the top of the stairs looking half asleep. There was a box next to him and he had a clipboard in his hands. Hey, Midoriya, Uraraka said as she eyed Bakugo dragging his bags. Aren't you going to help your friend? He didn't want my help, Izuku shrugged. Kachan is just like that. Is his name Kachan? No, that's just a nickname from when we were friends, Izuku said as they watched a red-haired kid alleviate some of Bakugo's bag which only seemed to piss Bakugo off. Why does he call you Deku? It's an insult. I think it means a useless person or something like that, Izuku said, which made Uraraka frown. Yeah. That's Kachan for you. Well, I wouldn't worry about him, Midoriya, Uraraka said finally. You probably crushed him in that exam. Well, actually, he was the guy that came first. Katsuki Bakugo, Izuku said, and a small part of him was amused by Uraraka faltering. Yeah, he actually is as good as he thinks he is. Eraserhead rose to his feet and cleared his throat. It was barely audible over the many conversations going on, but somehow it managed to quell all the noise. Izuku looked around the crowd in slight surprise and he caught Yaoyorozu's eye, who was at the back of the group on her own. "You guys should have been quiet the moment I gathered you here," Eraserhead said, crossing his arms. "This isn't some middle school. We have much higher standards and expectations here. Am I understood?" "Yes, sensei." The entire class, even Bakugo, said all at once. "Good," Eraserhead said as he looked down at his clipboard. "Oh, right. My name is Shota Aizawa. Now let's do some roll call. Just say present when I say your name. I'll also be giving you your PE uniforms now. Yugo Aoyama?" "Present." Aizawa opened the box and threw the PE outfit clear across the garden. Aoyama missed it, but a boy shot tape out his arms and reeled it back in. He handed it to a slightly embarrassed, but grateful Aoyama. "Merci. This guy is like way lame," a girl with light brown hair said under her breath to the invisible girl from earlier. "I bet there are dictators who are less strict." Luckily for her, Eraserhead hadn't heard what she had said. He continued to go down the list until he got to the girl in question's name. She continued to speak under her breath until it was her turn. "Kami Utsushimi. Present. You're the one who had to take a year off school, correct?" "Yup. I mean, yes, sensei. You may be older than your classmates, but that doesn't give you a right to talk. If you speak to Hagakure or Ishido one more time, all three of you will have detention." That jolted the crowd and especially Izuku. How had he done that? He was now half convinced that Eraserhead could hear his thoughts. Izuku himself had barely heard that Utsushimi girl speak. Eraserhead hadn't once looked up from his clipboard, and yet he knew exactly who was talking despite the fact that they had met just today. Izuku was in deep trouble with the cage thing, wasn't he? The list went on as gym outfits were thrown into the crowd. There wasn't really much of a commotion except for when Bakugo's name was called. They'd probably figured out. "Izuku Midoriya." "Present," Izuku squeaked out, and Eraserhead's throw was a bit wayward. He was able to get a few fingers to it and snatched it out of the air with surface sticking. In his humble opinion, it was a pretty slick catch, and at the very least Mineta and Uraraka seemed to agree since they both gave him a thumbs up. "Momo Yaoyorozu." "Present." After Yaoyorozu had snatched her outfit out of the air, Eraserhead put his clipboard down and pointed in a random direction. No one moved or even dared to speak. The standoff continued until finally, Iida lifted his hand. "What is it, Iida? I think I speak for everyone here when I say we are unsure of what to do next." Iida finished this off with a polite bow. "Tenya Iida?" Eraserhead asked, drawing a nod from Iida. "Any relation to Tensai Iida? Or should I call him Ingenium?" "He's my older brother, Aizawa-sensei," Iida said with a hint of pride. "I see." Eraserhead paused before looking Iida up and down. "Let's hope you can match even half of what he's done." Eraserhead ignored the murmurs his comment generated as he turned to the other students. Izuku chanced to look at Iida and he seemed somewhere between shocked and offended. "There's a large field around 500 meters that way. There are changing rooms there too. Go there and change into your gym outfits." "Excuse me, Aizawa-sensei," said a girl. "Suyu Asui, what about orientation? We're moving our bags in." "Oh, right. I forgot," Eraserhead said with as much enthusiasm as a bowl of soggy cornflakes. "The reason I can't let you move in is because of a test. A Quirk apprehension test. If any of you fail to meet my expectations of you, then it'll be a good thing your bags are already outside." Why is that?" "Aizawa-sensei," asked the boy who had kinda insulted Izuku earlier, Denki Kaminari, if Izuku remembered correctly. The answer was obvious to Izuku and pretty much everyone else there, but it was still surprising when Eraserhead confirmed their suspicions. "Because you'll get expelled and kicked out of UA." It had been rather easy to find the field Eraserhead had mentioned. They had gotten dressed in a hurry and all 20 of them was ready for Eraserhead. Thankfully, he allowed them a warm-up session which Iida decided to lead. There were scattered conversations, but Izuku couldn't bring himself to speak. It wasn't the shyness, for once. No, he was focused on Eraserhead's words. He said they'd get expelled if they didn't meet his expectations of them. It didn't matter if Izuku beat, say, Mineta or Koda in a race because it was likely that Eraserhead expected more from him. At least when it came to a race that was. Therefore, Izuku couldn't quite afford to hold back. "I'm gonna cream you, Deku," Bakugo shouted as he sprinted past Izuku and then back again. "Don't you even think of trying to beat me." Bakugo was exerting a lot more effort in his warm-up than was necessary. It was likely that they would have to use their quirks, so he was being proactive by getting his palms extra sweaty. It would give his explosions an extra kick and more heat, which would cause more sweating, which would give them an even higher kick, and so on. It wasn't surprising Bakugo had beaten more robots than Izuku had. His quirk got stronger the longer he fought. As for Izuku, the Fatebreaker actually got weaker the longer he fought. To make things worse, Eraserhead wouldn't be expecting Fatebreaker levels of strength. He had kicked off a zero-pointer's arm and destroyed it with just one punch. It would be suspicious if that level of strength disappeared. Eraserhead probably wouldn't accept that feat being a momentary fluke, even though it was the truth. Izuku hadn't managed to recreate Tsunade Shisho's technique just yet. He knew the theory and knew how it felt, but outside of destroying that robot, he hadn't actually used it. If the opportunity came up, then he'd have to make very sure that he did well. Or maybe he could smash the other events and then get a middle-of-the-road score in that aspect. But But Eraserhead would probably realize that Izuku was holding back. Especially after Izuku had pretty much just recovered from his wounds during the exam. Izuku smiled wryly. Sakura's memories and abilities had chosen quite the time to awaken. What would this test even be? He had called it a quirk apprehension, so they'd obviously be using their quirk. Kendo would have slapped him for stating the obvious, but what did that entail exactly? A free-for-all battle royale? A bunch of fitness tests with their quirks? A tennis match? Izuku shook that train of thought off. There was no use worrying. He just had to do his best and hopefully, that would impress Eraserhead. Besides, what was the worst-case scenario here? He got expelled and was forced to leave the school of his dreams? No biggie. Are you guys warmed up? Eraserhead asked and he got a loud chorus of, "Yes, sensei." As a response, "Good. Now, you guys must be excited to be the first batch of students who get to live on campus, but you need to understand that this isn't about making friends or eating pizza under the moonlight. It's a big decision to become a hero, and if any of you are feeling any sort of doubt, you can leave now." Eraserhead said, his hair lifting up, and Izuku flinched as he caught sight of glowing red eyes. Naruto. Sasuke. Naruto stared into the red eyes of his closest friend. The black patterns in Sasuke's eyes were swirling rapidly. A lightning-wreathed sword was zipping towards him. Naruto let his Rasengan die down as he caught the blade with his hand. In it, he could see the deep orange patterning around his eyes as well as the toad-like irises he had while Sage Mode was active. It was Sage Mode that allowed him to catch Sasuke's blade without much issue. Sasuke looked stunned, and in one quick move Naruto swept Sasuke's legs out. He put his foot on the chest and pointed Sasuke's blade right in front of his nose. "Danzo is dead," Naruto said, and Sasuke could only blink. "Team 7, we killed him." "Why? Akatsuki almost have all the Biju," Naruto said, and he smiled grimly as Sasuke's face dropped. "Yeah, I know. We came to get you back." "We?" Sasuke asked, and he frowned as he spotted Sakura and Kakashi-sensei appear from thin air. "I left Konoha for a reason. I still have to." "We can get you Itachi," Kakashi said from the sidelines. "He and Kisame are coming after Naruto. Remember? So if you're near him, I can kill him, and he won't get saved by that blue fish this time because I'll be fighting him," Naruto finished. For a moment, Naruto believed Sasuke would come quietly. The tension in Sasuke's body faded away and he shut his eyes as if in deep concentration. However, those hopes were reduced to ashes as Sasuke reopened his eyes. This time the patterning in his eyes were completely different. Blood began to stream from his eye and immediately Naruto leapt away. Amaterasu. An explosion of black fire exploded from Sasuke. The flames danced and weaved as Sasuke got to his feet. A trail of blood flowed from one of his eyes, and even from this far away, Naruto could see the pattern of his eyes had changed. "He has the Mangekyo," Sakura murmured under her breath. "How?" "Orochimaru figured a way out using Edo Tensei before I killed him," Sasuke said as he picked up his sword. Blood leaked from both his eyes, and through his Sage Mode, Naruto could sense a massive buildup of chakra, plus even larger than before. "Naruto. If you want me to help you," Sasuke began as the flames began to morph before they turned into giant spires, "then you've got to beat me." And that's all of the events. Izuku let out a heavy breath as the vision dissipated. He looked around to see if Eraserhead had noticed him dozing off. Thankfully, Izuku had gotten away with it. He looked at the rest of his classmates and they were all focused on Eraserhead. All of them except for Yaoyorozu. She was staring right at him, and by the look of things, she had been staring at him for some time now. Her lips were pursed and a dainty brow was raised as she stared at him. Maybe 10 seconds passed before he looked away. Heroes not being what they seem, Eraserhead, Bakugo, random visions, and now Yaoyorozu too. What else could the world possibly add to his plate? At this stage, he wouldn't be surprised if he somehow cut the moon in half. "Bakugo, you beat Midoriya by just 1 point in the entrance exam and came first," Eraserhead said while throwing the ball up and down. "Do you want to do the demonstration or should he?" "I'll do it," Bakugo snarled as he snatched the ball out the air and away from Eraserhead. "I stand in this circle, right?" "Correct." Bakugo grinned as he held onto the ball and pulled his arm back. No one here seemed to be aware of what Kacchan's quirk was. So, it was only Izuku who managed to cover his ears on time. "Die!" A loud explosion punctuated Bakugo's exclamation. There were a few light tremors sent through the ground as the ball sailed up and away. No one had expected Bakugo's quirk to be so explosive, so more than a few people were left picking their ears. "What a nutter," Mineta said under his breath, and in all honesty he was lucky that Bakugo was too far away to hear him. "How much was that?" Bakugo asked Eraserhead, who only held up a device. A few seconds later the device beeped and Bakugo's score was easy to see. 915.4 meters. He launched that almost a kilometer away? Kaminari said under his breath. "I'm so screwed." "You're screwed," Hagakure said to Kaminari. "I can't do anything even close to that. My quirk isn't really something that catches the eye." Whether Hagakure's play on words was intentional or not, no one was laughing. This wasn't a joking matter. "We won't be doing this one just yet," Eraserhead said as he pointed towards the building they had changed in. "Test number 1 begins in there." Test 1. Grip strength. Right away, Izuku realized this was not one he would definitely be at the top for. The boy with 6 arms, Shoji, had managed 540 kilograms for his test. It probably helped to have so many hands. After him, the only comparable scores belonged to Sato, who got 380 kilograms exactly. Bakugo managed a respectable 270 kilograms that was aided by clever use of his quirk. The device managed to withstand the explosion long enough to give a score before disintegrating. Izuku used the fate breaker at 100% and squeezed as hard as he could. Blue energy wafted him and he ignored the inquisitive looks from his class and the furious one from Bakugo. He only stopped squeezing when he heard the device chime. 385 kilograms. Whoa, that's awesome, Midoriya. Uraraka cheered after getting a score of 57 kilogram. Still think you can take him on? He heard Jiru ask Kaminari, who could only shake his head. Bakugo glared at him from his spot before stalking away. The others looked at him with a whole range of expressions and their looks were all so unnerving, particularly that of Todoroki, that he had to take refuge behind Iida. Okay, so he'd just beaten out Sato, who had only taken a few grains of sugar. It was likely that Sato had more in the tank, but was probably holding back to conserve energy. So he was probably stronger than Izuku was when they were both at 100%. Excluding Tsunade's super strength. Still though, perhaps he had been underestimating himself. His hand still felt a bit tingly after going 100%, but it would be fine in a minute or two. He had managed a score in the top 2 so surely. 3,780 kilogram, his score would not be made to look pathetic. Izuku turned to where he had heard the device chime and he blinked as he saw Yaoyorozu holding a modified hydraulic rescue spreader. This one was a little smaller than the usual ones used by rescue workers, but evidently just as powerful. Instead of looking at Shoji or Sato or even Eraserhead, Yaoyorozu looked right at Izuku and just stared at him. She continued to stare until she was swarmed by some of the other classmates asking about her quirk. And just like all the other times, he was the only one that had noticed this. Test 2. Sit-ups, come on Midoriya. Just 10 seconds left. Iida encouraged him from the sidelines, you are doing fantastic. Izuku sped through the sit-ups and was about to go for a few more when he caught Eraserhead watching him from just behind Iida. This caused him to falter and he lost his steam as he heard the timer beep. Excellent, Iida said as they swapped positions, 103 sit-ups in 2 minutes. I really hope I can match you. Bakugo was going this round too and hearing Izuku's score seemed to light a fire underneath him. He powered through the sit-ups with no sign of stopping. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu were also going really fast. 2 minutes later, Iida was wiping his glasses down after getting a very impressive 93. Todoroki had gotten 97, Yaoyorozu 94 and Bakugo had gotten a 104. However, instead of being pleased with being number 1, he seemed annoyed for some reason. It soon became clear why. Mineta is in first place with 106 sit-ups, Eraserhead said marking his clip down. Clever use of your quirk to bounce you up and down like that. How long will it take for those balls to come off? An hour or two, Aizawa-sensei, Mineta said as he stumbled around waving his arms. I think I'm gonna be sick. Test 3. Toe touches. Izuku didn't do especially well here. Asui came first, followed by Yaoyorozu and then Ishido. He had ended 6th behind both Todoroki and Iida, but ahead of Bakugo. Flexibility wasn't really his strong suit so it wasn't all that surprising that he had gotten crushed. Unfortunately, Yaoyorozu and Bakugo still gave him the stink eye once they were given the all-clear to move to the next test. Test 4. Standing long jump. This one's about distance more than anything, Eraserhead said as he stood next to a very long sandpit. There are sensors in the pit that will detect how far you've gone. Uraraka, you can begin. Uraraka set the tone as she stepped up to the plate. She crouched down and leapt and then clapped her fingers together in midair. Everyone just watched as she soared up and over the pit. She was given an eventual score of 31 meters with a marker placed down once she touched down looking extremely queasy. I'm so screwed, Kaminari said once Uraraka landed. My quirk is useless here. In the end, those without quirks suited to this landed in and around the 3 to 8 meter mark. Iida blew them all away by getting a 21 meter standing leap. This was then blown away again as Yaoyorozu used her quirk to create a pull that all but propelled her past Iida. She followed it up with another more flexible pull and that flung her all the way to the 33 meter mark. Izuku was next and with a chakra enhanced leap, he soared into the air. The feeling of flying through the air was great and by the time he landed, he had forgotten that all eyes were on him. He looked behind him to see Uraraka's marker just behind him and sure enough. 33 meters, the robot bleeped. Izuku had barely gotten out of the pit when he heard a loud explosion with a scream of fury. He watched as Bakugo sailed through the air like a missile before touching down in a wave of sand. The sensors went haywire for a bit until it finally settled down. This guy's is nuts. 61 meters. Izuku looked back to the start line and blinked. It was a good thing Bakugo was the last one up. There was a crater where he had been standing. Izuku was sure Bakugo had put a lot of power in that. Plus, he had probably changed the shape of his hands which would have given him a lot of lift at the right angle. Bakugo was a whiz at stuff like that so it wasn't surprising he had acted a test very suited to his quirk. Izuku moved to congratulate him but he was brushed aside. Leave me alone, Deku. Test 5. Balance. Finally, Izuku won an event. The balance obstacle was extremely narrow and dipped and then rose again over and over again. They had to always have at least one foot or hand on it at a time. As a result, more than a few people had fallen off in their attempts, particularly on the slopes. Unfortunately for everyone there, Izuku had chakra, so he was able to use the surface sticking to readjust whenever he slipped up. In the end, he edged out Asui by a few seconds. The only others to actually finish were, in order, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu and Iida. All of whom hadn't used their quirks at all. Iida had been a bit unlucky. Considering his legs had actual engines in them, it must have been a bit tricky to maneuver the obstacle. He was basically the direct opposite of top heavy, which meant he had to take a bit extra care than Izuku or Asui had to with their legs. Bakugo had actually done rather poorly on this one, coming closer to the back than the front. It surprised everyone there, but Eijiro Kirishima was the only person brave, or maybe crazy, enough to actually joke about it, though. So much for being number one, Kirishima said as he pulled Bakugo up to his feet. Maybe you should take some notes from Midoriya. Did you see all the recoveries he had? Unfortunately, Kirishima had chosen to joke about it using Izuku as the punchline. Shut it, dumb hair, I'm better than that wannabe. Instead of being thrown off by Bakugo's demeanor, though, Kirishima laughed. He laughed right in Bakugo's face and thumped him on the back. Playground insults aren't all that manly, Kirishima said, seemingly oblivious to Bakugo's souring mood. Besides, we have almost exactly the same type of hair. Does that make your hair dumb too? It was the first real moment of levity that afternoon, as Kirishima's lighthearted jokes caused quite a few laughs. Even Eraserhead looked like he was smiling before that disappeared. It was probably just a muscle twitch instead of an actual smile. Eraserhead then pointed to the next test, and it was one that Izuku was looking forward to. Test 650M. Izuku knew he had this one for a fact. Iida was faster than most humans and Izuku was faster than Iida. At least over short distances. Iida would find it a lot easier to maintain his speed than Izuku did. His quirk came with a few fringe benefits that made him the ultimate running machine. So, even though Izuku could outsprint Iida, he couldn't sprint forever. Iida probably could sprint for an unreal length of time. If there was one thing Iida had shown today, other than being very polite, it was immense leg strength. Most of the races had been just 2 people, but for some reason, his race had 4 people. They were the last 4, so maybe Eraserhead wanted to speed things up. Whatever the reason, Izuku would have like a few more friendly or even neutral opponents. You are so going down, Deku, Bakugo whispered from next to him, don't choke on my smoke. Good luck, Midoriya, Iida said as he continued to stretch. May the best man win. Oh, or woman, good luck to you as well, Yaoyorozu. Likewise, Yaoyorozu said to Iida before fixing him with a look, may the best win. Izuku's skin tingled as he let the Fatebreaker activate under his skin. He could hear Iida's engines whirring away and he caught sight of Yaoyorozu creating something for her to ride. Bakugo was the final addition to the odd orchestra, crackling sparks emanating from his palms. On your marks. Izuku pushed the Fatebreaker to full power. Chakra began to stream off of him as he stared straight ahead. The volume of Iida's engines cracked up a few and both Yaoyorozu and Bakugo took up deeper stances. Get set. Go. Izuku was in the lead right away. His Olympic training had honed his sprinting technique to well beyond just passable. Before, his technique had been more akin to a drowning mannequin or robot or something. He could hear a series of explosions and mechanical whirs which must have been Bakugo and Iida respectively. Yaoyorozu was probably right there with them. Still, though, Izuku had to win another event and this one was his surest bet. The distance run was a complete toss-up and the ball toss was probably Bakugo's if you were being honest. Or maybe Yaoyorozu if she made a cannon. Wouldn't that be crazy? 2.73 seconds, 2.95 seconds, 4.05 seconds. 4.15 seconds, Izuku, Iida, Yaoyorozu and then Bakugo. At this stage, he shouldn't have been surprised, but Yaoyorozu had made a hoverboard that was emblazoned with a Russian doll. It seemed to be completely dead, but it was what had given her the edge over Bakugo. It had a long prawn on the end which had probably counted as her crossing the line. Yaoyorozu seemed tired as she picked her hoverboard up. Her cheeks were a touch thinner than earlier, something easy to notice when she had been staring at him like he had killed her pet. Was she running out of lipids? How many creations did she have left in her? She didn't look nearly as gaunt as she had been at the entrance exam, but there was a noticeable difference. Or maybe that was just the territory when it came to her quirk. And how the hell was she making those devices so quickly? Even he sometimes forgot the top 250 rankings. Much to his shame. So how crazy was Yaoyorozu's memory to remember all that? He'd ask her once she stopped looking at him the way all the sore losers from the gym looked at Kendo after she creamed them. Test 7. Ball toss. As it turned out, Yaoyorozu did have a couple of creations left in her. A cannon? Kirishima shouted way too loudly. Now, that's manly. What? Mina screamed from next to him. Gammon's meat, that's a cannon. What? Kami screamed at Mina. That's not a mansion, it would be lit if she could make one though. Lit? What did that even mean? What? Whatever Zero had been about to say was muffled by Eraserhead's scarf. A lot of people hadn't learnt their lesson from Bakugo's ball throw. No. Just no. Eraserhead let Zero go free before turning to Yaoyorozu. Good job, 1770 meters. Thank you, sensei, Yaoyorozu said with a bow after removing her earplugs before looking at her classmates currently clutching their ears or speaking way too loudly. I wish you guys accepted my offer for protective gear. It had been awfully nice of her to offer. She'd given everyone who had asked, even Izuku, a very good set of earplugs. The only person who had rejected the plugs and was still fine was Bakugo, which made sense. His ears were probably very used to explosions by now, and that was probably why Bakugo's balance was rather abysmal, Izuku realized. Funny enough, Yaoyorozu's cannon was not the craziest part of this test. Iida had just kicked his ball instead of throwing it. Koda made a bird carry it and then drop, and best of all, Uraraka had sent a ball into orbit and gotten a score of an infinity. So, first place was definitely hers. And someone might die when that thing eventually landed. Izuku was going last and he accepted the ball from Eraserhead with a heavy heart. By now, everyone's ears had recovered for the most part. Izuku was about to go the circle when a hand from Eraserhead stopped him. Izuku felt his eyes widen as he stared back at his teacher. Eraserhead seemed to search his eyes for something and seemed to frown for just a moment before he spoke. You are the one that destroyed that zero-pointer with one punch, correct? The murmurs of his classmates all blended into one indistinct noise as Izuku's heart throbbed away in his ears. His throat felt like it closed up as he stared into the eyes of Eraserhead. It took him a few seconds to form any actual words. Yes, that was me. Izuku said before taking a step back as he realized something. I mean, that was me, Aizawa-sensei. Eraserhead stared at Izuku with an inscrutable expression before pointing towards the field with his head. I'll be keeping that in mind. Now, go take your throw. Izuku was surprised by how normal the ball he'd be given felt. It felt just like any other ball he'd held in his life. It looked just like any other ball he'd seen in his life. It really was just a normal ball. And yet it wasn't. The ball was his key to staying into UA. Eraserhead expected different things from different people, so it was likely that simply getting around Iida's score of 400 meters wouldn't be enough. If Eraserhead was keeping his entrance exam in mind, then Izuku had no choice but to go all out. There was a big problem and only one solution. He had to use Tsunade Shisho's super strength. Would it be enough though? What if he messed things up? Or what if he got it right? But Eraserhead tried to cancel his quirk midway and he got exposed. There were so many ways this could go wrong. He had to calm down. Izuku closed his eyes as he remembered Sakura's lesson. He had to gather as much chakra as possible before releasing it all at once. If he wavered or mistimed it, then he was screwed up. Again, a streak of nervous energy filled him at the prospect of being expelled. Whenever you're ready, Midoriya, Eraserhead said from somewhere behind Izuku as if to tell him he could take his time. Eraserhead wasn't the only one who had picked up on his nervousness. You got this, Midoriya. Uraraka. Best of luck, Midoriya. Iida. You suck, Deku. Bakugo. Don't listen to this guy, you got this. Kirishima? That was nice of him. Send that stupid thing into orbit, Izuku. Kendo. Izuku looked over his shoulder to see Kendo in casual clothes all the way at the back of the field. How long had she been there? What had even brought her here? She was all the way at the road leading to the field. Her quirk was active and she was waving her hands like giant pom-poms. Stop stalling and kick that thing's ass. The storm in his mind cleared as he looked at Kendo waving her arms like those inflatable balloon people. Her words sparking something within him. It was so bizarre and yet exactly what he needed for this moment. Chakra streamed off his body and he swung his arm back before throwing the ball straight up. He watched the ball as it climbed higher and higher above him. He could have gotten a decent score if he had just thrown it, but it would have been less than Iida's kick, let alone Bakugo or Yaoyorozu's attempts. You were so supposed to throw it that way, not upwards. Kendo's yell didn't get to him as instead Izuku began to gather chakra. Tsunade and Sakura used their super strength by gathering and then releasing it. The thing was, a large part of using chakra was visualization. What they used to visualize might not work as well for him as it did for them. He needed his own version. The gathering wasn't the problem. His control was getting better and better, almost on its own. The problem was the release. He needed to think of a burst or an explosion of energy, that was it. Izuku adjusted his stance as the ball began to fall behind. The blue streams of chakra were visible even under the bright sun. Izuku looked at Kendo and then to Iida before finally settling on Bakugo. For once, Bakugo didn't look angry or pissed, he seemed completely and totally stunned. The ball was getting closer and closer as it accelerated towards him. He just had to add his speed to the ball's speed to really get it flying. Normally a punch would be enough to get it done, but it would have been hard to pull off. Thankfully, Iida had shown him the way. He condensed the storm of chakra in his foot and time seemed to slow down for him. The ball slowed to a crawl and that made the next part easy. He took a step back, swung his hips and kicked the ball like a star soccer player doing a volley. For just an instant, he could feel the ball's weight on his foot. He recalled Bakugo using his quirk to fire the ball away, and in that instant Izuku let the gathered chakra in his foot explode. Die! There was a loud crack after his exclamation as his kick sent the ball sailing through the air and into the skies. It was lost behind sun rays and Izuku let his chakra dissipate. His foot felt odd, almost as if there were ants crawling underneath his skin. But nothing was broken. A chorus of screams and cheers followed his kick as the ball sailed off into the distance. Izuku heard his name called by multiple people many times, but he didn't really register who it was or what they said after that. The fog only lifted once the robot gave out Izuku's score. 1732 meters. The robot beeped and Izuku remembered right then and there that he wasn't alone. Izuku looked back to his classmates and their reactions varied from Uraraka and Ida's joy to Yaoyorozu and Todoroki's cold confusion to Bakugo's burning fury. It was hard to tell if Bakugo was angry about Izuku beating him or that he was mad because Izuku had used his catchphrase. Midoriya, Izuku looked at Eraserhead, no, Aizawa-sensei who was smiling, and it was just as creepy as before, well done. Izuku almost collapsed under his sensei's praise. That was awesome. Izuku looked away from his classmates as he saw Kendo jumping up and down. He waved in her direction which only seemed to make her even more animated. Oh no, she was doing this to humiliate him, wasn't she? It wasn't that cool, though, like a 7 out of 10 at best, I've seen better. Yeah, that's what this was. She actually ended up attracting a lot of attention and while most were confused about who she was, it was Mineta who managed to say the first full sentence. That's the girl I told you about, Mineta said as he tapped a stunned Kaminari over and over again. I was in the same arena as her. Wait, that's the girl who… Kaminari began but he seemed to catch himself as he noticed Izuku looking at him. Well done, dude. Great shot and great catch. He finished this statement with a thumbs up that Mineta and Siro, of all people, imitated. Oh, thanks guys. Izuku said now making a point of ignoring Kendo's yells, compared to Uraraka. Deku, you bastard. Bakugo all but screamed as he charged him. What the hell was that about? You stole my line. Izuku expected Bakugo to use his quirk to attack but instead, he stopped in front of him. He glared at Izuku. His red eyes awash with anger and confusion and indignation. He poked Izuku in the chest as he spoke too low for anyone to hear him. Fine then, Bakugo said irately, you have a decent quirk. That doesn't mean you can beat me, Deku. I won't lose to you, you got that? Kachan, and don't use my catchphrase ever again or I'll kill you. Bakugo marched off after that and Izuku could only blink as the rest of the class stared at him in confusion. Well, most of them stared in confusion. Like he had done many times that day, Izuku glanced at Yaoyorozu and her gaze was similar to Bakugo's without all the anger. Even Todoroki seemed to be looking at him in a new light, studying him like a scientist discovering a new species or something. You wrecked your shoe by the way. Kendo's latest shout did penetrate his thoughts and he looked down only to see that it was in surprisingly good condition. In fact, there was nothing wrong at all. Ha, made you look. He knew this game. She was trying to rile him up so she could get a spar out of him. She always did this, but he wouldn't fall for it this time. He was above that now. He was a UA student and… Class is dismissed, Aizawa-sensei said tapping away at a device. No one's getting expelled. This was just a test to determine your rankings within the class. I lied to motivate you. What? It was a lie. Izuku had been convinced that someone was going home. Did he expel anyone yet? I bet it was you, Izuku. Okay, Kendo was gonna get it. Do you know her? Uraraka finally asked and a few others seemed interested. She's been calling you by your name for a while now. Won't you at least acknowledge her? How naive. Izuku chuckled which made Uraraka frown. That's exactly what she wants me to do, Uraraka. Trust me, I'll give her as much attention as she wants soon enough. He is a god. Mineta all but wailed and something about his, Siro and Kaminari's expressions made Izuku very uncomfortable. Okay, then. There will be pizza brought to your dorms and your bags have already been moved up to your rooms, Aizawa-sensei said loudly as if to drown out what Mineta had just said. Pizza? Kami exclaimed, but earlier you said? The rest of what she had to say was lost to the ether as both Mina and Hagakure covered Kami's mouth with their hands. Or at least he assumed Hagakure had done that. It was kinda hard to tell. These are the rankings, Aizawa-sensei said as he projected the scores onto a wall. Look at them as a motivating tool and do not be ashamed wherever you end up. You have 3 years to go at UA. I have faith once you are all done here, you will be superheroes. 1. Momo Yaoyorozu 2. Izuku Midoriya 3. Katsuki Bakugo. 4. Shoto Todoroki 5. Tenya Iida 6. Ochako Uraraka. 7. Mizo Shoji 8. Suyu Asui 9. Mina Ishido 10. Rikido Sato. 11. Eijiro Kirishima 12. Fumikage Tokiyami 13. Honda Siro. 14. Koji Koda 15. Denki Kaminari 16. Kami Utsushimi. 17. Kyoka Jiru 18. Yuga Aoyama 19. Toru Hagakure. 20. Minoru Mineta. Hey, Bakugo, what was it you said about Midoriya never beating you? Kirishima said as he nudged the boy next to him, because according to that list. I swear I'm going to shove my hand right up your… I'm last. Mineta all but screeched drowning out Bakugo. How, though? I did really well in the sit-ups. You also came dead last in everything else, Aizawa-sensei said with a frown. Yaoyorozu, Izuku and Bakugo were always near the top which is why they are where they are. Uraraka, much like you, had one superb score, but she's actually in shape. You have to improve or you'll be left behind. Aizawa-sensei's words had ripped the wind out from Mineta's sails, who could only nod and look at the ground. Yes, sensei. Good, now you can go back to your dorms, Aizawa-sensei said before he pulled Izuku away from the others. Izuku bid down his fear as he looked at Aizawa-sensei. A few of his classmates were now reclining on the floor, drained from the day's activities. A few were looking at him in interest, and even Kendo had stopped her provocations. For now. Remind me to send you the school rulebook, that's all. Yes sir, Izuku said immediately before adding a bit hesitantly, may I ask why, sir? There's a newly revised section about what is and isn't allowed, Aizawa-sensei said with a smirk that sent a chill down his spine. I think you and your girlfriend will find it helpful. I see. Thank you, sir. My what? His shout drew the attention of everyone except for the man nearest to him. Tomorrow, I'll be taking you guys for some combat training, Aizawa-sensei said, which caused his class to become rejuvenated instantly. You should take this time to make friends and figure out who you'd work well with. Go for someone who has something you lack. You'll be running an exercise of sorts with a partner of your choice tomorrow. Any questions? There were none. Aizawa-sensei left them, taking off in a random direction away from the dorms. His class watched him leave before they began to trudge back towards the dorms amidst a bunch of chatter. He had to find a partner. Who would even want him? Izuku. Kendo called out to him, still in the same spot as before. Do you want to fight now or later? As your teacher, I promise I just want to help you and not beat you up, which I do all the time. Oh, right. He had to kick Kendo in the face. He'd figure the partner thing out later. Author notes. Boom, done. I had this chapter so close to completion a lot, but this is finally it. I started university again, which is great, but very time consuming. If I'd been home, we'd probably have been past the USJ saga. Regardless, the train keeps chugging away. Thanks to all of you who have subscribed, commented and done all that good stuff to this little story. I never expected this much traction on any of my fics, so thanks for that. I have the next chapter halfway done, but I have like 5 assignments for uni, so yeah, it will probably be a while. Stay safe. Discord server, Discord. GG, TIE 68 TDCDU6, remove spaces. Join the server if you want to. It's a lot of fun and new members are always welcome. We speak about a whole lot of different stuff, so if that's up your alley, come on down. 443 Chapter 13. You're a bit of a prick. Huh. Sometime during Aizawa-sensei's speech, Kendo had begun to make her way towards him. As it was, she was now in the midst of his class. She was in casual clothes, which made her stick out all the more as everyone else was in their gym clothes, most of which were not in good shape. You haven't answered my question yet, Kendo said, and for the first time, he noticed the water bottle in her hand. When are we gonna spar? That kick has got me amped up. Do you think I could take that? No, because I think I could, Kendo finished as if Izuku hadn't said anything at all. He sighed and rolled his eyes, which seemed to only make Kendo smile wider. He was aware of a few eyes on them, but he ignored them for the time being. He'd probably stare too if someone had just kicked a ball over a kilometer away. Speaking of which, his foot felt like a million ants were crawling under his skin. In other words, he had to get back to his room and ice it. I'm always up to spar with you, but I still need to unpack, Izuku said as he sat down on the floor and massaged his foot, even going as far as to take off his shoe. Plus my foot isn't feeling all that great after that kick, so Izuku trailed off as he looked back up at Kendo, who was taking a drink of water. Instead of drinking directly from it, Kendo was pouring the water into her mouth, which would have been fine, but she wasn't particularly good at it. Trails of water traced down her cheek and around her neck before dipping down into the collar of her shirt. Izuku felt his throat dry up even though he wasn't feeling particularly thirsty. Kendo's shirt lifted a bit higher to reveal her sculpted abs, which... Sorry to cut in like this, but could I have some of that? I'm dead on my feet. Jiro had appeared from nowhere, not literally, of course. Izuku had just been distracted by abs. No wait, by how absolutely tired he was. Yup, that was it. And she looked to be particularly tired. To be fair to her, pretty much everyone looked to be pretty knackered. The exceptions to this, excluding Izuku, were Bakugo, who was obviously glaring at him, but more notably Todoroki looked as if he'd just gone on a short stroll through the woods. He seemed to be in far better condition than Izuku despite having placed fourth. Admittedly, Izuku hadn't been paying much attention to the boy, but maybe he should have been. Especially since he was staring at Izuku right now. His gaze was different from the burning fury of Bakugo or Yaoyorozu's deep and analytical black eyes. Both of them were watching him as Kendo passed her bottle from a relieved Jiro and onto Shiro and Ishido. No, Todoroki's stare was blank and frigid and unfeeling. It was pretty unsettling. Izuku forced himself to ignore the stares of the other members of the top 4 of his class. He put his shoe back on and tied his laces before standing up. There was already a few people beginning to walk back towards the dorm, and Izuku looked around for Iida and Uraraka, but they were nowhere to be seen. You're looking for Uraraka and Iida, aren't you? Izuku turned to see Asui standing near him. He jerked back in surprise at her sudden appearance. Asui, on the other hand, seemed completely unfazed by his abrupt reaction. Izuku was frozen still until Asui spoke again. You're being weird. Well, this was off to a great start. Sorry about that, Asui, Izuku finally said as he rubbed the back of his head. You kinda just popped out of nowhere. You really surprised me, there. Where are Uraraka and Iida? First of all, please call me Sue, not Asui, Asui said, although it was closer to a croak, and out the corner of his eye, Izuku saw Kendo's head snap towards them, and as for Uraraka and Iida, I saw them go after Aizawa-sensei. I think Uraraka had a question for him and Iida knows the way around the school already. Oh, thanks Asui. I said call me Sue, Asui said rather vehemently, her expression darkening just a bit. Izuku could only nod frantically and he muttered something halfway between Sue, Asui and sorry. Thankfully, he was saved from further embarrassing himself as Kendo pulled on his arm. Let's go, Kendo said as she began to pull him along. I sacrificed my water bottle to your class so you better make that up to me. Izuku pulled his arm free as they joined the crowd of students making their way back to the boarding house. How should I do that? Kendo smiled. Oh, no, kick me as hard as you kicked that ball. Kendo all but screamed, her tone way too eager for something that would kill her. Where the hell did that come from? You're probably one of the strongest people here, right? I know you destroyed that zero-pointer, but I did that too, Carrot Top, Bakugo said appearing from nowhere, so, stop praising Deku. He isn't even the strongest from our shitty old school, let alone a place like this. That's me. Kendo's face had settled into a deep frown as she stared at Bakugo. Izuku saw her hands clench and he moved himself to cover her view of Bakugo. It barely did anything, though. Kendo unclenched her hands but she was still glaring over Izuku's shoulder right at Bakugo. You need to cool it, Bakugo, Kirishima said, joining the conversation and pulling Bakugo away. Didn't he just beat you in Aizawa-sensei's test? Surprisingly, Bakugo allowed himself to be pulled away. He got lucky. Besides, I beat him in the entrance exam, that's what really matters. Do you always speak this loud? I can speak as loud as I want, stupid hair. My name's Ejiru Kirishima. I don't care. Kirishima didn't seem too fazed by Bakugo's acerbic nature as he stopped pulling him away and turned to look at Izuku. That girl was right, though. That kick was awesome. We can partner up for tomorrow if you want. You look like someone who can throw down, a real man. What? You want Deku? I'm right here. We were in the same fucking venue. Kirishima didn't acknowledge Bakugo's outside of picking his ear clean with his pinky. This caused quite a few laughs amongst the group they were walking in. People were laughing at Bakugo. This was weird. Really weird. Sorry, Kirishima, but you gotta find another partner. I called dibs, Ishido said as she cut Izuku off from responding. What? When? Right now. Dibs, Ishido replied before turning to Izuku. Hey, my name's Mina Ishido and you're Izuku Midoriya, right? Yeah, great, so how about we partner up? That kick was so cool, I bet we could make a really good. Before Ishido could finish speaking, something lashed onto Izuku's leg and let out something between a whine and a screech. Midoriya, no, Mineta said as he held onto Izuku's leg tightly, don't fall for Ishido's charms. An alpha like you is better than that pink hussy. Pick me instead. I came last and you heard what sensei said, I could be expelled. Who the hell are you calling a hussy, you little brat? And what does that even mean? Alpha, Izuku said under his breath as Ishido ripped Mineta off his leg with frightening ease. How strong was she? Hey, Midoriya, came a few voices all at once. Oh, please no. Izuku turned to the voices and froze. He tried to speak but before he knew it he was swarmed by requests from others in his class. Jiru, Hagakure and even Sato, who had done rather well, all began to walk towards him with something scary gleaming in their eyes. Izuku began to feel overwhelmed by the situation before his savior intervened. Hey! Kendo screamed above the noise of everyone else. Let the guy rest before swarming him. You all still need to pack and eat and if I'm being honest, none of you smell fresh. Almost as one, Izuku and his classmates became very aware of just how unfresh they smelled. Thankfully, her words seemed to work and after a few earnest apologies from everyone, including a wink and thumbs up from Mineta, Izuku and Kendo were left alone as everyone rushed up. They waited for a sizable distance to form before they began to walk back to the dorms. Grateful for the interruption, Izuku turned to Kendo who was looking a bit too happy with how well her words had worked. Thanks for that, Izuku said, breathing a bit easier now. That was getting out of hand. You're welcome. It reminded me of the people at the gym who lined up to get beat down by me, Kendo said completely seriously. That includes you, by the way. I've beaten you in fights, though, plenty of times. Yeah, but none of those was me going all out. Like in a boxing match or something, Kendo said flexing her arms. You want to take me on yet in a boxing match? He'd rather team up with Bakugo than do that. I'm not crazy enough to take you on in boxing, Izuku said to Kendo as the dorms came into view. Besides, I need to be in tip-top shape for tomorrow's exercise. And I need to find a partner. That would be easier without looking like one big bruise. Pick whoever you want, you'll probably do well no matter what, Kendo said before she paused and her face soured. Just promise me you won't pick the kid with purple hair. The kid with the, oh, you mean Mineta? Izuku asked and Kendo nodded stiffly. Why not him? He probably needs my help more than anyone here. Izuku wasn't sure what he expected Kendo's answer to be and he certainly didn't expect it to be so glorious. He kept following me around at the entrance exam, Kendo muttered, on the bus there, throughout the exam itself and on the bus back. He kept saying something about protecting me. Why are you smiling? What? Izuku's voice broke apart as his smile grew. I don't know what you mean. So why are you smiling? Hey, look, it's my dorm. Race you to my room. Izuku sped off, and barely a second later, he heard Kendo chase after him screaming bloody murder. He barely got his shoes off and indoor slippers on in time before spotting where his room was. Kendo's shoes were taking a lot longer to take off, which gave him time to find his name. The 5th floor wasn't bad. Being alone with Todoroki wasn't bad per se, but the guy did kinda scare him. Izuku could only spot Hagakure as one of 2 girls on their level on the girl's side before he saw Kendo burst inside. Her eyes were wild as she scanned the room before her eyes settled on him. What the hell did you do? Izuku made to open his mouth before smiling and just running away. He'd probably get punched by her for pulling a stunt like this, but it was just the boost he needed after finding out he was in the same class as Bakugo and that he seemed to be a marked man. Plus, pissing Kendo off rarely needed a reason, it was just that fun. Ow! Izuku rubbed his arm as he sat down on his bed. Did you have to punch me so hard? Yes, I did, Kendo said, panting harshly. I almost fell down the stairs after hitting a bunch of floating clothes. That invisible girl should carry a hazard sign with her or something. Maybe a cowbell. Izuku almost let out a snort, but he bit it back when Kendo glared at him, almost daring him to say something. The fading pain in his shoulder serving as an indicator of what would happen if he said anything. Never mind the fact that it should have been very easy to spot Hagakure since floating clothes were, floating clothes. Maybe Kendo would have to invest in some glasses in the near future. I heard that, Kendo said, and on reflex, Izuku scrambled backwards. You actually fell for that? Now, I really wonder what you were saying. Care to share? No, just no. So where do you want us to start? Izuku said as he picked up a box. Clothes? Figurines? Weapons? The boxes were all very helpfully labeled. Izuku's mother had a bit of a field day when he had mentioned taking all the kunai with him, and Kendo had been way too excited about it. Probably more so than he had been. Neither of them knew he was going to hang up what were pretty much gold ingots. I'd say clothes first, then weapons, then figurines, Kendo said as she scanned the room. You probably want your collection away from your arsenal, right? Something about your kunai being near posters doesn't sit quite right with me. Good point, Izuku said, and he scanned all his boxes before shrugging. Let's start with the clothes then. Kendo had already opened a box and he was about to help her when a question popped into his mind. Wait, what about all of your stuff? Will you need help unpacking? Thank you for asking, but I'm already done, Kendo said as she put a shirt away. A girl in my class can shrink things and make them lighter, so it was actually pretty easy. I helped a few of the others when she got tired, though. Everyone has their limits. That was true. It was just that people like Izuku and Kendo, and Bakugo, he had to admit, chose to ignore their limits. Whoa, that's so cool, Izuku breathed out at the nugget of information. That's a really cool quirk. How is your class? Are they nice? They seem alright, I guess, Kendo said with a shrug. A few of them are quite loud, though. They're almost as loud as that blonde guy who I'm pretty sure wants to bite your head off. Ah, nuts. You mean Kachan? Izuku asked, trying and failing to keep his voice steady. He's like that with everyone. Nothing to get worried about, really. Really? Kendo asked, one of her brows arched. So did he get annoyed with whoever else beat him in that ball toss test, or was it just you? Well, and did he get mad when everyone else was getting praised, or was that reserved just for you? Not really, but he doesn't even call you by your name, and judging by how much of a dick he is, I doubt whatever he calls you is anything nice. What was it again? Deku. Something about hearing that name from Kendo cut through all the arguments and defenses he had planned for this. He knew Bakugo and he knew Kendo. They were both hotheads. Kendo would lose it if she found out just how complicated his and Bakugo's relationship was and still is. Hell, she had looked all but ready to attack Bakugo when they were walking back up. Izuku let the trousers he was folding fall to his lap as he sat down on the bed. His gaze was pinned on the floor as he weighed up what laid ahead. Between being Cage, Bakugo being in his class, and also trying to fly under the radar yet also excel, he had a rough road ahead of him. The flashes of Bakugo's words and actions were like knives to his soul. What had he ever done to Bakugo to be treated so cruelly? Both before and after he had gotten Chakra, Bakugo had been mean as all hell to him. Izuku couldn't remember the last positive thing Bakugo had ever said to him. And for some reason, despite it all, Izuku still saw Bakugo as the epitome of the drive and passion and strength one needed to become not just a pro, but to go all the way to the top. His biggest torment was somehow also one of his biggest motivators. And that would have been enough to get him down, but as always there was more. Cage. He was in too deep to stop being Cage. He enjoyed it. A lot. Even though it was super illegal. Making an actual, positive difference gave him a rush that he couldn't quite get enough of. The praise from the media was nice, admittedly, but in the long run, it was rather insignificant compared to seeing and knowing that his actions made things better. It was a bit more than that though now. There was something foul in the air and it was seeping into every corner of Izuku's life. Famous and revered heroes like Native and Death Arms were involved with heinous monsters like Muscular and Dabi. Even a few weeks ago, Izuku would have thought it impossible that any hero would even think of, let alone actually working and helping villains. Now, he wondered if every hero did it. The only people who knew and could do something about it were Izuku and Sumair. After all, if heroes were corrupt, then who could he trust? Were Native and his crew the exception or the rule? Even if he did go to a hero, would they believe him? Or would he have to reveal himself as Cage to Hammer at home? In his heart, Izuku knew that many heroes were good and trustworthy and there were many who could and would help. In his head, though, he now knew it was likely that they would turn him in. Especially considering the bad press he had, unintentionally, brought upon someone as beloved amongst heroes as Kamui Woods. In truth, the only person Izuku could be absolutely dead certain was on the right side was All Might. And despite being a teacher at UA, Izuku was pretty sure he'd be lucky to get even a moment of All Might's time. All these thoughts and more swirled in Izuku's head, forgetting where he was and who he was with. His brain ticked and whirred away, but it ground to a halt as a warm hand settled on his forearm. Izuku looked up at Kendo, her brow set in a deep furrow. "What's wrong, Izuku?" Kendo asked, her eyes boring into his own. "You just fell quiet for a while there. Was it about Bakugo? Sorry if I overwhelmed you there. I should have realized it made you uncomfortable." Kendo sat down next to him and her grip on his arm just grew a touch stronger. "He just made me so angry. All I saw was red and my ears were ringing. I was so ready to punch his lights out until you got in between us. I thought I got over this, but I'm still the same old Atsuka." Izuku frowned. "Same old Atsuka? What do you mean, got over this?" Kendo pulled away from him and it was odd to see her almost shrink in on herself. He could feel the fading warmth of her hand as Kendo took a deep breath before letting out a shaky sigh. "This was before we met," Kendo began as she fiddled with the shirt in her hand. "I'd never been the most popular or anything at my old school. I tried to make friends but something always chased them away. I'd be too crazy or too doting or too mannish or too girly. The list goes on. The worst was when I thought someone was actually warming up to me and that they liked me. Actually, like me, but then they were just doing it on a bet." The inflection on the last word sent a dagger of anger and hurt and empathy through Izuku. "It only got physical the one time," Kendo continued in that cold and dead tone that was unnatural on someone so bright. "A girl used her quirk on me. She could amplify whatever emotions people were feeling at that moment through touch. It worked with anything, really. Hands, feet, her lips." Izuku's stomach twisted. "She used that on me to make me feel really happy before bringing me crashing down," Kendo said, palming a fist in her left hand. "Thing is, she expected me to be sad and instead I got mad. What happened? She kissed my right hand like they always do in those romantic movies. She had always been like that. Very touchy-feely with me. I liked it a lot," Kendo said, finally looking up at Izuku. She then said, "You didn't actually think I liked you, did you?" Kendo blinked and her eyes seemed to shimmer with something. "I got so angry, I was sick and tired of being pulled and jerked around." Her face was right by my hand that she was holding. "I know now that she was using her quirk to amplify my pain, so I used my quirk too." Izuku flinched a bit involuntarily as he recalled just how heavy Kendo's hits were. If she were angry and heartbroken on top of being a fantastic martial, then I broke her jaw and dislocated her shoulder after punching her away. Kendo finished, dropping her gaze down. "In the end, the other girl moved schools, but I was even more of an outsider at school. My parents were sued but they ended up winning. But only after my mom sold her favorite motorcycle to pay for fees. That didn't sound right. The Hero Commission was meant to deliberate and assist those unable to pay for themselves in quirk-related incidents. Quirks were dangerous and accidents happened all the time. It was a law passed by the current administration not too long ago, so why? The Hero Commission had done nothing to help despite it being a quirk-related incident, and my parents almost lost everything we had. Some sort of technicality about the statute of limitations and us being kids," Kendo said as if reading his mind. "About 70% of quirk accidents happen because of kids, so I guess they made that law so they wouldn't lose too much money. After that, I pretty much gave up on trying to make friends." He could tell there was more she had to say. Until I began to train you," Kendo said, and Izuku almost lurched back, a weird feeling forming in his chest. "I do like everyone at the gym, but you're different. I mean, first of all, you're not twice my age." Kendo's joke caused the pain Izuku was feeling to ease up. He felt something of a peculiar kinship with Kendo after hearing how her school life somewhat mirrored his. The more time he spent with Kendo, the more he was surprised that she wasn't popular as all hell. And it was all because of something out of her control. His thoughts on the matter were the same as when they had a similar conversation at Kendo's gym. The kids at her school were just too blind to see how awesome Kendo was. It wasn't even like him where he'd been quirkless. She'd been jerked and pulled around all for what? A sick sense of humor? It must have been worse when the girl Kendo had been with had said such harmful words. Izuku was a bit shy, but he wasn't dumb. What kind of monster would date someone just to spite them? And what kind of people would alienate her even more despite Kendo's reaction being the result of the quirk of the girl who had just broken her heart? "Izuku, you're glowing blue," Kendo said suddenly, and Izuku realized he had activated the Fate Breaker out of anger. "Are you okay?" Was he okay? "I'm really sorry that happened to you," Izuku said, letting his chakra flicker out. "You know that you're awesome, right? My school life wasn't all that great either, but if it all led to where I am now with you, then I'd say it was worth it." Izuku's hand had been resting on the bed and he grabbed Kendo's hand. Her hand felt warm in his and it was almost as if he'd been plugged into a live wire as a weird sensation shot through him. It wasn't just him who was surprised by his sudden bout of bravery, insanity. Kendo seemed to take a deep breath in at the unexpected contact. But thankfully she didn't seem to be all that bothered by it. Almost as if he was being nudged by a force unseen, Izuku began to channel minute amounts of chakra into Kendo. If he could liken it to anything, it was most similar to medical ninjutsu, but it didn't seem to do much other than warm Kendo's hand up. I think you should give your new classmates a chance, Izuku said, meeting Kendo's wide, almost starry gaze. What happened to you was awful, and it really winds me up that happened to you. But as your best friend, I want what's best for you, and I think opening yourself up more will only help you. It's kinda scary, though. Kendo's voice hitched as a particularly strong pulse of chakra flowed into her. What if they don't like me? What made you keep hanging around me? It was hilarious in a strange way that they had circled back to what kicked this conversation off. My quirk never came in until very late on, and my classmates, including Bakugo, never hesitated to treat me like the trash they thought I was. And I believed them too.
Subconsciously, Izuku squeezed Kendo's hand. The conversation was a bit too raw, and for a moment he couldn't continue talking. That lasted until Kendo sensed his unease and gave him a reassuring squeeze.
I've told you some of this before, but if it'll help you then I'll repeat it as many times as you need. Izuku said, his voice a few notches above a whisper. You're one of the main reasons I'm standing here in Ua. You gave me high-quality training for free, and you never belittled me for not being quite as awesome as you are. Not seriously, at least. Kendo gave a little huff at the joke, but his words still seemed to resonate within her. A part of Izuku was still absolutely freaking the hell out that he was holding Kendo's hand in these circumstances. It was exhilarating and scary, and he was gonna keep talking before his face exploded from all the emotions running through him. Even at Aizawa sensei's test, Kachan seemed pissed that I was doing well and maybe a little better than him. Izuku said, frowning a bit at the memory. I'm kinda used to it, but it still bugs me a bit. I felt way in over my head with that last test, and then when you showed up, it was like I could breathe again. Oh, come on. Kendo tried to push him away with her other hand, but he caught that one too. Again, he channeled his chakra into her, and this time could see the calming effect it had on her. I'm serious, Itsuka, Izuku said as earnestly as he could. That's the effect you have on people and not just me. Why do you think people at your gym always challenge you and never me, even though I'm one of the few who can actually beat you? You just have the sort of energy and aura that lifts and motivates and drives the people around you. That's something only the best of pros have, Izuku continued even as Kendo looked away. If you got me to the point where I am now, then making friends will be easy for you. I'm more worried about how you'll make time to lose to me in spars, really. I'm not taking the bait, Kendo said, glaring at him before her gaze melted, but thank you. A lot of the people in both our classes seem really cool, and I guess I was avoiding trying to make friends with them. Izuku nodded, but he flinched back as a deep frown settled on her face. That doesn't mean I won't take my pound of flesh from that Bakugo brat, she said with no small amount of annoyance. He was looking at you like you killed his puppy, and so was that Todoroki kid. Izuku raised a brow. I guess Endeavor's kid is about as warm as his father. Get it? Because Endeavor is actually cold even though he has a fire quirk? Do you get it? It's layered? Izuku sighed. Oh come on. That was great. Izuku thought it was a phenomenal joke, but showing weakness was a fool's move. Besides, Kendo had said something more important behind that terribly terrific joke. He's Endeavor's kid? Izuku asked as he thought back to Todoroki. He only used a little of his quirk, but he came forth. It was some sort of ice quirk. It looked pretty strong, but I wonder how having Endeavor as his father affected it. Maybe. Stop that. Kendo interjected, making him twitch. Look, my classmate just heard rumors that Todoroki's quirk isn't a joke. He's in on a recommendation, and if he came forth while barely using his quirk, then that makes him the real deal. If so, then that's just another person I have to beat to the spot of number one, Izuku said with an ease that surprised himself. What else is new? Izuku was half joking about what he had said, and he expected a reaction from Kendo, but instead, she was looking at him rather intensely. Her skin seemed a bit red, maybe from the sun or heat, even though the temperature was pretty moderate, and her eyes bored into his. Izuku, yes, you do know that you're still holding my hands, right? Oh, no, see, calm down, Kendo said, not sounding all too calm herself. After the talk we had, this feels. Aw, nice. Could we stay like this for a bit longer? I need more details of your day, and especially that blonde loudmouth's beef with you. Izuku tried to see if Kendo was trying to pull a fast one on him. He could probably counter a slam or throw from this position if she tried something. That being said, Kendo seemed genuinely interested and a bit nervous.
Maybe she thought he didn't trust her enough to speak about Bakugo. That wouldn't do. He didn't like going over his past, but this was for a good cause. Besides, how could he not open up after Kendo had done the same with what were undoubtedly painful memories?
Okay, I'll tell you, Izuku said with a sigh. Are you sure you're comfortable with this? Izuku squeezed both of Kendo's hands to make his point, and she nodded almost immediately.
I am. It's no big deal, Kendo said as her eyes flickered all over the room. It's how it always goes in those movies, right? Hand-holding and confessions.
Izuku's mother had watched a bevy of those types of movies on their TV. Unfortunately, no amount of experience with them made up for actually experiencing it in real life. Plus, he was pretty sure no one in them had ever channeled chakra into anyone for any reason. My quirk's been active this whole time and I can't really shut it off, Izuku confessed, and Kendo seemed less surprised than he expected her to be. It doesn't feel weird to you in any way? Your hands feel like a bunny wearing boxing gloves made out of sunshine, Kendo said, and there was a beat before she added, "It feels pretty good. I might need you to give me a massage someday." Now, onto the story. Normally, he'd have addressed the unique metaphor Kendo had used, but the massage part made it easier to just ignore it and keep moving. Alright, well, I'll tell you how I first met Bakugo. Our mothers were and still are the best of friends, and Izuku began from the very start all the way to the present state of his and Bakugo's checkered past. Normally, it was painful to think about it and you would usually never dare to speak about it, but somehow right here and right now, it was the easiest thing he had done in a long while. Staff Village today was finally over. Shota, if you asked anyone, and that included himself, was not the most active person. He had a stash of sleeping bags all over the school, after all, and in his opinion that was perfectly fine. Being awake meant blinking. And while blinking was nothing for other people, when you had as bad a case of dry eye as he did, you would probably want to do it as little as possible too. Unfortunately, he still had to report back to the other staff. UA was overall pretty laissez-faire with everything, but for the teachers to be strong they all had to be on the same page. So, sharing stuff was still the norm.
By the time he reached Midnight's on-campus home, he could already hear Mike making a lot of noise. There was nothing to be done about that. He had tried all sorts of earplugs but none of them had ever worked well enough.
That's just how loud Mike was. Shota knocked on the door that was ajar, and to his dismay, he was the last to arrive. It wasn't surprising. The test had gone quite a bit over time and so he had to cancel the distance run so he wouldn't make his colleagues wait. However, this meant he couldn't take out the sleeping bag he had stashed in the cushion that Vlad was currently sitting on. He was cursed. Eraserhead is in the building. Mike boomed from his seat near Snipe and Cementos, both of whom didn't even flinch at the volume of his voice. How did that test of yours go? We've been waiting. Shota looked around the room. Mike and Vlad looked eager to hear him speak, but surprisingly so did Cementos and Ectoplasm. Even Midnight and Powerloader were leaning forward in anticipation. Instead of humoring them, though, Shota chose to sit down next to Recovery Girl. She gave him a warm smile before turning back towards whatever it was she was doing with those needles. Knitting? Crocheting? Practicing how to stitch flesh back together? Now, Principal Nezu said from his perch on Cementos' shoulder. You know how this meeting goes. We start with the higher grades and work our way down. Snipe, your class is in its third year now. What can you report? Not too much. Snipe began tilting the hat he always seemed to wear. Well, Mirio seems to have taken a massive leap forward. He always had the drive, but somehow he seems more determined than ever before. I think the work study is doing him and his classmates some good. It's something we should be looking at for everyone else, in my opinion. Mirio, Vlad asked once Snipe was done. Who is that again? You forgot? Mike asked with a wide smile on his face. Maybe you should pump some of that blood to your brain because I don't think a single person who saw the sports festival last year will forget him. Midnight laughed and almost immediately showed his side. He knew what was coming. He's the boy who got naked on TV, Nezu said a bit too cheerily. It was very fun dealing with all the complaints and issues that had brought up. It's not like broadcasting a naked teenage boy would cause that much drama or anything. I do not intend to distract from the purpose of the meeting, sir, Cementos said as if sensing Nezu was about to go off about that flashing incident again. However, I see that our newest colleague is not here. Would it not be wise to wait for him? Somehow, the conversation had taken a more unsavory turn than a naked teenage boy on worldwide TV. It's no bother. All Might just has some administration issues that he has to handle, Nezu said in answer to Cementos' question. The Hero Commission were not too pleased about All Might's sudden choice to join our school. Those suits are just trying to cramp our style, Mike said, and for once it was something he could agree with. They're like a radio channel that takes no calls. They never listen to what heroes have to say about anything. Apparently not even All Might is immune to that. And yet again, the conversation had taken another unsavory turn. Shota didn't like how All Might seemed to live off the media attention, but in truth, there was no person more deserving of the #1 spot. And the world could do with more of his painfully positive attitude. The one downside of All Might was vastly outweighed by his other numerous positive traits. On the other hand, he had absolutely nothing positive to say about the commission. They danced to the tune of those they deemed important. That wouldn't be so bad if they were a private organization instead of a powerful section of government and law enforcement. If you were being honest, the Hero Commission attracted those with a lot of thirst for power, but not a lot of hunger for making positive and actual change. The majority of pros couldn't publicly comment negatively on the commission. They'd soon find their agencies suddenly relocated to a far-off city with low crime rates and media visibility. After that, it was extremely difficult for those agencies to stay open for too long until eventually heroes would close shop and join another agency, furious but cowed. Of course, heroes didn't have to open an agency and were free to work on their own like how he did. However, that didn't come with a government grant or support company discounts and all those other stuff, so it wasn't really something most heroes really did. The situation with the Hero Commission wasn't all cut and dry, though. Shota knew his dislike for politics skewed his views, but many heroes adored the commission. If anything, those who didn't like them were the minority. This line of thinking was getting him down, so Shota coughed. Could we move on? I could use some sleep after that test. This class will be the end of me. And yet even as he said that he had to fight to not smile at the goldmine of potential he had on his hands. Now, Aizawa, Midnight said as she leaned forward in her seat, don't leave us hanging like that. I'm sure I speak for everyone when I say we'd like to hear all about it. Your class has quite a few bright spots. Vlad snorted, I can't believe I let you trick me into taking 3 recommended students so you could have the first pick of the lot. You thought Shota-san wouldn't pick all the headaches and just go for the more agreeable and manageable students. Ectoplasm said, his tone just a tiny bit mocking, which made Vlad groan. You almost cried seeing him take all the golden eggs. Or at least most of them. Your class is really good too, Mike said before smirking, although, I'm pretty sure I did warn you against making a bet with Eraser. That being said, Ectoplasm continued, I do find myself intrigued about your class, Aizawa. You have the girl with an illusion quirk, correct? What is your opinion of her so far? I feel as though my guidance could be. Forget her. The double genius is who you should all watch out for. The number 1 from the entrance exam seems. Class 1B has someone who could match up to all of them. A sharp whistle quelled the room almost immediately and Aizawa was grateful for it. Recovery girl settled down as if she hadn't done anything and finally peace was re-established. Nezu took that moment to speak. Since you all seem to care so much about Class 1A, Nezu began with a bright smile. Perhaps, Shota can tell us how the test went. Everyone's eyes turned towards Shota and he sighed. Fine. He told them everything. From start to finish, leaving out nothing. Not scores, performances nor the dynamics he had noticed. The one thing he had left out was Midoriya's cheerleader that had appeared right by the end. Of course, no one needed to know what he said to Midoriya about the girl. He'd keep that one for later to torment Vlad with. He hadn't been interrupted at all and when he was done, he wasn't surprised to see his colleagues looked even more engrossed than they had before. He stretched his arms out before muttering one word.
What? Quite the plan you've got brewing there, Shota, Nezu said, the first to break the silence. Bakugo is extraordinary for his age and he seems to have a rather tempestuous relationship with Midoriya, who is just as extraordinary and quite the mystery too.
Of course, he caught it. Plan? Mike said, unsurprisingly slow to the races. What plan? He's pitting his class against each other, Midnight said before adding, or to be more accurate, his top students against Izuku Midoriya. His quirk is so different from what we've seen, let alone those kids. It's only natural that he'd intrigue and inspire those around him. As well as rattle those who are used to being number 1 like Bakugo, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu. You're a bit of a prick. Midnight, unsurprisingly, was not slow to the races. The problem is virtually none of those students could hope to beat him, Recovery Girl said, taking a sip of her tea. Beyond the top 4, it would be futile. Plus, this seems to be rather unfair on the kid himself. He seems sweet and shy. Not what you'd expect given his skills. I have my reasons, Shota said curtly. Can we move on to the other classes now? Most of you will get to work with 1A soon enough, so I don't really feel like explaining it all. Just trust me. That was enough to settle the matter without much other than a few curious gazes. Good. They had figured out that he was using Midoriya as a sort of catalyst, but that wasn't it. Despite what they had said earlier about all his students, the biggest enigma was easily Midoriya. They were just too polite to admit it. Midoriya's quirk really intrigued him and it had taken all of Shota's willpower to not use his quirk on Midoriya. It was all to gauge what Midoriya was capable of, and as it turned out, he was capable of a lot. As a teacher, he had access to the database and Midoriya's quirk registry had multiple changes already, understandably, since he had appeared awoken his quirk late on, but even then Shota knew there was more lurking beneath. Quirks, while amazing, still obeyed the same rules. There were drawbacks, benefits, bodily adaptations and so on. If quirks were a circle, then Midoriya's was a parallelepiped. The immense strength, stamina and speed was one thing, but he also had borderline supernatural balance, which to be fair could just be hard work, and also instant healing, which could not just be hard work. Midoriya just ate at some part of Shota's curiosity, and no matter what, he'd solve this as soon as he could. Izuku Midoriya had his full attention. Izuku shivered and wrapped his arms around himself. He had tried to suppress it, unfortunately his company seemed to realize it almost immediately. Are you okay? Uraraka asked from deep in her big fluffy jacket. Why didn't you bring a jacket down with you? Kendo made me race her back to her dorm, Izuku said with a weak smile. Also, I didn't expect all of us to get locked outside the house and be forced to socialize with each other. It was probably the fault of one of their teachers. Fair point. Despite the chilly weather, Izuku was feeling pretty upbeat about things. He'd had a rather moving conversation with Kendo, his room was neatly packed and now he was outside in the garden with his classmates eating pizza. They were all sitting by a fire circle that had appeared sometime between them unpacking and coming back outside. Cementos was probably the one who Izuku had to thank. Wait, he was sitting in a fire circle made by Cementos. That was so cool. An abrupt blast of warm air stopped Izuku from freaking out even more. The fire circle finally lived up to its name as a roaring flame sent its heat out to all of Class 1A. Izuku spied Todoroki dusting his hands off before returning to his seat next to Shoji and Kota. They were all taking turns introducing each other and explaining their quirks. This was all to help with partnering up, since not everyone had shown what they could do and some people had forgotten what others could do, which was very close to blasphemy for Izuku. Things had been brought to a halt due to the freezing, Now, the things could continue and as fate would have it Izuku was the next one up. People hadn't really been all that forthcoming with information which was understandable. They were facing each other tomorrow after all. Like Yaoyorozu had given an even more condensed explanation of her quirk than she'd given him after the entrance exam. She wasn't the only one. Todoroki hadn't even mentioned anything about fire. I can make ice with my right hand. And yet Izuku could see that Todoroki's left palm was still smoking. Izuku looked towards the roaring flame and looked back only to be met with Todoroki's blank stare. Okay, don't freak out, just act like you were looking at the tree behind him. Midoriya, you're up. Uraraka saved him by pushing him gently into the fire circle. Thankfully, she hadn't used all her fingers or he could have floated right into the fire. That would have been preferable to having 19 pairs of eyes looking at him like he was a pink zebra with wings. I'm Izuku Midoriya and my quirk makes me strong. Fast too, I guess. So, it's kinda different from Sato's quirk. Silence. Fucking Deku. Bakugo, that sort of language is abhorrent. Iida chastised as he yelled at Bakugo from across the fire. Mysterious, Tokiyami said, his eyes closed as if he were sleeping. I may require your assistance with moving something into my room tomorrow, Midoriya. It's rather large and may need to be forced in by someone strong. Tokiyami, Iida said, the fire gleaming off his glasses. I will report you and Midoriya if any property damage occurs. There is a limit to what can fit through our doors, and if you tell me what it is, then I shall be able to either help you or stop you from damaging the house. It's a piano. That most certainly cannot fit through your door, even if you forced it. Anything can be forced, Tokiyami said as he opened one eye, like a human head through a 6-inch drainpipe. Izuku blinked. Okay, so I am not asking that guy to be my partner, Mineta said as he, and perhaps for the first time since they'd met, Mineta had said something that made complete sense. Hey, so when you say a human head through a drainpipe or whatever, Utsushimi said looking over at Tokiyami, do you imagine it the skull pops like a grape or does it deflate and then all the gunk gets sucked up like? Uraraka said, jumping up to her feet, let's not go down that road. Instead of heads being drained of gunk, how's about we talk about, hey, look over there. Uraraka's poorly thought out interruption was saved as she pointed towards the main road. A fleet of robots had stopped in front of their house and were now moving towards. That wasn't even the weirdest part of it all. The robots actually seemed to be carrying pizza. Kaminari screamed as he vaulted over the fire circle. Pizza, pizza in my tummy, me so hungry, me so hungry. Is he always like that? Izuku asked no one in particular, but he received a response nonetheless. Unfortunately, yes, Jiru said as she sidled over the wall. He's pretty strong. Don't tell him I said that. But way more stupid. He told me he'd once hid under a tree during a lightning storm. Said he didn't get why that was a bad idea. Well, then, wait, but wasn't his quirk an electric based? Yeah, that's the worst part, Jiru said, making Izuku realize he'd spoken aloud. I think he knows better, now. Hopefully. I just hope he doesn't make Yaoyorozu drop the pizzas or anything. Yeah, he'd have to pay for that, Utsushimi said, appearing from nowhere. Wow, how many boxes can she carry? That girl is swole. True to Utsushimi's words, Yaoyorozu seemed to be going for the world record for pizzas boxes carried. She had more than 10 stacked on either hand and she walked across the ground as if it weren't a particularly big deal. Izuku was pretty sure he'd eat dirt if he tried that out without chakra. He had only seemed to have great balance because of the surface sticking. Yet, Yaoyorozu didn't look bothered in any sense of the word as she made it to the fire circle. Izuku joined the others in helping her set down the boxes, and there was a tense moment as Yaoyorozu made eye contact while handing him the boxes. Izuku tried to pull the pizzas boxes away, but Yaoyorozu's grip held firm. Who is your partner for tomorrow's exercise? What did she say? I don't have one yet, Izuku said, feeling an awkward smile spread across his face. I was busy talking with Kendo while we unpacked my stuff, so I never really managed to find one. Do you want to be partners? Yaoyorozu's face splashed with morphing shadows from the flames tightened just a bit. I already have a partner. Find one soon, a good one. A ringing phone broke what was, unfortunately, not even top 10 in the weirdest moments he'd had at UA. With that, Yaoyorozu let go of the boxes and Izuku could only watch as she made her way around the house, picking up her phone as she went. He handed the boxes off to Iida, who seemed to have elected himself head pizza distributor. Soon, they were all digging into some phenomenal pizza that had practically appeared out of nowhere. Uwa sure is awesome for getting his Aldinis, Kirishima said in between bites of pizzas. This stuff is amongst the best in the country. They're on my list of best restaurants to eat at, too bad it takes forever to even order from them. How the hell do you know that stuff, crappy hair? You're into food? Really? Is that really so hard to believe, Mina? You shouldn't judge a book by its cover. You're not Bakugo. What was that? Izuku had to agree with Kirishima. On the food. It was, without a doubt, the best pizza he had ever eaten in his life. And despite it all, Izuku couldn't quite enjoy it all. The class was splitting off into smaller groups, and judging by the sizes of the groups, and also what he could overhear, it was for Aizawa sensei's test tomorrow. Izuku didn't even have a partner, and in sharp contrast to earlier, no one seemed willing to approach him. Hell, Uraraka and Iida had both decided to partner up after speaking to Aizawa sensei after the test. This left Izuku between a rock and a hard place. The only people who were alone was Izuku, Todoroki, and Yaoyorozu, who had gone off somewhere on her own. Izuku ignored Todoroki's gaze as he instead counted the number of pizza boxes left. "Hey, Midoriya. Where are you going?" Mineta all but yelled at him. "Going to eat some taco." "Yeah, some carrot-flavored taco at 1B. Kaminari said before giggling and nudging Mineta next to him. "Get it? You know it." All this was said with wiggling eyebrows and weird giggles. Their expressions hinted at something that Izuku didn't even want to contemplate. They were both being kinda weird. The kind of weird you didn't even bother acknowledging. "What? No, this is pizza," Izuku said as he held it up. "This is for." "Oh, gee, is that for me?" Izuku very nearly lashed out at a kick before stopping himself as Utsushimi, Kami. She had been just as vehement as Asuya about people calling her by her first name, appeared from somewhere in a burst of something. It was almost as if reality warped and there she was. That was her, really cool, Quirk, glamour, which was, well, not very much of a good name. Normally, the Quirk names of heroes were short and simple so people got what they could do immediately. Then again, Izuku wasn't really one to speak. Chakra could mean a lot of things. "You still here?" Utsushimi said, snapping fingers in front of his face. "I'll be taking this pizza, then." "Oh, wait," Izuku said as he moved the pizza away from her reach. "This is for Yaoyorozu. Ua bought all these pizzas for us and she should have some for herself. I don't think she took any." Utsushimi blinked before leaning uncomfortably close to him. "Is she your partner then? Trying to make sure your partner is all rested for tomorrow?" Oh, right. He didn't have a partner for tomorrow's exercise. Either everyone had been scared off by Kendo or they had already found partners because hardly anyone had even mentioned partnering up to him. There were probably a few left, but Izuku was having a hard time choosing who he wanted to ask. His brain conjured so many ideas for different people that it made it all but impossible to figure out who to ask. Except for Bakugo, Yaoyorozu and Todoroki, that was. They'd probably never agree, so there was no use even imagining what they could get done. It was a shame. Izuku would have loved to work with either one of Yaoyorozu or Todoroki. She already has a partner. "I don't think anyone had or will have the time to make food now, so she should get some before it's all gone," Izuku said to Utsushimi, who was still hovering in his bubble. "I don't actually have a partner. I still need to weigh up." "Hold up, you're not partnered," Utsushimi exclaimed as she took a few steps back. "This is perfect. I'm not either, so we can work together. Go give your girl some pizza and then we can work on strategy too. Okay, bye." With that, Utsushimi was long gone, not hearing Izuku's reply at all. "I didn't say anything, though." "Hey," Kaminari said, not even hiding the fact that he was eavesdropping. "Women, am I right or am I right?" "Yup," Mineta said with a grim face. "Can't live with them. Can't speak to them without getting punched in the throat." "Right," Izuku said before turning away and using just a smidge of chakra to speed up his escape. Thankfully, they let him leave and Izuku was free once more. He rounded the house until he got to the back garden. As opposed to the front, the back garden had quite a few trees and ample flat space that all lead into a sprawling forest a bit further away. Finally, there were a few benches and picnic tables here and there dotted around the area. The grass was a vibrant green and very obviously well maintained. Perfect for slamming Kendo into. "What did you say?" Izuku flinched when he heard Yaoyorozu's sharp voice. He whirled around expecting her to be near him, but to his surprise, she was actually by one of the further benches. She was pacing around having a rather animated conversation. "The only reason I was late was because of you and Mother, Tomiko," Yaoyorozu grit out, fully unaware of his presence. "My belongings are not here because I had somewhere to be other than waiting around at my dorm. You knew that I would be busy at that time and you did not change the time. So why don't you just send the truck back?" Izuku, despite being somewhat far away, could hear the person on the other side of the phone give a response of some sort. It didn't seem to do anything to help Yaoyorozu, who seemed to tense up even more. "Fine. Don't pay the move-in fees then. I'll carry it up myself," Yaoyorozu huffed out before cutting. "She's acting as if she couldn't just pay the fee. Stupid, Midoriya." Midoriya froze as Yaoyorozu set her sights on him. He was rooted to the spot as he watched her stalk over to him. Her very being seemed to ooze annoyance as Izuku had overheard the last parts of what Yaoyorozu had thought was a private conversation. There was no pointing in running, though. So, Izuku swallowed the ball in his throat and stuck himself to the ground with chakra as he looked up at Yaoyorozu. The height difference between them rather apparent. It was that as well her frown, which was not doing any favors in helping him calm down. Had she always been this scary? "Sorry for eavesdropping," Izuku said before Yaoyorozu could even get a word out. "I promise I didn't know you were still on a call. All I heard was something about your stuff not being here because you were busy and—" Yaoyorozu frowned even deeper. "Anyways, I came here to make sure you got some pizza," Izuku said, all but throwing the boxes into her hands. "They're awesome and you left without taking any, plus, you must have drained a lot of energy after everything that you created at Aizawa-sensei's test, including the earplugs, which were actually really good, by the way. Couldn't hear a thing. So, He was rambling, wasn't he? "Here," Izuku said finally. "I'm really sorry about overhearing. I can help you move your stuff in whenever they get here. I'm really strong." "Oh, wait. Do you need something now? Clothes or blankets or something?" Why couldn't he stop rambling? "I can just use my quirk to make what I need. I thought you knew that." Right. That was right. He knew that she could do that. Stupid. Now he looked like an idiot. They'd even had that supremely awkward conversation after the entrance exam. Midoriya, Yaoyorozu said, and finally the carnival of crazy in his mind was brought to a screeching halt. This is your place just as much as it is mine. I cannot be mad that you overheard what I said. Especially for such an altruistic reason. Thank you. I was feeling rather peckish. Did she always speak so formally? She had better grammar and vocabulary than any teacher he'd had at Aldera. It would be odd on most people their age, but it actually suited her. No problem, I wanted you at your best for the test. I know how much your quirk can take out of you. And just like that, scary Yaoyorozu was back. I do not need you worrying about that, Yaoyorozu said, standing as she stood straighter. Worry more about finding a partner instead of what you believe my weaknesses are. I do not want any excuses for when you lose to me. The grass crunched as Yaoyorozu walked away, and Izuku almost let her walk before he turned to face her. Yaoyorozu, Izuku whispered, but it was enough to make her stand still. I know you're good, no, you're great, but I'm not planning on losing to you or anyone ever. You can believe that. Oh, damn, he was speaking to her like she was Kendo. What if she whipped out a cannon tomorrow? He couldn't use medical ninjutsu to heal from that, right? Right? Questions for later. Respectfully of course, Izuku added in a hurry, and he expected Yaoyorozu to say something, but instead she continued to walk away. He watched as she made her way back to the front of the house, but then his phone rang. Izuku yelped at the sudden noise before picking it up. He hadn't even had the time to see who it was before giving a hurried greeting. Hello? Well, damn kid. I didn't expect such a frosty reception. You didn't happen to turn into a glacier, did you? That was so awful, it makes me embarrassed to know you. Izuku muttered into the phone. I might just start calling you Utsutsu instead. I've demoted people before. Go ahead, Sumair said before yawning. I'll tell the world Cage is actually a foot shorter than in reality. I can see it now. Elusive vigilante actually teen with height issues. Izuku frowned. That's not why I did that, Sumair. You know that. Of course, Sumair said teasingly before sighing. I hate to do this, but we need to speak about the serious stuff. Are you able to speak now? Izuku glanced back towards the house and, to his relief, he could see some of the bedroom lights turning on. That meant Aizawa's sensei must have unlocked the house. Unfortunately, that meant it was probably approaching his curfew. I am, but probably not for long, Izuku said with a sigh. I could probably go up to my room and we can talk there. People will probably be asleep since we have hero training tomorrow and no one would want to let their partners down. You can throw our sensei in that too actually. Our sensei is. Well, he's a racerhead. Oh, yeah, Izuku breathed out as he sat down on the grass. Probably the worst one I could have gotten. He definitely knows his stuff, so there's that, but it probably won't take long for him to erase your quirk and put 2 and 2 together when it doesn't work. Exactly. Chin up, the height difference will throw him off for sure. I think, Sumair coughed at the end, clearly lying through her teeth. Have you got a partner at least? Yeah, she chose me as I was getting something for someone. Someone's popular. Are your classmates alright? Yeah, except for the ones who seem to have an issue with me. There was a loud shatter from one of the windows which caused Izuku to look up. A rabbit dropped down from one of the windows and landed perfectly. It looked at Izuku before turning and hopping off. Izuku looked back up and met the gaze of Koda, who looked out his window in a panic before quietly raising 2 fingers behind his head. Your rabbit? Izuku asked, drawing a nod. He went that way. Koda saluted before running off. Sumair had been listening throughout, and instead of addressing whatever had happened on his side, she asked something more important instead. How's Operation Bird going along? Good. I should be able to get out after the training we have and meet you. Izuku replied before pausing as he heard voices. Are you sure it went this way, Koda? How did it get strong enough to bust through your window? Did that idiot Kaminari shock it or something? I'd never do that. Why are you so mean, Jiro? Koda must have asked the others for help. Great. That's good to know, Sumair said before yawning. Well, I'm beat. We'll speak more tomorrow, okay? Good luck with your training. Thanks, Sumair. Good night, Izuku said before hanging the phone up. He could hear his classmates searching for Koda's rabbit, and so Izuku decided to join in. He was the one who had seen where it had gone, after all. That would probably help Jiro find it if she hadn't already. Izuku walked out the back garden and alongside the house when something white caught his attention. He thought it was the rabbit until he's sure it was just a piece of paper. He picked it up and out of idle curiosity he unfolded it. In his defense, a signature on a receipt doubled as an autograph, right? The paper turned out to be a receipt of some sort. It took only a second to identify the logo on it. Aldini's Pizzeria, Izuku read, and he almost had a heart attack when he read the price, 500,000 yen. Who could even afford? Izuku trailed off as he finally read the client name. Instead of it being that of a pro or perhaps their alias. Instead, it was a name that was very familiar and yet completely out of left field. You rock, Yaoyorozu, Kirishima shouted from the front of the house. Hey, Koda. Yaoyorozu found your bunny. How'd you find it, with that fancy gear on your ear? Client. Momo Yaoyorozu. The rest of what Kirishima said was lost as his volume sank to a lower level. It didn't matter to him much at that moment, though. Why would Yaoyorozu not say anything about buying the pizzas? She probably knew that everyone knew that she was loaded. It was something he'd have to ask her. For whatever reason, there was something about Momo that drew him in. Plus he could maybe ask her about Konoha and the agencies stationed on that island. It could be helpful information, after all. Suddenly, Izuku's phone lit up with a message. A very welcome one at that. Kendo. Do you want to spar before school tomorrow morning? I'll come over to yours. I want to beat you in your backyard. Izuku snorted at the provocation. Me. You're on. I'll be up by 5:30 AM so we can have enough time to get ready by the time I beat you in your backyard. Izuku hit send and then promptly ignored the storm of messages that followed. With all the uncertainties and changes that Ua brought upon, it was actually a godsend that he had someone familiar and reliable to fall back on in Kendo. Plus, he might be able to get a better handle of Tsunade Shiso's strength for the assessment. He had to get a better handle on it or else Aizawa-sensei would probably get mad at him for holding back. Sending Kendo careening into, or even through a few trees was just a side benefit. Author notes. Hey, guys. I know it's been long, but man, life has been hectic. Anyways, this chapter is finally out. I had a lot of fun with this, so I hope you guys do as well. There's a ton of action lined up for the next chapter, so buckle up for that one. Hearing from you guys over the past few months has been really great, and I'm glad so many of you picked the story up even though it hasn't been updated in a while, so thank you all very much. I don't think I've said this yet, but Legacy has passed 1,000 followers on FFN, which is amazing to me. I never thought so many people would be interested in this, but here we are, so thank you.